blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh, yeah. In respect.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the eFootball Championship Pro, one of the biggest esports competitions on the planet, where we feature 8 of the biggest and best European clubs and esports players around. Now, last week you may remember that we kickstarted things by showing you the players' den. We showed you how they get prepared for such a massive day, how they get into the zone. Well, that was upstairs. Today we're downstairs. We're going to show you another perspective, another angle of the studio, a nice sort of behind the scenes look here at how everything comes together. This is what we call the gallery, or the control room. Everyone, you can hear me. Give us a nice little wave. There we go, team. They're the ones who bring the magic and make this competition come to life. And so if you just follow me now here, this is what we call the players' tunnel. This is the entrance. So on my right, we have a nice little wall set up with all of the badges, where each player obviously can see the club that they represent as they come in, and they get mentally ready and focused for competition, for battle, which of course takes place over there in the far corner of the studio. That's the main stage. And just over here, Harry Wesley, give us a nice little wave, guys. They're up to no good as usual, but in any case, we're happy to have them here with us today. We'll check in with them in just a moment, but as you can see, everyone is ready to go, so sit back and relax and enjoy, because match day 3 starts now. So there you have it. Today is round 3 of the regular league. We still have 5 more rounds to go if you include today, and of course that is all in the build-up towards the knockout stage, where we will finally see who will be the kings of this year's competition. I'm Summer Hunter. I'll be your host for today, as well as throughout the entirety of the tournament, and I'm very happy to say that I have probably my favorite dynamic duo here with me in the studio today. Finally, we've all been reunited. Harry Chan and Stuart Wesley. Guys, Wonderboy Yo, Wesa, I've missed you. How are we?
Oh, I've missed you too. I didn't quite get to make it out to the last match day. So very, very happy to be back here in the studio. We have so much action, and of course to have Weza back alongside me as well. We covered last season's eFootball Championship Pro, us 3 online. So it's great for us all to be in person again.
Yes, exactly, right?
Yeah,
it's been a long time coming.
The band is back together. It's so much fun to be back, and again, to see match day 3 and to be back alongside Harry and of course you as well, Semra. It's great to be back.
Well, it does feel as though it comes very quickly, doesn't it? I feel like I just saw you guys yesterday, but it's actually been 2 weeks, and in your case, quite a lot of time longer. Well, let's go ahead and remind ourselves of how everything is looking as we head into match day 3. You may well remember that in match day 2, Barcelona were able to overtake AC Milan, who were really impressive in the opening round of action by collecting all maximum points. They had 9 on the day. But here we look at some of the matches and the games that were broken down. You can see that Barcelona, as well as Manchester United, were the big winners, but unfortunately, Bayern Munich and AC Milan, the big losers, Harry.
Yeah, you said it yourself, the big winners in the lion's share of points. 9 points possible for each match day. So if you get a 9 out of 9, it's a great result. But I mean, 7, 6, it's about as good as you can get without hitting that 9 total. You said it yourself, though. Bayern München, AC Milan, they're not too happy with their results from match day 2. Match day 3 is right here, though, so a chance for them to get some more points.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings then, the league table. As we said, there was plenty of movement after those results from match day 2. And as we said, the Catalan outfit, things are looking very good indeed for them as they've overtaken AC Milan with 12 points on the board. The Italians, well, there's another Italian team right there with them. Roma have 10 as well. Arsenal, Manchester United, we have a really tantalising all-English affair later on. Well, they share 9 points each. Bayern Munich have dropped down a ways into the table, but stay in the top 6 is where everybody wants to be, of course. Just outside of the reigning champions, Monaco and Inter, they have a lot of ground to make up. Just 3 points, finally pick up their first 3 points of the competition last time out. Yeah,
and I think looking at how this kind of league is kind of setting up, it's quite congested in those 6 places to start with. I think we're looking at 4 points between top and 6th. We can see how violently it can move, and I suppose for Monaco and for Inter at this point, they're probably thinking, okay, well, if we can walk away with 7 points today, it completely changes the complexion of their tournament.
And it's still early days, Harry, but we could presumably see teams start to pull away from the pack as well at this stage, right?
Yeah, it's usually around match day 3, match day 4, you tend to see those teams who are picking up a minimum of 4 per match day start to solidify themselves within those top 6 places. If you place within those at the end of the season, of course, you make it through to the knockout stages. So very important you're within those highlighted places in the league table, because otherwise you're going to be on the outside looking in, and then you're going to have to watch all the action from home.
And nobody wants to do that, right?
No.
So this is the league table. Why don't we take a look at the goal scoring charts, because there's been plenty of movement there as well. Match day 2 kicked off with Torito actually leading on the scoreboard, but he has dropped all the way down into 4th. We have a brand new set of a top 3 list here with Uzmekabo, Roxa, both on 7 goals, and Dominator dominating things with 5 goals in 1 game. Weza, it was so impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that speaks to those results that we saw from Arsenal in match day 2. You saw how, Roxa came very, very close to a draw and managed to get himself ahead for a last-minute winner. And the Dominator, of course, completely demolishing Christopher 5-0. Again, really good to see those two kind of show their level of where they are, because we know that they've got those performances, but they can sometimes be a little bit, what can I say, a little bit inconsistent sometimes with how they perform. So hopefully we see more of that today. Of course, they are up against Manchester United, and my inner child is screaming at me about how good that game's going to be.
Well, we certainly are very much looking forward to that one, but we have to be a little bit patient because we still have plenty of other things to talk about. First of which is to announce who is the winner of the best goal of the day for match day 2. So let's find out.
This week's goal of the week was scored by me. Check it out.
Sabitzer towards Fred. Fred, neat little backheel. Oh, Trafford!
Oh la la, Manchester!
Well, thank you very much to Marcus Rashford for making the announcement, who has picked up the award for the best goal of the day for match day 2. So please help me in giving a round of applause and welcoming onto stage now Nexa, the winner of the best goal of the day. There you go. Round of applause. Wonderful stuff. Look at him, all smiles. He's clearly very happy. Well, we have your teammate, Lotfi, over here. He's going to give us a helping hand. I'll hand you the microphone there. He's going to help with the translations. So first and foremost, how do you feel?
Qu'est-ce que tu ressens? De la fierté, car c'est la première fois que je gagne un best goal dans ma carrière. J'en suis content. Après, je préfère, comment dire ça? Je préfère avoir 9 points.
He said he's very happy, very proud, because he's his first best goal in his career. But the most important for him, and he would prefer to have 9 points today, is his target.
Well, I'm sure more of your goals will help to maybe see you pick up those 9 points. But the big question I'm sure that Lotfi wants the answer to is, how are you going to spend this money? Are you going to take him out for a night on the town in Barcelona?
Je vais peut-être inviter...
You didn't tell him the second part of that question, eh?
Je vais inviter les membres de Manchester au restaurant.
He said with his money, he will invite the whole Manchester United team to the restaurant.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Very nice. Okay, so maybe it's not Barcelona, but it's Manchester. So what about this all-English clash today? How are you feeling about that, and what can we expect?
le derby anglais, tu le sens comment?
Bah, je le sens, c'est trois joueurs expérimentés, très forts. Ça va être dur. Mais moi, j'ai confiance en mon équipe. On est Manchester. Et pour moi, objectif 9 points.
He said it will be a very hard battle. There are three very great players with a great experience. But he's confident and he trusts on us. We are Manchester United. And our target is to have 9 points.
Brilliant. I love the spirit. Thank you very much. Good luck. I'll take that back from you. I'll let you guys go ahead and get focused and get ready. You have a very big game ahead later on today. So another round of applause. Congratulations as we see him walk off the stage. So, or if you want to stay, you can hang around. You don't have to go anywhere. But as you can see, anyone can pick up €5,000 by scoring the best goal of any given match day. But that's not all, of course, because there will be more awards handed out. For example, the MVP of the regular league will be able to pick up €15,000, and the MVP of the elimination round, the knockout rounds, will be able to win €10,000. Well, of course, we have plenty more prizes to hand out as well. We'll talk about that a little bit later, though. But first, let's have a quick look at what's in store for match day 3. Hello and welcome along to match day 2 of the eFootball Championship Pro, eFootball's professional esports tournament featuring 8 of the biggest and best European clubs as well as some of the very best esports players on the planet.
Brilliant ball inside. It's De Jong. It's the belly!
And how
Jesus
fast?
again. It's gone frenetic here. Trossard. Jesus! It's there! Gabriel Jesus! Rocks it at the death! That's all. Here's Kamara. Dybala. Kamara. Abraham, Kamara, Dybala. It's moving so quickly. Pirouette for Dybala!
Whoa,
What a goal that is!
Whoa.
Casemiro, Iqbal, back to Casemiro. Looking to roll in, Martial! Kilzu breaks the deadlock. Martial scores the goal, and Manchester United take the lead.
Things are looking very tasty indeed in terms of the English derby. Arsenal and Manchester United picking up a heavy amount of points.
Of course, it's an all-English derby, but on the other hand, they all three have 3 French players. I think personally, I prefer to play against French players, and hopefully we can all 3 perform.
We saw their match; they are very offensive. They score a lot of goals, but we will work on our defense. But yes, we are ready. English derby, so I hope we will win this one.
Then it's the reigning champions Monaco looking to pick up some points against AC Milan, who were very disappointed in what they walk away with for today.
The same style. We will see it's totally different when you play in offline than online. We are ready, but we will see.
Roma will go up against Bayern Munich, another team that will be looking to lick their wounds when they return to action. Inter Milan as well, trying to work their way up the table as quickly as they possibly can so they don't get left behind when they go up against the league leaders right now, FC Barcelona.
Again, if results keep going the way they're going, Inter could be out of this quite quickly. They could be sunk without a trace.
Inter is played differently a little bit, so it's going to be really, really tough. We will try to see them today, see how we can face them, and train hard. I mean, it's 2 weeks, can change a lot.
Weza, that was some top-notch commentary. Jesus! That is the energy, the fire I want from today, my friend.
I'll try and keep it up.
All right, speaking of which, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the schedule for today. We can show you which games are going to be played and at what time. Plenty of fascinating storylines, as ever, to pick out. First and foremost, we've got a heavy metal clash between two English sides, Arsenal and Manchester United, both looking to break away from the middle of the pack and move up as they possibly can. When it comes to the 2:30 kickoff, we have AS Monaco, the reigning champions, against AC Milan, the penultimate side, against second in the table. Obviously, AS Monaco will be looking to try and break into the top six. AC Milan will be looking to regain their place at the top of the lot. AS Roma will also have a crack at trying to put their name in the leaderboard against Bayern Munich, who unfortunately for them dropped a lot of points against Barcelona, the leaders last time out. That's at 3:45. Then last but not least, we have Inter Milan against Barcelona. On paper, the most unbalanced of all clashes, considering we have rock bottom against those are paving the way. Harry, what stands out for you the most today?
Well, every single match has a little bit of everything. I mean, of course, we start with the English derby at the top of the show. Need I say more? You've got Monaco, the reigning champions, who are in dire need of points against a Milan side who are maybe potentially struggling for form a little bit. We'll have to see how they fare today. You have Roma and Bayern, two really solid outfits that honestly, it could go either way. Roma have been really just going under the radar, picking up points, and I believe they currently sit third in the table. And then, as you said, Inter, bottom of the table currently, in danger of being cut adrift. They really need a big result today against the top of the table leaders, Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, look at it, it's a virtual feast for the eyes. It really is, because as Harry said quite eloquently, there is so much to look at. It's just a case of which one do you want to go for. I think looking though,
you go for all of them. That's the answer.
The correct answer is all of these games are more than box office worthy. But I think AS Roma versus Bayern Munich, I think that one's going to be maybe the game that steals the show. I think looking at how those two teams are faring, Bayern will need points coming back off a disappointing game against Barcelona. And Roma, as we said, are just trying to keep that momentum ticking over.
Well, regardless, it's going to be action-packed. There's no question about that. But before we turn our attentions to the games at hand, just a quick reminder. I promised you a little while ago that we would talk about those prizes, and it's not just for the eFootball players here. It's also for all of you at home as well. So, Harry, Weza, tell the guys, what can they win?
Well, every single match day, you can win yourself 500 eFootball points purely by tuning into the match streaming program from the game itself. You're sat here watching anyway. Why not just log into the game, get yourself some freebies? 500 eFootball points could be yours. We're giving them away every single match day just by tuning in. So make sure you're watching from the game and get yourself these points.
And don't forget though, that, and I reckon I've got the better giveaway here. You've got the victory giveaway campaign for all of the clubs that are participating in the eFootball Championship Pro. If they win a game, and that's not a match, it's one of the games in the sets of 3, they will be doing a giveaway on their channel of merchandise, official merchandise, should I say, from those clubs. So you're talking balls, scarves, hats, anything that has a club badge on it, you name it, they'll probably be giving it away. So keep your eyes locked to their official channels.
For the record, the reason why he says he's got the better giveaway is because he's actually planning on modeling all of the merch next week.
Yeah.
I think you need to come absolutely dripped head to toe in everything.
I need a piece from every club, that's what I'll need.
I'd like to see
I like that. I would like to see that, actually. But I tell you what, I'm going to one-up both of you because I think I've actually got the better giveaway. I'm sure everyone at home will agree with me because Konami have decided to put together an exclusive set of what they're calling the club selection cards. So basically what you have are 48 different players across the 8 different clubs. It was separated into 3 different volumes, all of which are available for purchase. There's 16 players per volume, the first of which is currently on offer for purchase. But for example, what is included? Well, you will have better features, including more speed, better shooting, higher skills. So make sure that you get your hands on one of these exclusive, if not all of them, volumes that are available. But what else is involved here?
Well, it's fun because not only do our eFootball Championship Pro clubs gain access to these player items that are obviously being released per volume. So we're looking at teams like AS Monaco, who have been almost asking for a little bit of backup on the virtual pitch. They now get a chance to get some backup in terms of firepower, but also the people at home. You can improve your own My Team lineup and choose some of your favorite players that are being released per volume. So a chance to maybe bolster that and make sure that you're staying ahead of the game.
Yeah, certainly to try and power up your dream team at home. That'll be certainly something that viewers at home will be looking at. But again, as you alluded to, for the Championship Pros that are here, you're probably also looking at the likes of Roma, who are looking for a little bit of reinforcement. Inter, of course, are kind of lacking at the bottom of the table. Do they look to these items and look to incorporate those to the team? And it kind of just adds an extra wrinkle, really, to kind of a bit of intrigue as to what these players will do with these items that are in the game.
Well, there you have it. You only have 1 week left to get your hands on this first volume. It's only available until March 26th, so you know what to do. Make sure you get your hands on it. But then, of course, there's going to be another volume available as well, starting on Monday, March 27th. In the meantime, you can stay up to all the latest news and information across all of our social media platforms, and of course, right here on YouTube as well. And as Harry pointed out earlier, make sure you don't forget to collect your 500 eFootball points, and you can do so by entering the streaming via the gameplay. So having said that, we also have another little bit of a favor we would like to ask you. We want you to interact, we want you to get involved, we want to hear from all of you. So you can see that there is a chat box as part of the YouTube stream. Make sure that you get involved and you tell us what you want to see happen. Of course, we're going to have some polls and some questions, and you can also vote as well throughout the day. The first question is going to be about who you want to see win in the English derby. So having said that, let's go ahead and bring out onto the stage then Arsenal against Manchester United.
Thank you very much guiding us through the show. You see Arsenal ready to take their places on the other side of the stage, Manchester United. Arsenal in 4th with 9 points. 5th, Manchester United also on 9 points, separated only by goal difference here, Wes. First of all, fantastic to be back with you. We have one heck of a game in front of us here. And taking a look at who's taking the hot seat first, Indominator for Arsenal. Kills you for Manchester United. We couldn't have asked for a better game.
Blockbuster is exactly what it is. It's exactly what it says on the tin. It is blockbuster between both of these clubs, historically, as we have talked about already off of the broadcast in terms of the history between these two clubs. It is an iconic game of football, and it is now becoming almost a centerpiece of the eFootball Championship Pro as being an iconic game to watch here. And again, looking at both of these players, you look at Kills, you look at Indominator, both will be looking to build a little bit on the form that they have. But you look at Kills, got 4 points so far in the competition. If you look at Indominator, has only got the 3, so there's not a lot to tell between these two players.
A lot will be found out on the stage. That man in shot right now, though, you said only 3 points to his name, but a big 3 points. A 5-0 rout against Inter's Christopher. Really propelled himself to the top of those goal-scoring charts. This young man here, Kills You, is going to have a lot to deal with if Indominator is able to enter with the same form that he showed on matchday 2.
Well, we said on matchday 2, we said that Indominator looked like he'd become the old Indominator. It was that kind of almost a rollback or a throwback of what we had seen from him in previous competitions, in previous tournaments. We've seen that he can get to that level. It's now about whether he can sustain it. And of course, with Kills You, he's still relatively new on the block in terms of, it only feels like yesterday when we were talking about him as being the next big thing within this competition. He's now almost the present of this competition. So it's going to be interesting to see how these styles match up against one another.
Well, of course, United fans would have been very happy when they saw their club sign this eFootballer. Kills You, previous numerous time MVP of this competition. Backed by his 2 French colleagues as well. Manchester United looking to go that one step further this year. They're well placed in the table for this time of the year, within that top 6. The big question is, where will they be at the end of the season? They look pretty good so far.
They have looked really good so far, and again, it would be the warning sign for me if you were a player against Manchester United would be they're starting to look. They've rediscovered their form, that they've had a couple of match days with their squad, and now they've got comfortable with it. And on the flip side, as we alluded to earlier on, with Arsenal, if they can get Osterbuch firing, I know we're going to see Osterbuch later on, but if we can get Osterbuch firing, Arsenal themselves will become a force in this competition. And that's what's so delicate about this competition is that it's going to be moments that will create carnage for either one of these teams. It could be, you could be staring, as we saw from Roxa's game in matchday 2, you could be looking at, a point and 1 goal and 1 second of gameplay. You're now all of a sudden looking at 3 points, you've took it away from the other team. So this is why it's so delicately balanced here between these two teams.
Well, we're still moments away from kick-off. Obviously, a big thank you to our referees on the stage, making sure all the rules are being abided by, of course. You can let us know in the YouTube chat, who do you think is going to win in this English derby? And of course, we all want to know who is going to be taking that home at the end of the season. It's one nice piece of silverware, isn't it? It's very, very beautiful.
It's a nice bit of kit, it really is. Certainly you're seeing it up close, you really do get an idea of the magnitude of what these guys are playing for. And just to your point about where are we going to be towards the end of the season, of course, if we talk about format, after the regular season's finished, we then go to best of 3 knockout football. And as for those viewers at home, if you've watched the eFootball Championship Pro before, or if you've watched regular in real life football before, knockout football is a completely different beast, and it is a completely different thing to play against.
Absolutely it is. We saw a shot of a Dominator there. He looks very relaxed, very calm up on the stage. Oftentimes you'll see these players when they're up first, opening the show, they'll be a little bit nervy, a little bit tentative, but one thing I picked up from Dominator's interview last match day, he said something that intrigued me. He does enjoy playing against French players. I wonder if you can give me a little bit of insight as to why that is.
Well, it's the particular nations have particular play styles. So in the sense of, in terms of French players, they tend to kind of give you a little bit more space than because of the attacking threat that they like to possess. The likes of Uzmakabel, the likes of Cams, the likes of the players that you see representing Manchester United here. They have that ability to attack at will. But for a player like a Dominator, you leave spaces behind. And if you can retrieve the ball and get it going in transition, you're going to cause problems. So that pretty much spoke to me as I like to have a lot of space to play, which is exactly what we see from the likes of Dominator.
Well, as you can see, the players ready. Their lineups are locked and loaded. Match day 3 of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 season is about to kick off. It is Manchester United versus Arsenal in Dominator for the Gunners. Kills you for the Red Devils. Do not blink. This could be a very fun-filled affair indeed, Wes.
It certainly could, but in terms of the way that you see, it just tends to be starting out. You want the ball. You want to keep the ball away from Dominator as long as humanly possible. But of course, you need to get it back from him first and foremost. So again, he would like to keep the hold of the ball, and Kilzu will like to try and counter-attack.
Sancho looking to set a player free on that far side. It's an interesting point you note. One of those players that does like to control the ball a lot in Dominator. This Arsenal side often very well suited to his play style. Good closing down though by Manchester United here in the opening 10, but that's given away slightly lazily, and now Saka might have a bit of room to run into here. Into the feet of Jesus. Partey back to Emile Smith-Rowe, but cut out by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Defensive work pretty solid, taking no risks so far in Dominator.
Yeah, you can just see him just trying to feed his way into the game, but again, whenever Kilzu retrieves that ball, he's wanting to attack.
An attacking shell here, Savitzer. Shot blocked by Ben White. There'll be a corner on this near side.
Yeah, you can see there, the minute he picks the ball up, he's just looking to go forward. And again, really good defensive challenge there, takes the ball away for a corner.
What tricks are up Kilzu's sleeve here. Varane's the target, knocked down to Rashford. That was very dangerous. Still alive here as well, but the shot is not very pretty in the end.
It's more out of hope than expectation, that strike there. I mean, you can see the kind of the wheels turning in the mind there of Kilzu to try and get something going, aim for Varane and maybe get a flick on, maybe get a lucky bounce here or there. Doesn't quite get the purchase on the shot and goes out for a goal kick.
Just ticked over the 15-minute mark. I think I saw the general consensus. 51% of people in the chat think Manchester United might take this one. Watch out for Arsenal, though, as Martinelli, his shot's blocked. Can't connect with Saka either. Just 1% splitting the two clubs, though.
And such is the delicate nature of this tie and how close it is.
Lovely double touch there by Bruno Fernandes. Goes round his man. Martial is in the box here, crossing to Sabitzer, but cleared well. To the feet of Martial now. What can he conjure up? This Kilzu looking to try and turn the cogs here. Sabitzer with his shot can't get there before the Arsenal defence. And now, well, is there a counter on, I wonder? Smith Rowe. And Saka combining now.
You can see about that space that we talked about in behind is where Dominic will like to operate here. But you can see just likes to retain the ball as well. And now that defensive shift now from Manchester United has now kind of formed up at the back, it kind of slows that progression.
Just have a feeling that Kilzu might be working a lot of his offense on the counter-attack here. Real chance with Sancho into the feet of Martial, but Jorginho is on the cover duty at the back. Good pressure by Kilzu, though. The press is working in his favour, and Bruno Fernandes is here for the opener! Half an hour gone. United strike first in the English derby. Kilzu 1, Indominator 0.
3 words. What a pass. Fantastic find from Kilzu to break the deadlock here. We'll see it again on the replay. Again, recovers the ball, and we talked about it in transition. They like to attack, as does most of the French players. A wonderful first-time through ball. Bruno Fernandes finds the strike. Ramsdale couldn't get a hand to it, and Manchester United have the lead.
Nothing Ramsdale could do about this. Just shifted towards his near post. Kilzu strikes first here in what is only his 3rd goal of the season so far. We're used to a lot more attacking, or rather goal output from that young Frenchman after taking the league by storm the last couple of years, but it's been a slow start for him.
The only thing I would say as a word of warning to Arsenal fans out there is once he gets in, Kilzu.
Martial, though, does win the ball back, and Sabitzer could make it 2. Oh, it's a wicked deflection there. 10 minutes from half-time, Wes, and maybe it just couldn't come soon enough here for Arsenal, as Indominator now tries to piece an attack of his own. Saka. Martinelli capitalises on the mistake, and the equaliser is there. It's heartbreak. I think it's Varane at the back for Kilzu. Just too heavy of a touch. And it is a gift for a Dominator. 1-1.
Yeah, you have to, when those chances come your way, when you read the bad touches that you'll see within eFootball, you have to take those chances. And again, we'll see it here. We'll just double check. I believe it was, yeah, you are correct. It was Rafael Varane. But it's that bad touch, but it's a read. It's reading the bad touch that's going to happen. But you have to put the ball in those scenarios. And from an Indominator standpoint, he won't care how it's gone in. He has an equaliser. He won't care that it came from a slice of luck or a bad touch. He just knows he's got the ball across the line, and it's 1-1.
It's a great strike from Martinelli. He kills you. Just so disappointed in Varane's touch there. But it is 1 apiece, and that's confirmation. 7 goals on the season now for the Dutchman. And Sabitzer tries to reinstate United's lead. That goal of Indominator takes him joint first in the goal-scoring charts league-wide. few minutes until half-time, and United trying to go on the offensive.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Turning inside now to Jorginho. Will the last attack of the half come Arsenal's way? What will it result in? Fernandez doing good work in the midfield, and we'll enter half-time. United 1, Arsenal 1.
I think United will be slightly aggrieved to be going in their level, looking at how they're playing. Listen in.
Absolutely, we can take a listen to some of the players there on the stage. Still pretty calm all round. No real show of emotion from either side just yet, as no changes either as we kick off the second half here of game number 1.
I think both players at both teams trust their game plan. They trust their plan A. They think, you know, okay, we've got an opportunity here to get another goal, as we see Sabitzer trying to roll the ball through there to Martial.
It's a nice idea, but just a little bit too short in the end, and, well, kills you. His press is working well, but it can leave him a little bit exposed at the back here as Saka loses his man as well inside. What's he going to do with this one? He dominates it. Martinelli with the strike. It'll come back at them here, will it? No, Fernandez will recover. I think Dominator wanted that one to just roll for a corner, and, well, it could be his demise here as Martial wrestling with Tierney. The Arsenal defence, though, sure at the back.
Yeah, doing really well there. You can see in transition, the quicker you can move the ball, and if you can skip out a couple of phases, you can really put the defence, or your opponent's defence, on the back foot, as we're seeing from both players there, both trying to attack and both trying to ask a question of their defence. Or what can you do? Can you sustain, or can you block this attack out? And instead, we're seeing it's going end to end at this point.
Some really good defensive reads from both players up there on the stage. Kills you, especially for Manchester United, has been trying to press early. You can see the possession statistics in Arsenal's favour, but every time Kills you gets the ball, he does look to carve open that Arsenal defence. Martinelli now. Inside to Smith Rowe, that's a ball. It'll be a corner. Smart save by David De Gea.
Good bit of patience there by Dominator. Gave Kills you the look of going, well, we might go to Jesus here. You'll see it. Jesus goes offside. Instead, he waits for the comeback and then plays the pass. It's those little margins that you look for within eFootball. And these players, as we said before, there are no easy games here, and there are players that are very highly tuned and highly talented. They will be looking for those little differences.
See that little grimace there from a Dominator. He knew that was a chance to take the lead. Now some Manchester United changes. As this corner on the hour mark, I believe, about to come in. Both players here coming in after a match day 2 win. You sense neither would be too happy with a draw here. Saka, he's tackled fairly as judged by the referee. Look at this United break. Members over on that far side, but right now it's Martial wrestling in the midfield. Fernandez. Unfortunate touch there. And now seeing Dominator bring the ball away. Saka near side. Good read once again by Kills you. And it's back and forth here. Both players willing to let the brakes off. Martinelli into the feet of Smith Rowe here in the box, and that one I think will roll for a corner.
It's those moments of indecision, not quite sure whether we need to play a pass. Do we need to shoot? Do we need to press? What are these moments, as we said before? It's going to be here. If there is a game winner or a deadlock breaker here, it's going to either be a moment of brilliance or it's going to be a moment of madness. It's going to be one or the other that will break these two, because both players seemingly are kind of cancelling each other out in that midfield battle. We spoke so eloquently about it on match day 2 in terms of how important that defensive midfielder position is. When you've got Casemiro and you've got Partey, both are able to break up play in that area that players love to play in.
Subs are on.
Coming on the field.
Corner is cleared.
Number 36.
Trossard and Alanga, the
Substitution.
members entering play. And well, this will be a free kick, I think, in a very enticing position indeed. Dominator might fancy hitting this one. It's always a game of stick or twist if you're on the defensive side of a free kick from this kind of range, because players at this level do enjoy playing it short and trying to catch the defence off guard. It is Jesus, steps up, goes low. 20 minutes to go, and it's another Arsenal corner.
Yeah, you can see Dominator, the pressure is just starting to ramp up a little bit here for Kilsey. He's got to maybe try and get a chance down the other end here, because all the chances second half have gone to Arsenal.
Towards Jesus was the corner. Oh, very difficult defensive position there for United, and Wan-Bissaka gratefully has green grass to run into here. Jorginho inside. Martinelli, lovely touch there to Jesus! Improvised finish! And Dominator's in the lead, 15 to go.
We have said it so much about that touch you'll see before that pass. It can either really go in your favour or it can really go against you. In this fantastic goal, and in terms of improvisation, again, sliding on the challenge, you'll see this touch again. It's not something that is triggered by the player, it's triggered by the actual in-game item. Takes that turn and is then able to find a finish. It's a brilliant goal from a Dominator.
It's the turn that makes it just here inside.
Takes it completely out of the game there.
And then the defenders, Wan-Bissaka, I think. We saw on the replay, we'll see it here in a minute, kills you absolutely incensed that his defence weren't able to get anywhere near that. He's dumbfounded, but there's still 15 or so in-game minutes to try and get an equaliser here. Eight goals for Dominator, now the outright goal-scoring leader.
Certainly is. And this, even more so than the personal accolade, this would be a big 3 points if you can seal this out.
Saka, could it be 3 here? Martinez is able to make a nice recovery challenge, but Kilsey, you can hear it there on the stage where it's just getting a little emotional right now.
Needs to keep his cool. He'll still have chances here. Alanga.
Here is a chance as Martial almost the beneficiary there. 5 in-game minutes to go, and I'll tell you what, to Dominator's credit, still chasing more goals. Tomiyasu. Approaching the 90th minute. What can Kilsey bring? Varane joining the attack. Tomiyasu, though, with a very strong and commanding challenge. A minimum of 3 added on. And that is what separates Dominator from a valuable 3 points here.
It's not long left on the clock either.
Not long at all. And Tomiyasu might fancy himself here as Trossard with a stunning strike. It's wide of the target. Almost finishing in a flourish.
Almost there from the Belgian. Again, really good work down that right-hand side from Dominator. A little bit of kind of bait and switch. It was very much the balls in the cup and trying to hide where he was going to go next with it. And it managed to provide that opportunity for Arsenal. Just didn't quite get the right angle. We're looking at it here, 10 seconds to tick over here. If it's gone over halfway, there might be one more opportunity here.
But no, Arsenal win the ball and win game number 1. A massive 3 points and a massive performance by Dominator. He will take the cake, 2-1 and 3 points to the Gunners.
That is a big 3 points. That is a big, big 3 points for Arsenal. Again, builds on that momentum that they showed on match day 2. almost a pick up where you left off type of performance there from Indominator. Yes, there wasn't 5 goals, but once he had got that second goal, didn't really feel like he was then going to lose it from there. And as we saw Killzoo's reactions and the animation, yes, granted, it's great to see, but sometimes you need to keep your cool in those moments because there were still opportunities there. If you're not, if you are in an emotional state when you're playing at this level, you sometimes don't provide your best performances.
Well, you took the thoughts out of my mind there. You can see the confirmation. Game 1 goes 2-1 in favour of Arsenal. If you're just joining us for the first time here on Matchday 3, we play 3 games, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, none, of course, for a loss. So still potentially 6 points here for Manchester United to pick up, or of course a further 6 points for Arsenal. But around the 75th minute mark, you're thinking, well, there's still 15 in-game minutes here to play. Yes, sure, you've just conceded, but potentially a slip in mentality there for the young Killzoo.
Yeah, and he got off to such a good start. We saw the clip there of Bruno Fernandes, but it was, again, if you're talking about moments in a game, you have the bad touch from Varane for the first goal, and then the second goal was, again, the brilliant kind of roulette animation that took it away from the defender. And then there was the lack of, or almost a non-clearance from Wan-Bissaka, and then Jesus is in to score 2-1. So it's those moments that define it. And of course, for you guys watching at home, you may think, oh well, it's only 1 game of eFootball they're playing. These guys prepare for this for weeks, months on end. They, and it's almost a little bit unfortunate for them that they have 1 game and then there's the next match day. So if you don't come away with points, you then become the talking point.
It's another 2 weeks until you get a chance at redemption. Speaking of a chance of redemption here, you've seen our players taking the hot seat next for both Arsenal and United. It's Ostrabuch for the Gunners, the North London club, of course. No points to his name so far this season. And when you consider where Arsenal are, both in the table and in the goal-scoring charts in the form of Roxa and Indominator, you're looking at Austria and you're thinking, well, if he can hit the ground running here, Arsenal are going to be a real force this season.
Absolutely, and intriguingly is what you said, no points taken for Ostrabuch so far, but critically for me, there's no goals so far from Ostrabuch. He hasn't hit the back of the net. Now, as we said, if they can solve that riddle, and if Ostrabuch can find that level that we know he is capable of, let's not forget, runner-up with Poland in the Euro 2021, knows how to get his way around a game of eFootball. If he can find that level again, then we'll be having a different discussion in regards to Arsenal. It won't just be, oh, well, he's had no goals. It'll be, okay, he's now turned up.
Well, as you can see, moments away from kick-off once more, and that redemption story just keeps on going to the other side here for Manchester United as well. Lotfi, multiple-time winner of this competition. And that's a brilliant potential start to the game here. I was going to say just 1 point to his name so far. He's got 3 goals, make that 4. It's 1-0.
That is an unreal start for Lotfi in terms of how quickly that ball moved and how brilliantly it was found across. You may have heard at the broadcast at home, the groans in the gallery, they knew what that ball was like to Bruno Fernandes. Fantastic ball, but then the wherewithal again to not pull the trigger and instead find that pass across, and Marcel Sabitzer being the guy to pop it into the back of the net. And again, a quick thing to bring you up to speed in relation to why you see Sabitzer so far up the field. That's a collective strength kind of tweak that Manchester United go with. If you put him in his secondary position, it costs a little bit less to put into your squad, but he's always that effective.
Yes, an excellent point you raise, Wes, because these players in the eFootball Championship Pro have a collective strength limit as Arsenal search for almost an immediate equaliser. There's 4 goals on the season, confirmation of that for United's Lotfi. But any economical switches you could make in terms of collective team strength is going to be potentially the difference maker at this level. Gabriel with a pass back to Ramsdale, and well, Austria's season so far not going to plan at all. Long ball to Sabitzer with the knockdown towards Martial. The longer this goalless drought goes on for Austria, the more pressure is going to be applied onto him. Makes me feel a little bit cruel as a commentator, but when you look at his results so far, no goals, 2-0 loss to Roma's Roma, 1-0 loss to Inter's Arda Golazo.
You'd say probably on the balance of those two results, you wouldn't necessarily say that they were the more difficult games to involve yourself in. That's not to discredit Roma and Arda. Of course, they are both, you know, fantastic players. But you wouldn't necessarily say Roma and Inter would, especially from the VTs that we heard in Matchday 2 and Matchday 1, talking about Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Manchester United. They weren't really a team that, those two teams weren't really teams that were earmarked.
I think that's Fred going into the referee's book there, and so early on here in the game, that could be one to watch a little bit later on down the line. But it does make me feel a bit cruel, and believe me when I say it breaks my heart, because we'll be overjoyed once Austria does break his duck, because we know it will happen. He's certainly a calibre of player to score goals at this level. While I'm talking though, the ball kicked into touch and it's an Arsenal corner. Nketiah straight at the keeper. Good chance though from Austria.
Yeah, a little bit of a confidence booster there just to get a shot there to sting the hands of the goalkeeper. It's going to need a little bit more than that though to get into the back of the net, and more importantly to get back into this game.
Good one-touch football here from Lotfi. Party with the retrieval, and now Trossard can maybe find Jesus, and Nketiah's on the overlap here as well. Varane's coming across, he's gone straight for goal there. Certainly caught me off guard. No other real options on. Lotfi now almost springing into an immediate attack, but 25 gone and the ball will hang around the midfield mark. This is Rashford. This one will be a United throw, and so far Lotfi, and I think United fans, the 50% of them who of course think the Red Devils will come away with a win here, will be happy with Lotfi's work so far. Nketiah though, that one might just be a little bit too long. Martinez is called into action. It will be another Arsenal corner.
Yeah, so you can see Austria's building to try and get these opportunities here, and maybe it feels as though a set piece might be the best place to do it. But at the moment, it's just not quite got that finishing touch that we are so used to seeing from Austria.
Odegaard. Back to him now. Jesus was almost thinking about getting in there really well. Lotfi not happy about something, and I'll tell you why. It's an Arsenal free kick just inside the D.
He's not happy with the referee by the sounds of it, but again, Arsenal won't care if they can profit from it.
Goes for goal under the wall! Oh my! That is something special, and what a way to break your duck. Ostrubuch, he is on the board. Arsenal 1, United 1 in game 2.
If you kept your eyes peeled there, he baited his opponent massively, because not only does he switch to a player after he's powered up the shot, it gives your opponent the idea of, oh, okay, he's going to pass this. He's not, we can jump the wall. Oh, no, you can't, because he's just popped it underneath the wall and took everybody by surprise.
Including me. I was fully expecting a player on that far side. And what a relief that goal will be for Ostrubuch on the board now. Lotfi knows he's been sold a dummy.
I think he was still remonstrating about the referee call, but once that's been and gone, you have to kind of put that in a box and put it away. You've got to get back onto task here.
Trossard now. Ostrubuch looking to build from that amazing piece of improvisation. Trossard, lovely touch inside. There's Jesus waiting! Into the lead! The 1-2 punch! Arsenal in front now.
Welcome to the competition, Ostrubuch. We've missed you. Fantastic bit of improvisation. Again, just finding it was those small touches. For the people at home who won't see this, I constantly tap the screen as to where I would pass it. So when he receives the ball here, I'm going, pull it back to the edge, pull it back to the edge. No, actually, I can just take it in, and Gabriel Jesus is waiting within 6 yards. And again, giving somebody of Jesus' caliber that type of real estate, he's not going to miss from there. Brilliant play from Osterbuch, and Arsenal have a lead.
He can see what it means to his teammates. They know the potential in Osterbuch and what he is capable of, finally showing it now on the big stage. Second goal of the season in this game alone. Could it be 3? Odegaard almost in behind. 5 minutes to go till half time, and we said this would be a redemption story one way or another. All of a sudden, the script has completely flipped. Lotfi shouting about something, not very happy at all. Needs to keep his eyes focused on the game, though. The fans are split down the middle. Ketia, Jesus with a snapshot. Corner to come.
And you heard the audible groans there from Arsenal. They knew that that was a big opportunity, and it was a big save there from David De Gea. But the danger is not finished yet. And that would be the worry if you're a Manchester United supporter, is that a danger's not over.
The danger is in the form of a corner. Make that 2 now.
Really change the team talk if there is a goal here.
Front post to Gabriel. Odegaard, Trossard. Strikes from distance. Shaw should recover that one. Final chance of the half potentially here for United. It's about to tick over to the 3rd minute. Ball cannot go backwards though, Lotfi, and that one will be a disappointing end of the half, I feel, for Manchester United. Arsenal 2, United 1.
It's always good to just take a snapshot of the... You may not necessarily understand the language if you are watching at home, but you certainly understand the body language and the behaviours, and you can tell that Manchester United are not happy with how this game has gone. And I'd say relatively so. Once that first goal goes in from Arsenal, and then there's a kind of almost a counter punch that then goes in to make it 2-1. Here's Rashford though.
Lotfi now has a chance to turn those emotions into jubilation. Needs to get some offensive work on the go, though. That's a really nice touch there by Odegaard, looking for Jesus, and Ketia is there to get the scraps, and Trossard is there as well! Osterbuch on a hat-trick has scored! Arsenal 3, United 1! What a way to break your duck.
We asked for a response on match day 2. We asked for, can we see something from Osterbuch? And my word, have we seen something here. 3-1. Manages to recycle the ball, keeps his calm. If we cast your mind back from previous times we saw from Osterbuch, one of his almost video game superpowers is keeping his calm. Keeps that composure in the vital moments, and he finds the back of the net. And it is now 3-1 for Arsenal. You can see there, it's almost a sense of relief, it almost feels like. It feels like he's just relieved that it's gone in, rather than actually expecting it to go in. He's just happy that it's there. And of course, on the flip side, you can see Manchester United, a little bit of disarray, and the ball's in again.
Arsenal is coming forward again. Jesus! Oh no, where's it going? Cleared away. Almost catastrophic. Lotfi's laughing, but
could have gone anywhere, that could have.
I tell you, if that went in, there would be no smiles whatsoever. Trossard. This one has lit up like a powder keg here. Osterbuch 3, Lotfi 1. Still time here in the second half, though, for Lotfi to get back into this one.
Said this before as well, in terms of players or in-game items matching up against one another. It's the case of, can Jesus, as as we are seeing here. Can he keep going against this Manchester United defence? Trossard makes his way in.
Yeah, linking up, and that one was another one that could have gone anywhere.
But it's more so that backline. Can that handle that Trossard, Martinelli, Jesus?
Well, interestingly, Lotfi here. Can't tell if it was him triggering the pause, but no controller in hand. Talking to the referees about something. This is very curious. Never seen a player just take it almost as a tactical timeout.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be great to get an insight into the body language there, but it's very defeated. And in reality here, if you look at the situation of the game, still 13 game minutes here. We have seen turnarounds in games throughout the course of the eFootball Championship Pro history where they can change very quickly. We only had to look back to match day 2 with Merriman and with Roxa in terms of how back and forth that game became. It's not over. You can't sit there and kind of say, well, it's over, it's done with. Like, there's still time on the clock here.
4-3 that one ended on match day 2.
It did.
3-1 here in the English derby. Arsenal corner. Odegaard. Oh, Gabriel still in there! Not the player Arsenal fans would have liked to have had the shot, but still a shot nonetheless. And you can see, not only when we talk about Roxa's win against Merriman, that 4-3 blockbuster game, 3 points picked up there. You see in game 1 as well, 3 points to the Arsenal. Arsenal are looking a real threat this season if it stays this way. Lotfi trying to break down the Arsenal defence, so far unsuccessfully.
Yeah, as we said, if you've got two kind of blockbuster players in Roxa and in Dominator that can come to the fore, and you add a third player to that, and then you add that kind of additional fire and that additional backup, it's going to give them confidence to be even better, but then also it will provide Osterbuch with that confidence to say, hey, actually, I can hang with these guys, and this is where I belong.
Chance for United now. Into the feet of Martial. Tries to feed Bruno Fernandes. He's there and he's won it. Fred is on the ball, double touch towards Rashford, but suffocating is the word that comes to mind for the Arsenal defence. Martial almost getting in behind as well. 20 to go.
And one more wrinkle we haven't even considered, we haven't even mentioned this. This is Osterbuch up against his old former team. So, again, adds a little bit more of a personal kind of slant to it. We saw on match day 2, Alex Alguacil going up against his old team and how much that allowed him to go and kind of express himself. This very similar situation.
Oh, that's an interesting ball indeed. Rashford is there. Sabitzer as well. It's 3-2. The secondary striker Sabitzer with his second on the day sees us with a very interesting final 15 now to come. It is Arsenal 3, United 2. And out of nowhere, Lotfi is back in this one.
It's not over till it's over, folks. That's the whole side of this that we've been trying to see. As we see, Sabitzer taps in at the back post. Again, it came from that Luke Shaw cross that wasn't really dealt with properly by the goalkeeper. And as a result, it allows Lotfi the opportunity to get an opportunity, and you have to convert. But it's 15 in-game minutes here. This is that key period now. What's it going to be? Is it going to be win, lose, or draw? We're about to find out here.
Number 5 for Lotfi. Question for United fans is, will there be a number 6? Oh, that's a mistake though. Odegaard has a couple of red shirts to aim for in the middle. Nketiah is there, but that is a vital intervention by Luke Shaw. Still coming here for Arsenal as well. Nketiah has Martinez for company. Jesus is there! Oh, what a chance. So close for an Arsenal fourth.
Yeah, there's a little bit of swagger there back in Osterbuch's attacking prowess and his attacking ability. seemingly recycled the ball in a very dangerous area. Again, if you are Manchester United, you're probably wanting to clear that ball a lot more effectively than giving it away just outside your own penalty area. And as such, giving away a corner, and again, 10 in-game minutes left. It's gonna be a little bit delicate here now as to what happens next.
Well, let's take a listen.
Substitution on the field.
Well, the tone shift is evident to everyone watching. All of a sudden, with that second goal, Lotfi now has that little bit of belief. Has a corner to defend first, though. And Ketia might get there first. Smith Rowe, there's a body of players, a real forest in there.
Had to get that blocking, because that could have gone anywhere.
Ostrovic still coming. Smith Rowe shrugs off Lindelof. Inside with a double touch as well. Jesus waiting. Varane leaps the highest. Oh, lovely ball to Sabitzer. Fernandez will recover here as well. Come back to Sabitzer here. Is there a third? Rashford! Oh, no, no, no! No, no, no.
Manual goalkeeping. I'll help you try and collect yourself while we're there. Manual goalkeeping, tips it on to Rashford. Rashford, with that vital touch from the goalkeeper, didn't have the purchase on it to get it into the back of the net, and instead you heard groans from here, there and everywhere.
Lotfi's still laughing about it. We're into the 90th now, stoppage time. That is heartbreaking. It's happened to the best of us.
It's moments, as we said, it's moments that define the game. And that tip from Aaron Ramsdale was enough to take it away from Rashford, but there is still a chance here.
Final attack of this game, number 2. That's a tactical foul, you'd say, by Gabriel.
Giving away last opportunity here, though. And again, if Manchester United decide to send the bodies forward here, this could cause a little bit of chaos. It's De Gea that's going to take the kicks. Everybody's going forward now.
Game 1 went Arsenal's way, 2-1. One last attack to defend here from United, and there you go. It is another 3 points. His first goal, his first points of the season. Ostrovic has introduced himself. Took a little while here on matchday 3, but he has now announced himself to the rest of the league. Lotfi, though, so close, agonisingly close to that equaliser.
Had Ramsdale not got the tip, I can understand why everyone is probably looking there saying, well, how has Rashford missed that? But when we watch it back on the replay, there's the faintest of fingertip saves from Ramsdale that basically puts that ball not where Rashford thought it was going to be, and as a result, that's that difference maker. As we'll see it again here, but again, fantastic performance from Ostrovic. Got his first win on the board, got his first goals on the board, and gets that monkey off the back.
Well, it started out doom and gloom, didn't it? With that early, I think it was second minute goal, but then that stroke of brilliance to go under the wall, sold everyone in the building.
Even me as a pundit, I don't think I'd see it.
I honestly did not expect that. I was looking for the man on the run. Lotfi, no doubt, was doing the same. And then from that to turn this one home as well with Jesus, a real target man for Arsenal, and Ostrovic putting it into good effect there in the first half.
Yeah, and again, as I said at the time, I was tapping for the pullback to the edge of the box, and instead he found a brilliant ball into the centre of it instead. And we just saw it kind of, you saw, as we said, that kind of pause from Lotfi, that was where that mentality kind of shifted, and you could see that there was that unease at that point. And as soon as you kind of, as you said, you saw a controller down and chats to referees, and you know, as great as that is, or as as good as you think it might be useful, in reality of the situations, it kind of gives your opponent an extra goal, because it's essentially, well, I know I'm in your head at that point.
Absolutely, Ostrovic there with his third. And of course, the moment we're all waiting for, and I really hope replay's got this, they must have. Of course, we saw a second from United. That one really could have gone anywhere. That could have been 4 for Arsenal. But once you get the second back from Lotfi, again, just lamenting his luck slightly. There's the second. You're thinking, all right, 15 to go.
Yep.
there's a real chance, but, well...
It's a shame that it's not been caught by the highlights, because we can see that by process of elimination, it's Roxa versus Nexa.
It's enough time to dwell on the past a little bit later on, but as you say, we have a game number 3 between these two English giants. Nexa for United to try and do what his two compatriots weren't able to do in games 1 and 2 and secure at least a point on the board here for United.
Yeah, and again, you know, we talk about how rare it is for a 9-0 scoreline. It's only ever been done once, and that was on match day 1 between AC Milan and Inter Milan.
Arsenal going for the clean sweep then. Roxa, who entered today as the joint leading goal scorer throughout the league. So if you're a United fan, you're really worried about the man with a big old smile on his face right now, sat opposite your team on the stage. We often speak to eFootball Championship Pro clubs and players in the dressing room, so to speak, in the practice room as we kick off game number 3. Oftentimes they're really happy when they come away with a minimum of 4 points. It's a sensible goal to set from each match day, because then you're guaranteeing you're taking points away from other teams. Arsenal so far with 6.
Yeah, and again, if it then extends to 9, again, that's a very different prospect. But you can hear above us, you can hear who the rest of the eFootball Championship Pro teams are rooting for here. You can hear every chance of an Arsenal goal, they are lauding it with excitement.
Odegaard with a long ball towards Trossard. It's such an interesting psychological game when you consider the back-to-back-to-back games we have here, because Nexa has been sat on the sidelines studying exactly what Arsenal have been doing to pick apart his two teammates in games 1 and 2. And now it's about if he can put it into practice. Trossard, though, wins the ball back. Jesus versus Varane's an interesting one. Jesus will get the ball back. Can he pull the trigger? He can, but it's only a corner.
One to keep your eye on here as well in relation to Roxa. We know he's very vocal when he plays.
It's Roxa's corner towards Tomiyasu. Cleared away.
Yeah, he's very much one to try and get in the opponent's head in both pre, mid and post game. Of course, Nexa, as we've heard already, also showing that volume.
Partey arriving, that's a strong hand. And headed back towards him, David De Gea. Just keep an eye on those player cams, as you say, Wes. Whenever Roxa is looking towards our right-hand side, it means he's looking towards Nexa and the Manchester United bench. Speaking of, they're coming forward here, Martial. Can't connect with Rashford.
Yeah, it's one certainly to keep your eye on. As we saw last week in relation to Inter Milan, in terms of their performances, it was constantly, every time a goal went in, it was looking over at them, trying to almost stare a hole in them.
Well, real chance here for Nexa of United, but Kieran Tierney covering well there. And what can Roxa produce now? Odegaard. Jesus to Partey. Coming forward again, Roxa here. Jesus, Smith Rowe, double touch, can't fool Wan-Bissaka though. One ball inside towards Anthony Martial. That's a difficult ball to control. Now Nexa's chance to attack as Rashford cannot get past Kieran Tierney. Just cancelling each other out at the moment. That's a good ball though to Jesus. Has a man over on that far side. It was Smith Rowe. Trossard will collect the ball. Well, De Gea has made a bit of a mess of that, and Trossard recovers, beats his man as well. Versus Fernandez now. Odegaard versus Casemiro. The latter steals the ball away, and well now, defensive to attack potentially. Very frenetic pace we're setting here. Trossard waiting for the ball. Will he go for goal?
So hard to see where that ball ended up.
Now Sabitzer. To defeat Fernandez. I hope our fellow eFootball Championship Pro players are watching this game, because this is the standard so far here in match one that we want to see. Trossard now on the near side towards Odegaard arriving, and that one very, very wide.
As a player that you'd want heading the ball, Martin Odegaard, probably not top of your list if you're a fan of Arsenal, but in terms of the way that this game is building currently, it's all Arsenal. It's all Roxa. In terms of Roxa's real estate of the field, it's all going towards that Manchester United goal. It's going to need something special from Nexa just to break that resolve, because again, to put some confidence or to knock the confidence of a player, you're going to have to make them respect you.
Just looking at the contrast in body languages between the two sets of players there on the stage. Arsenal in Roxa and in Dominator, all smiles, very happy, very relaxed. On the other side, Nexa looking very strained, and well, some defence to put into practice here as Smith Rowe trying to beat Varane. Inside to Odegaard, Trossard as well, beats Casemiro, and oh yes, what a goal that is! Roxa opens the scoring in quite some fashion.
That is absolutely sublime. In terms of the feints, and again, you know, we could talk very technically about this, but you can see on the screen, just trying to just unseat Nexa's defence in terms of what is he going to do next. There were super cancels, there was tricking players. You see there the footwork there from Smith Rowe. Again, neat back heels. It's that key touch there. Takes the defender away from the controlled strike. Instead puts it the other side. Fantastic finish there from Roxa.
Lovely back heel, but there's still work to be done with the finish, because it's at De Gea's near side, and even Roxa, he's pretty happy with that one. Of course, you're going to be happy no matter how the ball goes into the net. But, well, United here straight away with Martial. Fernandes arriving. Almost an immediate reply.
Manual goalkeeping is required, and we heard it said so much at match day 2. You are always at your most vulnerable when you've just scored a goal. And again, great save there, and again, great defensive work from Tomiyasu to get that one cleared. Arsenal going to have to be careful here.
And they are, as it's a United corner. In swinger. Headed down to Savitzer. Martial there as well. Strong save by Aaron Ramsdale. Confirmation, Roxa, 8 goals on the season. Ramsdale punches again here. Joining his teammate in Dominator as joint scoring leaders so far. And there's a chance for more. Ball to Jesus, follows it in as well, but good defending by Nexa.
Yeah, you can see there the confidence of Roxa just coming through. And what I like about Roxa, having spoken to him, as we said, we talk to them in mixed zones and in practice areas. He loves to just strike the ball. He just wants to hit it. As soon as he's got an opportunity to shoot, he will just shoot. And that, again, will bode to be something that United need to watch out for here. You don't want to give him too much of a sight at goal, because he's not frightened to shoot.
Half-time rapidly approaching here. Just the 1 minute added on. Nexa with a chance to finish the half strong, but I believe the referee might just blow his whistle here as Varane retains possession, and there it is, half-time. Roxa 1, Nexa 0. Just take a look at the cameras. Second half underway. Roxa looking to start strong here. Jesus was just waiting, licking his lips at that potential opportunity. For all this good effort from Roxa, the silver lining for United fans is that, yes, it is a long way to go, but it's also only the one goal.
It is only the one goal, and it's sometimes it is the most delicate lead to hold within eFootball. Again, you don't want to be too passive with your possession, but at the same time, you want to try and extend your lead.
Trossard to Odegaard, back to him now. Goalkeeper called into action once more. Roxa's looking really good for his money here.
And he's certainly trying to get that secondary goal just to get that little base that he'll need to just be happy and know that if one goal does go in, okay, well, it'll be 2-1 at that point. Of course, danger is still not over here for Arsenal.
To be the outswinger here of Ødegaard towards Tomiyasu. Xhaka wins the ball back. Final third here for Arsenal as well, so very dangerous here for United fans. That's a delicious looking ball. Now's the chance for Nexa and United. Rashford was hoping that run of Martial wouldn't just steal his grasp, but unfortunately for them it did.
Yeah, it's just not got the runners ahead of him at that point, and that's why you could hear the kind of the groans of Nexa and of Manchester United. They know, or they saw in that instance, they did not have the runners going forward.
Well, Nexa needs to keep his head here because it's a 2-on-1 at the back. It's Jesus, he's got him out for support as well. It's Trossard! Vital save there by De Gea.
A little bit too cute from Roxa, a little bit too cute. Manual goalkeeping wasn't employed until that pass across. So you could see that big save, it was required, but a little bit too cute. Just a little bit, but you can see the almost anguish on Nexa's face there.
What's wild is I'm pretty sure that replay's from before the counter-attack, so important to keep your head here if you're Nexa, still in this one.
The attendance for this match was 72,306.
Now.
As you said already before, if you're in an emotional state at this level, it doesn't always bode well. Like we've seen players who get fired up and that helps, but being in a almost well, everything's going against me type of phase, it doesn't really do anything for anybody.
Oh, referee's happy to let play run there. Might work out in United's favour. Fred now. Martial back heel to Sabitzer, just cut out though by Granit Xhaka. And there's Martial. Rashford! There's your equaliser! We said it! 1-0, such a dangerous scoreline. And Nexa head in hands, but he's back in the game.
That's what you have to do. At this level, you have to collect yourself, you have to compose yourself and find your best level. And in that instance, he has done. Fantastic bit of movement. And again, it's just something that's needed. Neat little kind of triangle football, allows you the ability to get the chance on. And again, somebody like Marcus Rashford, you're not going to give them many opportunities at that distance. And again, finds the back of the net and United have an equaliser.
That's truly wonderful. Because it's so easy to lose your head at certain phases of the game. But to have that composure and have that wherewithal to find that extra pass, no doubt it will do wonders here for Nexa's mentality. You can hear from the communication. Full disclosure, I don't speak French, but it's gone from moans and groans to, okay, well, what can I do now to try and win this game?
It's amazing how a goal going in will change a discussion.
Goal number 4 sees United equalise the score here in game 3. 20 in game to go for a winner for either side. Sabitzer will steal the ball back here. There's United players over as Rashford tries to cut inside. Tomiyasu makes amends. Fred, though, has a chance to find Rashford. That's a very tame header.
Had to be cool there in defensive Roxa. Don't dive in, don't give away anything too cheap.
Oh, he was defending moments ago, but now Roxa. Who can he find? Jesus on the run. Good tackle by Tomiyasu. Do not blink here. Poised on a knife edge. That's a wayward ball, though. Ødegaard will win the ball back. Approaching the final 10 in-game minutes. Who can Roxa find? Ødegaard with the strike. Vieira almost recovering. Now, final 10. Rashford with the double touch beats Tomiyasu. United throw in here in Arsenal territory.
Substitution for Arsenal. Number 8.
So we rejoin the action. Final 10 in-game minutes. United throw in.
Number 83.
You can see games 1 and 2's results at the top of your screens. And Roxa coming forward here. Vieira, ball to Jesus. Oh, almost snuck in. He had a perfect angle on it, Wes.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great find for one. And again, you have those choices. You could either try and head it back across goal and hope that if it was Trossard that's waiting there, or you can try and read a manual goalkeeping, which is exactly what Roxa tried to do there, and tried to sneak it into the near post. Oh, goes for a corner. You can see how close hit that was, and he knows the opportunity that was there.
Coming down to the business end of this game. Not down to Trossard. Jesus is there, and it's a winner potentially for Arsenal. Roxa back in front. It's Jesus. It's Roxa. It's Arsenal. 2-1.
Like we said, the danger is never over. If it goes for a corner, there is always time, and there's certainly with the ability of these two players, there is always a moment of danger that will come. And again, some slight ricochets in here. Again, the shot from Trossard deflected. Jesus reacts the quickest and heads it into the back post. It's advantage Arsenal, and potentially all 9 points could be going to Arsenal.
We've only seen it happen once so far this season. AC Milan on matchday 1 in the Milanese derby. 9 points out of a possible 9. Only around 5 or so in-game minutes plus stoppage time separates the Gunners from joining AC in a very elite group. Number 9. Approaching the 90th minute here soon. De Gea has come a long, long way. Dare I say some somewhat sarcastic applause from the Manchester United players.
Well, certainly, but it won't do them any good at this point, because again, complaining about what's been and gone, it's pointless.
Got to keep your head in the game here. 90th minute, 4 minutes added on. Smith Rowe now. The beneficiary will actually decide he wants to keep the ball. Can't be Casemiro though, and do not blink here as Martial looks to try and find Sabitzer. Will Ramsdale get there? He will. And you just wonder whether or not that will be all the time ticked off of that clock. And it is 9 points from a possible 9. For Arsenal Football Club. Commiserations to Manchester United, because all games were so close, but today Arsenal showed that little bit of class. And they come out with all 9 points.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic set of results, and I'm sure I'll pick up in a moment in the mix zone with Indominator. But again, fantastic performance from them. Really well-rounded performance.
Really well-rounded indeed, and I feel the big winner of it all, of course, Arsenal Football Club, but don't forget, Ostrobridge prior to today, no points, no goals. I think he'll be very happy with today's work. You see him in picture there. That one will do him a world of good. Semra, what a incredible first match we had. between the English derby. If the rest of the games start to go that way, then I can't help but feel we're going to be seeing me lose my voice for what would be almost a third time in this competition.
Well, I have to say, at least I saw you get to your feet, because clearly you were really into it, standing up while you were commentating this game. And I tell you what, there obviously is something about derbies. We saw it between the Milan derby and match day 1, where one side collected all 3 points in AC Milan, and today an all-English affair, and you see Arsenal with a clean sweep, and it's the first time, I think, ever that we've seen a team collect all 9 points in a season, and now it's happened twice.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it's a great day to be a Gunner, isn't it? Because now the virtual world is reflecting the real world, because Arsenal are top of the table at the eFootball Championship Pro, 18 points, and obviously in the Premier League, Arsenal are also leading the pack too.
Yeah, that's right, and as a direct rival fan of Arsenal, that's pained me to say, but you know what, I'm not biased
Sorry,
in
I'm just going to rub it in a little bit more then, eh?
But 9 points out of a possible 9. They'll be over the moon, and you can probably hear at home some hoops and hollers from the studio here. It's because Arsenal absolutely delighted with that result, as they should be.
As they should be, indeed. And I tell you what, in Dominator, he was really impressive last time out, but I think he also did one better this time by scoring what they call in Spain a cowtail turn. Don't know if you remember this.
No.
La cola de vaca de Romario. Do you remember Romario at FC Barcelona?
I think it was maybe a bit before
I
that
think
time.
it was a bit before your time. Well, I've just aged myself there. But anyway, it was a beautiful goal, wasn't it? For me, it was probably a contender, the best goal of the day so far, but it was sensational from him, sensational for his teammates as well, as he really set the course that they were on to make sure that they got all 9 points.
Yeah, I think they are no doubt so happy. I mean, it's the perfect result. When you go into a match day, obviously you're thinking, you know, a perfect goal would be 9 out of 9, and you know, realistic, maybe 4 points. 9 out of 9, you're so happy. On the other side, of course, Manchester United, bit of work to do.
Yep.
Need to try and figure out their most effective team available, I feel.
All right, well, we'll see how they fare going forward and how they react to this heavy defeat for today. Wissa is with Indominator, the captain of Arsenal, after their hat-trick of wins for today. So let's get some insight as to how he feels.
Thank you very much, Semra. And of course, I am here with Indominator, captain of Arsenal. Congratulations, first and foremost, on a maximum points victory over Manchester United. It's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. It definitely feels good. On the other hand, when you're looking at the games, I think there's still loads of improvements watching at today's games. And yeah, the way we conceded the goals, I think those are the points we have to improve, because most of the time I think there were certain moments where the focus wasn't 100% from all 3 of us. And for me personally, the game, when I was leading 2-1, the game management was perfect. But on the other hand, when I'm watching my 2 teammates, this is something they can still improve, the game management, because when they were leading, sometimes they conceded a few goals unnecessary, actually. But yeah, we're going to work on that, and hopefully we can even perform better. 9 points is nice, but yeah.
Well, you called it as well, talking about your teammates. You know, we'll touch on with Osterbuch. How good is it to see him finally get off the mark?
It's very good, very important for us that he wins, also for his own confidence, of course. 9 points for the whole team. This will give an extra boost, and hopefully we can take this to the next match days as well. So,
well, speaking of next match day 4, it's going to be against AS Monaco. How do you tackle that beast?
AS Monaco, yeah, the 3 times champion. It's always going to be tough. They got a wonderful play in the likes of Ousmane Kabil. But yeah, we are the Arsenal. We got 3 amazing players, 3 amazing individuals, and hopefully we can perform as well over there. So
it's great to hear from you. So guys, that's from Indominator. Back to you guys.
For that Weza in Dominator. Well, it may come as no surprise, but thanks to his handful of goals for today, he's actually now on the leaderboard of the goal scoring charts as number 1 in the list. If memory serves me well, it's now 9 goals. Is it 8 goals? Sorry, he's actually second in place. I thought he was a little bit higher up, so my apologies for that. But of course, that was before Roxa's game. That's what happened there.
Absolutely right.
That's what happened. So now Roxa's actually first in the list. And I think it's also worth mentioning, Rox himself has had a hat-trick of wins, by the way, across the 3 match days. I'm not sure anybody else has done that so far yet.
It'd be interesting to check the stats on that, because I'm not entirely sure, but I will say, before coming into this match day, really looking forward to as Maccabi and Roxa go sort of head-to-head at the top of this particular list. Indominator's hanging on in there.
Yeah.
He's only 1 goal behind Roxa, and that's absolutely no disrespect to Indominator, but when you look at the firepower that Roxa brings, and there's Maccabi, of course, multiple-time world champion, we're expecting those two to really go head-to-toe, but, you know, we're seeing Indominator really up there.
We are indeed. Well, considering who we have coming up next, Wes, if we take a look at this list, do you see anybody else climbing their way up throughout the day?
I think it's Eterito, if you're looking at players that will want to kind of reassert their dominance on the goal table, I think he's certainly one to watch out for.
Right. Well, just a quick word about Arsenal before we move on to the next game. One of the positives to highlight is the fact that Ostribucci mentioned no wins, no goals before today, but he came out swinging, and against his former club, that's probably the best time to do so. But Indominator was actually saying as well that there were some things he felt that need to be worked on, need to be improved upon. What do you think that might be, Wes?
Well, I think it's when you are ahead within the game of eFootball, it's how you close out the game. You know, we saw it from commentary. There was still a couple of opportunities here and there quite late in the game for Manchester United to get back into the game. And I think he'll be maybe looking to his teammates to maybe try and iron those out and try and lessen those opportunities, because that way then, of course, they can walk away again with 9 points and everything's rosy in the garden, as they say.
Oh, I like that expression. I've never heard that before. Well, maybe you'll be the gardener then, or somebody will be the gardener. Another thing I imagine would be clean sheets, because they didn't manage to pick up any for today.
No, I think they'll be disappointed when we speak about mentality, as Wes so rightly said. When we looked at Nexa, Lotfi kills you when they went down a goal, very upset with themselves, upset with the game, whatever it was. When you listen to Indominator's post-match interview, he's focusing on the mistakes that they made and said, yeah, you know what, our focus wasn't there. We didn't see a lot of focus from a lot of the Manchester United players here today, and it's kind of the difference not only in their mentality, but also maybe that reflects in the league table as well.
Well, there you have it. Maybe it just wasn't their day for today. We'll see how they bounce back in the next time that they feature here in the eFootball Championship Pro competition. But for now, we're going to turn our attentions to the next matchup. And it really is an intriguing one indeed. You have the penultimate side, at least at the start of the day, against the second team in the list as well. But now we'll see how it goes for both of them. It's going to be Monaco against AC Milan.
Of course, leading us through the post-game and making sure we're keeping our P's and Q's, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, making sure we're staying out of trouble, Wes. But speaking of trouble, Usman Kabil has taken the hot seat first and foremost. We have AS Monaco, multiple-time winners of this competition, finding themselves, as Semra said, in the penultimate position, 7th out of 8 teams. Not where they would have expected. On the other side, AC Milan, a fantastic match day 1, match day 2, leaving a little bit to be desired. We're probably thinking this is a case of Usman Kabil, AS Monaco, trying to catch AC Milan on potentially a bit of rocky form here.
Yeah, I mean, we said it in match day 2, is that when we walked away from looking at AC Milan's gameplay, we had more questions than answers, because we had seen match day 1, maximum points. Match day 2, I think it was 1 point, I think, against Manchester United. So you kind of look at them and say, okay, well, you've played against 2 quite tough opponents, in one being a derby and one being Manchester United. But now we've just seen Manchester United kind of be blown away by Arsenal. It kind of suggests, well, where is this form going with this team?
Well, we're about to find out, as Usman Kabil will be going up against Sassinho for AC Milan. Of course, make sure you stay up to date with all the eFootball socials. You can see them on your screen now. Sassinho entering the day with 4 goals to his name, but only 3 points. 3 points out of 6. I think you'd be fairly happy with that contribution to your team. But when you look at them, very polarising results. A 3-1 win on match day 1 against, of course, Merriman from the other Milanese side in the competition, Inter. Then you come over to match day 2. You play against United, Nexa. We know he's a very, very strong player, former MVP of the competition. And then you lose 3-1. So you've won 3-1, you've lost 3-1. If you're a betting man, you're probably thinking this one's going to be 3-1.
Most definitely. But this is it. I mean, we've also seen kind of the almost the Jekyll and Hyde nature of Uzmak Abil as well. Let's kind of talk to it on that side of things. 1-1 against Mestre, match day 1. Came out match day 2, all guns blazing. 6-1 it was against Stifler of AS Roma. What version of Uzmak Abil is going to turn up? And more importantly, you know, we talk about Monaco, we talk about Uzmak Abil at length. You talk about the two players he's got alongside him. The through thread here is that Monaco, throughout all of their iterations of lineups, have still been able to achieve greatness. So now it's a case of, can they go ahead and do it again?
Well, I'd hate to take the spotlight away from either of these two teams, who of course will be wanting to fight for this beautiful piece of silverware come the end of the season. But I think one team that will be very interested in watching this match, Arsenal, they'll be in a great state of mind knowing they'll play AS Monaco on the next match day, having just taken 9 points from 9. All is good for them, but still maintain focus on what will be a very difficult Monaco lineup to go up against on the next match day. Of course, that's the task for AC Milan here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you are Arsenal, you're looking at this, you're probably looking at this and saying, okay, well, we've walked away with, I think, if my maths are correct, 16 points in 2 match days. Oh, okay, actually, we're back on form here. And again, if you're AC Milan, the onlookers for this one are in the last game of today. So they've got a good while to wait, have Barcelona to take a look at what they're going to be up against the next match day. Not only have they got to go up against Inter Milan this match day, they're going up against AC the next one.
Promise this is the last time we'll talk about Arsenal, but just to confirm, 18 points across 2 match days, not 3 match days, excuse me. Not bad at all.
It's not bad going.
Not bad going for the London club. But for now, AS Monaco are the spotlight against AC Milan. Monaco, multiple time champions, 7th place in the league, just 5 points across 2 match days, and not the type of performance we expect out of the likes of Eldridge Cams. Uzmak Abil has, as you said, won 6-1, but you expect AS Monaco, which is strange if you're watching this for the first time, but you expect AS Monaco to be towards the top 3 league positions.
Yeah, but I think that says a lot to their roster changes. I think it also says a lot in terms of play styles of those players. I was speaking to, I'll keep the confidence of said player, but they were talking to me before a ball was kicked today, and they were talking about how their team that they play doesn't really suit their play style because they're skill touch or skill move heavy on what they like to do, and some of their players may not necessarily be equipped to do that. And I think something needs to be said there about Cams and with O'Neill is that they've got to get used to a brand new side here. They, last season I believe it was Manchester United. You're now with Monaco, and there's a different level of expectation with them as well.
Well, speaking of the Monaco boys, they have a chance, after seeing Manchester United drop so many points, a chance for them to really get back in that playoff hunt as they are entering the match day, and it still stands this way, 4 points behind the Manchester club. So decent performance here, you get the job done and you'll be leapfrogging the English club. We've spoken about Monaco, let's have a little chat about AC Milan before we kick off here. 9 points from 9. Arsenal now joining them in that club after their performance in match number 1 of this match day. They fell off on match day 2, didn't they? We have a lot of questions about AC Milan here, about what kind of team they're going to bring, what kind of performance they're going to show up here on the stage. It's difficult to really put the finger on the pulse of AC Milan.
Yeah, it is, because again, for those kind of within the know, you had Naples, who was kind of their marquee captain and kind of marquee signing when they established themselves in the eFootball Championship Pro. Cecchino and Quirito, not necessarily that well known within the esports circle, however, have proven themselves to actually have capabilities and the ability to put together good performances. The issue now becomes, of course, is can the team match up properly, or can it match up against Monaco? You talk about player matchups. You're going to have a look at Zlatan Ibrahimovic versus Marapan. Do those two marry up? Is the physicality battle going to be the thing that wins the day here?
Well, match number 2 of match day number 3 is now well and truly underway. It is Cecchino of AC Milan in the black and red going up against Uzmak Abil. Need I say more? Lealdo with an early chance here, still in the danger area. And it's a goal for Milan. 4 minutes gone. Zlatan He's headed it home.
It's chaos. It's utter chaos is what we've just seen there. You saw dummies and super cancels from AC Milan. And then it's just, again, benefiting from chaos. When these chances provide themselves, as we'll see here, ball goes in, it's ricocheted off the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, not cleared by defender. He said it pops up nicely. And again, Zlatan's going to head that home without worrying about where it's come from. It's a goal, and that's it. So it's 1-0 to AC Milan, and they have a lead here.
They do, and there was questions of offside, but there was at least one defender playing him on, so that goal will stand, and it's goal number 5 of the season for Cecinho and his AC Milan team, which entered the matchday second in the table. Looking to continue to climb here.
And we talked about play styles of certain nation players. We talk about, we've spoken about the French at length already. The Italian play style is get a goal ahead and then frustrate your opponent, get them to be lured out of where they are, and then strike them again. That's going to be where you're going to see here.
Well, Ben Yedder has been a firm favourite of Monaco, and well, Volland is there on the far side, and there's your reply. Uzmakabil. You cannot keep him down. We're in for a game here.
We are indeed. We are indeed. Again, the composure, again, to take that touch, to not try and take the volley or not try and take a header or not try and take it first time. Instead, takes the touch, gets it down, then controlled strikes it. Brilliant finish from Uzmakabil.
That is a brilliant finish. To see the run on the far side.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. Just this touch, takes it under control, gets it down, hits it on the half volley, pops it into the back of that. Brilliant finish.
And I use the expression, don't poke the bear when it comes to Uzmakabil. I did feel a little bit sorry seeing AS Roma's Stifler going up against him on match day 2 after what was no doubt a disappointing result for the 3-time world champion Uzmakabil, who's now scored his 8th of the season so far. Because after being frustrated by Mestre on match day 1, just a 1-1 draw, Stifler underwent the full wrath of Uzmakabil and is coming forward here again. And I do worry that maybe Cecinho is susceptible to coming under the same sort of wrath, and if he's not careful, maybe a similar sort of scoreline. But let's not count out Cecinho just yet. He's proven he can score multiple times in the league, 5 goals to his name. He's coming forward here as well, looking for Leao on that far side.
Yeah, you can just see now it's starting to just settle into a little bit of a rhythm for these two teams. Both have got a goal here, but both are still trying to address each other's defensive frailties. But it's a poor passing move there by Uzmakabil.
It was a nice knockdown, but the resulting pass is just a little bit short of the target, and that might just give the chance here. Cecinho with the cross, looking for the player there, and Cecinho back in front. Beautiful, and all smiles on the Milanese side of the stage. 2-1.
It's a brilliant ball into Di Catalare. Fantastic finish. But again, we talked about physicality, we talk about stature. The forwards that AC Milan have at their disposal, Rafael Leao, Ibrahimovic, the goal scorer just there, all are physically imposing players. And again, if you give them half a chance aerially, they're going to find the finish. Again, this neat little intricate play here. Diaz gets the ball out to Rafael Leao. Again, an open look, as it were, for Rafael Leao to find that ball in. And you can see there at the back post, hand up, give me the ball, give me into this position. Brilliant leap there. It's almost like he's got springs in his boots.
It's what we look for so much, is that hand up from the virtual player will just peel away from that full back or that defender at the back post, and it leaves so much space to be exploited. That, by the way, goal number 6 for Cecinho, so he's soaring up the goal scoring charts.
Slowly coming into their own. I think in terms of the players themselves, I think they're finally now getting comfortable with coming away from home, coming into an environment of offline play, and starting to just get that bit of comfort level.
Oh, speaking of comfort, Zlatan's here, and this is where he's comfortable, goes for goal. Will win the header here as well. Leao Forces the corner. Cecino, he's on the hunt here.
That's the thing, you've got to keep your foot down. You've got to keep that pressure on. It's all well and good having the lead. Against a player like Maccabi, though, you have to keep your foot down. You have to keep going. You have to get as many goals as you can because, you know, in terms of, you know, kind of guarantees in life, it's death, it's taxes, and Maccabi scoring more goals.
Just ask Mestre at the finals of last season. He knows what that feels like. Corner to come for Milan. Inside with Diaz, but Golovin is there. Ben Yedder now. Dispossessed but unfairly, says the referee.
I'll say this much as well, it will not take much for Maccabi to get going here again either.
Golovin, Boadu is there. Anyone following? Tonali for the defence will clear that one away. Is Maccabi a little bit annoyed he didn't have any runners there? No one following the ball in.
No one following the ball in, but more importantly, it's a really good manual save there from Cecino. And interestingly, we talk about tactics, we talk about players. You'll have a look on the right-hand side of your screen. Rafa Leao deployed deep out wide, as in touchline, have chalk on your boots. That's exactly where AC Milan's game plan is get balls into the box.
Just keep an eye out then on that far side for the final 15 in-game minutes of this first half, as no doubt that will be the outlet for AC Milan. Maccabi now on the ball. What can Monaco do to try and chip away at this lead? Enrique. Fofana. Good build-up from Maccabi so far, looking for Volland. Ben Yedder. Oh, yes! Oh, yes, Ben Yedder for AS Monaco. A tale as old as time in this competition. 2-2.
As sure as night follows day, Wissam Ben Yedder will be there or thereabouts in terms of goal-scoring ability. Again, really well worked here from Maccabi. Goes backwards, waits for the... Again, we're waiting for those lines of players to move forward. Again, finds a controlled finish, gets it through traffic, finds an open look and gets the goal. And again, it is an equaliser and a big equaliser in that for Maccabi and for AS Monaco.
One of my favourite types of goals that was. Back in the old days, you know, Pro Evolution Soccer days, I used to score those goals and then I'd go into the replay and get the right angle on it to see the curve and see the beautiful finish and the ball physics in this game. But it's enough about 8-year-old Harry playing old school games. Right now, as Maccabi is now the joint leading goal scorer of this professional competition. And what a game one we've had here. We asked for an encore of match one. Boy, Cecino and Maccabi giving it to us here. It's the latter on the offence. Far side, chance to cross one in. Golovin, Ben Yedder, good closing down by Milan. Half-time approaching here, Wes.
Yeah, it's really delicately poised here as well. Looking at how these two teams are both performing, you see that Rafa Leao out on that left-hand side, and he's waiting for those runners in the box. Instead, though, he's going back the other way with AS Monaco.
Well, I called for it. Roxa and Maccabi being the two superstars, in my opinion, of this goal-scoring chart so far. We still have Eterito to come as well. No doubt he'll want to join that race, but they're tied at the top. 3 minutes added on here in the first half of game one. Cecino starting to build now. Touched by Leao. Well, he's hounding the defender here, but the referee, I think, he's not too happy about what he's seen here.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to get the ball back a little bit too aggressively there.
Final attack of the half, no doubt. Leao once more, that outlet for AC. Cleared away though by Monaco, and that will signal the end of an action-packed first half. AC Milan 2, Monaco 2.
in the greatest of ways, that felt like that lasted forever.
Yeah.
That felt like a really good half of eFootball in terms of watching both gameplay, or watching gameplay from both players. Both not willing to give each other any leeway. There is, every time there is an opportunity, there is danger for both teams here. How's your Italian, Harry?
Oh,
just as good as your French?
Yeah, about that. Just listening to some of the tweaks and some of the change in tactics here from the Milan side. You can see the quick counter tactics here, Wes, and I wonder whether or not it's a bit of a second guess, kind of stick or twist type of thing. Maybe he's starting to twist now, thinking that a player of Uzmakabil's counter is going to start latching onto that Leao outlet. We're into the second half here with Monaco in the ascendancy. 2-2 though.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the quick counter play style, once you lose the ball, all of your players are trying to recover that ball very quickly. So again, it's trying to put more pressure on Uzmakabil. Once he reclaims the ball, he's got to move that ball quickly, but he has to be accurate with it. It's a brilliant through ball.
Boadu here, and that's the third for Uzmakabil. A hat-trick for the three-time world champion. 3 goals. He sits alone now at the top of the charts. But more importantly for his Monaco team, he could be well on his way for 3 points.
Well, we literally had said it. No sooner we was almost predicting what was coming. We said he has to be more accurate with the football, and as such, he finds a brilliant through ball. And Boadu, again, neat little finish, beats Magna at his near post. And again, as I said, probably the most angry person I've ever seen play eFootball, and you will never know what the scoreline is just looking at him.
Well, we can tell you the scoreline, 3-2, double digits, the first player of the competition this season to break that milestone. Piles all the pressure back onto Cicinho here. Always a difficult player to play against. Ben Yedder now, double touch, goes for goal, might come to Boadu here. Monaco still on the offensive. Volland beats his man, has plenty of space to work with here as well. Kamara, Golovin, back heel to Boadu. Is there an avenue through? Tonali says no. Now look out for this quick counter. Cicinho coming forward. Here is Leao playing a little bit more centrally now. On the hour mark. Nice little spell for Cicinho.
Got to make them count though, especially against somebody like Uzmakabil. You have to make these kind of purple periods count. Got to make them count if you're going to be profitable in this competition.
Beautiful football here by Cicinho, but the pressure from Uzmakabil will lead to a corner. I guess you could say an unforced error there.
It's delicate, as you can see here. Changes just coming in a little bit here on the AC Milan side of things.
Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 10. Lascia il campo per il...
And subs have been made here for this corner, and oh, that could have been very dangerous.
Very much gone anywhere.
We had a little listen there to the AS Monaco boys. It's always fun to hear what Uzmakabil and the teams that like to strategize by committee, the conversations they tend to have. Of course, Camps, the coach of the French national team, Uzmakabil has great respect for him, so will always value his opinion.
Yeah, I think it goes to be said, having players around you who you respect.
Oh, there's a chance here though for Milan. Leao, double touch inside. That's a great save. A necessary one. Leao still hanging in there. danger averted for now.
And what I will say is this as well, in terms of what we were talking about in terms of player selection for Monaco, the additional volumes of players cannot come quick enough for these guys to actually have a look at some of reinforcements around the field.
Excellently cut out by Cecinho. He's been rewarded by a bit of space to run into here. Diassi, vital intervention. 15 in-game minutes, and it seems to be one-way traffic here. Maccabi cannot seem to get out. That potentially a sign of that struggle.
And vitally, he has the lead still, though, and with the time ticking down, as we've said so often before, as long as that ball's in play.
I
think AC Milan just checking how many pauses they have left.
Guarda, ma via Tucker, se non vi aver fatto un po' a classe
It's fascinating to listen to. Just again, like we said, you may not understand the language, but the body behaviour in the language of that, you know, the way that they are speaking will tell you is that both players know they're still in this game.
Well, Rebic has entered the field of play. Haven't seen too much involvement of him so far here in match 2 of match day number 3. This is game 1 if you're just joining us. Milan searching for an equaliser. Rebic. Unsuccessful that time. Krunic might be the beneficiary of another bounce here, but no, it will be a throw into Monaco, and that's a little bit of a let-off.
Just needs to give himself a little bit of a respite here. Usman. Let's get it across midfield and try and keep it there just for a little bit, just to try and take some of the time away.
Well, that's a long ball towards the corner. Boadu was giving chase. But you sense this is most certainly Maccabi just trying to take the sting out of this game. Really makes Cecinho work for his money here. Approaching the final 5 in-game minutes. 5 in-game minutes away from 3 points here for Monaco. Maccabi looking to try and add to his already 3 goals today. Time's running out here for Milan in game 1. '90th minute now. Just looking for that bit of quality, that bit of class. Is that enough time to take this game out of the hands of Milan? Knock on by Zlatan. One last attack here. Diassi will clear. And there you go. Maccabi and Monaco, 3 points on the board with a win in game 1 against AC Milan, the 3-time world champion, getting business done on what was a, admittedly, very difficult game 1 for him.
It certainly was. And again, you talk about matchups of teams, and we speak a lot about the stats with those players, but it was the physicality that was showing through for AC Milan in the very early going. It had to be, though, a different style of play from Monaco to unseat them. You have to use the traits and the weapons that are at your disposal. You can't use the same formation, the same type of gameplay in every single game with different teams or with the same team, because that's just not how football works. You have to utilise the weapons that you have at your disposal. And again, as we said before, nobody will know Monaco's weapons better than us Maccabi.
Absolutely, it was a difficult game for him though, as we saw Milan take the lead not once but twice. That one from Sassinho has put him up onto 6 goals on the season so far. Really not bad going at all for a debut season in this competition. It was always going to be a tough ask. Of course, these players don't know the player they're going to be playing against until you're sat across from them. So Sassinho knew there was a 1 in 3 chance he'd be coming up against a 3-time world champion. And I think he's given himself a decent account for himself here, although he'll be disappointed with the result in the end.
Yeah, and that kind of is a little bit of a testament to AC Milan and to Sassinho's performances, is that he knows he's been in the game and he'll be disappointed that he's not walked away with something from that game. Now, this is the one that intrigues me the most in relation to, we're talking about players who need results. If you look at Cam's, he's got 1 point in these first 2 match days. He'll be looking to set the tone. Of course, Eldridge, who we will see in Game 3, he's got no points to his name. He needs to get off the mark. Buzman needs a little bit of backup here.
Absolutely, you can see in the hot seat now, Cams for AS Monaco, the Frenchman up against Kirito of AC Milan. Of course, keep answering the questions at home. We want to know your tactics. We want to know. Come on, I need all the help I can get over here.
Certainly.
But looking forward to, because we had a brief chat, of course, not a brief chat, quite an in-depth chat actually before the show, where it's about AS Monaco's chances this season, because we know as Maccabiel's going to put those points on the board. It's about Cams, it's about Eldridge, it's about what they can contribute to get them at least into that top 6 area come the end of the season, to allow them that chance in knockout football.
Yeah, and it's like we said earlier on, I think you mentioned it briefly in terms of the minimum that players or teams should be probably expecting or wanting from this performance or from this tournament. You're wanting a minimum of 4 points a match day. That would relatively see you through if results go your other way. If you're looking for a minimum of 4, you're realistically only looking for 6 places there.
I love that.
That's a fantastic tactic.
That is a Harry Channon special there, by the way. Thank you very much. Keep them coming, guys. I enjoyed that one. But Cams has Kirito to go up against. When we look at his form so far, 4 points to his name. Has been a steady contributor to the AC Milan side. In fact, has the most points out of his teammates Sassinho and Naples. So 4 for him, 3 for his 2 teammates. So you're thinking that Kirito might fancy himself here when you look at Cams' results. A little bit lackluster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he would be looking at this as a game that he could potentially steal here, but we know the level of Cams. We know what he can bring to the table, as you alluded to, in terms of from coaching and as a player. You know, but I think this one sizes up to be a very interesting game here, because it just depends on what levels these guys bring.
Well, we'll be hoping for the most high level possible as we kick off game number 2. It is Monaco versus Milan, and well, it's Cams and Monaco here looking to strike first and early. Radu still giving chase. Kirito and AC Milan in the classic strip, as it will be a decent defensive header to settle things there at the back.
Yeah, Cam's looking to try and really set that tone and set that pace early on here.
Kirito then, 4 goals so far this season. He's capable of scoring, we know that. The question is, can he replicate his matchday 1 performance when he beat Arda Golazzo 2-1?
Errant input there that's caused the corner.
Corner to Milan.
Cam's a bit frustrated if this results in a goal for AC Milan.
Watch this space as Diaz to Ibrahimovic. Kamara gets there first. It's always going to be a tentative start of this match as the players just get to grips with how it feels up there on the stage. They get to feel out the opponent as well, having just watched such a frenetically paced game between Maccabiel and Sassinho. Another corner here for Milan. Diaz to swing it in. Ibrahimovic is the target. Rebic, he tucks it home. And a perfect opener here for Kirito, his 5th of the season, to put Milan ahead again.
It's always who reacts first. From those goalkeeper saves and from those deflections, who reacts first. And Rebic was there on the double as quick as you like. You can see it was the most basic of corners, and I mean that with the greatest of respect, because we sometimes see trickery, we see flick-ons, we see everything else. Instead, it was just put the ball into the box, let Ibrahimovic get a header, and we'll see what happens from there. And again, you know, simple football can sometimes be a really vital thing to have within eFootball.
That it can. There's that man's confirmation. Goal number 5. Barely a reaction from either side of the stage. They know there's plenty more eFootball to be played here in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's certainly a lot of time left on the clock. There's a lot of football left to be played, and there's certainly a lot of passes that have left to be played. As Ben Yedder looks to get away through here.
That's Calabria for company. Beats his man here as well. Golovin had so much time and space, but the service lacking for now. Volland with the letting it run. Boadu! And there it is! Less than 10 in-game minutes since Milan take the lead. Monaco just tap them on the back of the shoulder and say, we're still in this one. Cams scores to make it his 3rd of the season and tie things up here in game 2.
It was all that feint from Volland where he lets it run through his legs. It gives Volland the opportunity to just put the burners on quicker than if he took control of the ball. And again, simplest cutback. Again, as we say, simple is as simple does. It's the easiest chance that was there, and it's just taken clinically. Sometimes, as we said, the most simple things are the most effective things within eFootball.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's what...
that's exactly it.
My old teachers used to tell me. Offside from the kick-off there. Not sure what my teachers would think about what I do nowadays, but...
It's that 8-year-old Harry again, isn't it?
It's a conversation for another time, I think. As we still have Monaco and Milan butting heads here. Cam's looking to try and find Ben Yedder. That's a bit of a disappointing touch. Excellent vision to find him in the first place. Rebic on this near side, tries to play it across to Zlatan, but the goalkeeper very well positioned, needed to be.
Big hands from Nobel there, will take that one clear. And again, you talk about opportunities down the other end of the field. It's a really heavy touch from Ben Yedder, otherwise you'd certainly be looking at this as you know, a go-ahead goal, but as it stands, it's still 1-1.
Brahim Diaz, Leao, this is really nice build-up. Ibrahimovic rifles that one home. Some of the best build-up we've seen so far on matchday 3. Unreal build-up play. The finish matches it. Milan back in front.
Yeah, it was clean. It was clean and it was effective. As you said, just passes and passes and passes. It was 1 touch, 2 touch, 1 touch and goal. So aesthetically pleasing to watch from a passing build-up point of view. And again, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, especially in this type of environment, with the the collective strength of 24-30, he's worth his weight in gold in terms of an ability of a player.
Cams is distraught after all his hard work. Now finds himself down again. Number 6 for Kirito. Staying in contention in that leading goal-scoring charts. In his debut season, no less. Good ball from Cams, though. Here is Boadu. Cutting inside. It's Kier for company. Giving him the runaround in truth. Oh, and that's a lovely ball. Boadu, what can he do with it now? Kier there in the recovery mission. Excellently defended. Keep your eyes peeled here as Milan pouring forward in numbers. Enrique with the challenge, and danger averted for now.
It's just those moments of indecision that are just proving to be the difference makers between whether Monaco can get a second goal here. Yeah, we're not even at half-time yet either. Again, these games, because of how frantic they are, seem to be lasting an age.
We've seen that long, flat switch of the play a couple of times work out in Cam's favour, and well, it's an unforced error. It will gift position here to Cam's. Ben Yedder on the edge of the box, double touch inside. Bouadou still chasing this one. Nothing doing though for Cam's here. Approaching half-time, and Zlatan's strength coming in Milan's favour. Here he is on the ball again, almost giving Maripan the run around. 3 minutes added on. And we just don't know who's going to score next. Bouadou now. To the feet of Ben Yedder. 2 men to aim for. Make it 3 now as Enrique takes a little bit too long on the ball. Will this one roll out and continue play? The answer is no. We will enter the break. AC Milan 2, AS Monaco 1.
Non so che però almeno una taccata. Una sola. Dopo che c'hai il possesso tu puoi fare l'azione.
Interesting to see as we kick off the second half. The majority of the coaching on the Milan side has come from the man that has just been in the hot seat, Cecinio. Talking to Kirito, just talking him through what he personally has experienced, no doubt, and being able to bounce off that is invaluable. That one bounces, fortunately for AS Monaco here. Throw into them.
Yeah, I think so. It's more so of a comfort level in terms of, okay, we know how you're feeling as Bouadou makes his way in.
Yeah, good find, looking for Ben Yedder again. But we speak about comfort level, and it is often that the players that find themselves most comfortable up there on the stage tend to prosper the most. When we think about Roxa, he's bags of confidence, he's bags of comfortability. You've seen the performances he's put in this season. Solid across the board. Cam's now with Volland as Monaco looking for that equaliser here in game 2. To the feet of Bouadou. Volland on the overlap. Kamara, that's a very strong challenge, and well, I think the referee, he's given a penalty here. That is a gift to AS Monaco and Cam's. Kirito versus Cam's on the penalty. Oh. That's cheeky. That is cool. But let me tell you, I like that a lot. That is Milan 2, Monaco 2. The confidence on the chipped penalty, the Penenka, we all love to see it.
We do indeed, but again, coolness in the most extreme pressures. 2-1 down, you've got a penalty after you baited KR into making that challenge and throwing in a leg that you shouldn't have been doing. But again, the composure to then just a little dink down the middle. Thank you very much, there's my equaliser. And interestingly enough, and again, we talk about behaviours, I haven't seen Cam's be this quiet before. Never seen him be so kind of docile. Normally it's arms and theatrics, and instead it's just, no, I've got a job to do here. This is what I'm going to do.
That job's still on. Defensive work to do. Zlatan.
I say that, curse of the commentator, and it's right there.
Zlatan, I always use the term in commentary, rifles, just because his shot is so powerful. It's like nothing else you can see in this game. definite curse of the commentator.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. As we let Abrai chuckle out on the commentary desk.
He heard you and was like, I'm going to make Wes look foolish here. Corner to come. Tomori! Disappointment, I think, from the Milan side, as that was a free header in the box.
Big chance there for Tomori at the back post. Very big chance. And again, it's kind of mirrored by both behaviours there from the players. You saw kind of Kirito just kind of, can't believe that's not going in. And Cams knows how worrying that is to not to see that chance go on.
Volland here, Golovin, Ben Yedder tries to back heel, get a second chance at it here, but that's really good defending. Defensive hounding there from Kirito. Saw confirmation of Cams' 4th of the season across 3 match days. Not a bad return, but it's points they want. And you can hear that in the emotion coming from the Monaco side. Rebic to Calabria. That switch of play to Leao has been very interesting indeed. Diaz blocked and then headed behind for a corner. Good build up there from Milan.
It's delicately poised now, this game is. With that penalty, it is now delicately poised. Both players, you can see, they may not necessarily be showing it on the sticks, but you can see in their gameplay, both are concerned and both are trying to get that next goal. They know how important it is, both to their own aspirations personally, but their team's aspirations going forward into future match days.
Big difference here. Cam's in the zone, headphones on. Doesn't care about what his Maccabeal has to say. Eldridge, you can stay quiet as well. Whereas on the other side, Kirito talking to Naples, talking to Cecchino. What can this corner bring here for Milan? Oh, they've won the header. As we approach the 70th minute here. AS Monaco on the offensive now. Minamino blocks away the clearance. Might just add a bit of pressure here to AC Milan, but they almost get it away cleanly. Diatta, Boadu with the strike. Oh, it's off the woodwork. Diatta keeps it alive. Minamino now. Ben Yedder! There is number 3. And there is Cams in the lead finally. 3-2 to AS Monaco. Can he hold it now?
He took every bit of restraint and every bit of experience to not pull the trigger right there with Minamino. Instead finds that extra pass. Ben Yedder is all alone in the Redwood Forest and finds the back of the net. Fantastic finish. And Cams, as you said, finally takes the lead.
Means so much to Cams, but keeping it cool for now. No doubt we're going to see an emotional response if he can see this through.
There's 18 in-game minutes here.
The final 18. Of course, keep your chat interactions coming as we see the, well, first of all, the confirmation of goal number 5 on the season, but also the final 15 in-game minutes. Boadu is arriving! Oh no! That surely would have sealed it.
It's incredibly tight angle to try and pull that off.
Here's the Milan counter. How painful could this be? Leao! Absolute heartbreak. From almost scoring at one end to conceding at the other. 3-3 now. What a game!
How quickly the tables can turn. You're up one end of the field and you've rued the chance that you had. And instead it goes down the other end. And again, it's this ball from Krunic here, just a scoop ball, gets it into the middle. Rafa Leao just a little bit of a breakaway from that defender, finds the header. And it's an equaliser for Quirito.
Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen, because this has been back and forth. The amount of lead changes we've seen.
Well, the reaction you saw from Quirito was like, I've just scored an equaliser, it's okay.
Well, still 10 in game to go. You know
Absolutely.
it could still go either way. Diatta here for Cams. Minamino! Cams back in front. It's the man who he showed patience with for goal number 3. Tucks it home for goal number 4. And talk me through this one, Wes, because we've seen 7 goals.
It was just footwork here from Diatta. Just gives him the opportunity to come and get the ball. Quirito commits, then allows Diatta the space. Ball goes into Minamino. And Cams is now 4 goals to 3 up in this game.
Well, he started this match day with 2 goals.
Oh, he's up to, well, actually, if you looked at the, you do, yeah, quite rightly. I'm just trying to do the mental maths in my head here. Yep, started the game with 2 goals, started the match day with 2 goals, now up to 6. And that will certainly nestle him in and amongst the runners and riders for top goal scorer. And if results stay their way in terms of points there, Monaco will be very happy indeed if it can stay like this.
It's a very big if, but we said today might be a hallmark day for Monaco to try and get themselves out of that bottom 2 and into that top 6.
And as cheerleaders go, a 3-time world champion isn't a bad guy to have in your corner, right?
Not bad, is it at all? Monaco 3, excuse me, Monaco 4, Milan 3. Milan coming forward to try and get that 4th. Number 6 for the sharpshooter. Look out for Rebic though. Who can he find? It's Leao at the back post. Back in towards Rebic. Will stay alive here for Milan. Leao cannot get past the first man. And that one will be a Monaco throw.
And how Milan would love for some of those legends at the bottom of the screen, having a Ronaldo or a Kaka to call on in this type of scenario. How they'd love it at this point in time. Unfortunately, they do not have those players at their disposal. Instead, it is Ibrahimovic who they do, but Diatta to cut back to Monaco, looking to just try and close down the game a little bit.
Approaching the 90th minute now. It is all or nothing for Milan. Switching the play, looking for Leao. Red though by Cam. 6. A minimum of added on here.
It's a bit generous, to say the least, from the referee.
Ben Yedder's ball goes absolutely nowhere, and that's going to allow maybe one last roll of the dice. But they've lost it, and Cams can come forward here. Minamino electing to just run off some of this clock. He's been fouled as well. That will buy a little bit more time off of that clock.
What you need at this level, if you know how valuable these points are, which I am sure Cams, as Maccabil and O'Neill are very well aware of, they will be looking to close this game out.
Ben Yedder, plenty of space on that far side. Into the 6th of 6 added on. Surely no chance here for Milan to get a breakaway before the referee blows his whistle. Calabria, there will be one last chance. Leao. Oh, this could be a nightmare for Monaco. Frax is there! Oh,
goes wide. What was that you said about an explosion of emotion?
That's a mixture of excitement, jubilation, with a sprinkle of relief that last shot goes wide. It will end Monaco and Cams 4. AC Milan 3, and a valuable first 3 points of the season for Cams.
he'd said in the prelim, or he'd said in the room upstairs, or in the practice room, he had said, I've only got 1 point. I need to break that deadlock. I need to break that duct, and my word has he.
Well, we've got some highlights here, Wes. I don't know where you start. We saw 7 goals in game number 2. After the 5 we saw in game 1, unfortunately for Milan, the pendulum just not swinging in their favour so far in this 3-game match.
It's not been through the lack of trying, though. That's certainly the thing. Not. It's certainly not been through a lack of effort from AC Milan. It's just Monaco have found that, as we said, that as we always have alluded to, about that championship DNA, that championship mentality. You know, the players may switch out, and the players may be different over course of seasons, but the through line stays the same. Monaco can find ways to win.
That they can. This one, if you're keeping count, I believe was Monaco's 3rd, and the first lead taken of the game by Cams at that point. We're thinking, yeah, okay, this is feeling pretty straightforward from here on out. And who comes back? Of course, it's Kirito with Rafael Leao heading it home to make it 3-3, 10 in-game minutes to go with a little bit of change. And there is Minamino. So much patience exhibited on that 3rd goal when he had a chance, as you rightly called out, Wes, to pull the trigger with Minamino, instead played that 1 extra pass.
Yep.
So smartly done.
And sometimes it's those percentage looks that these players will look for. They'll look for that 100% chance, and if it's there, they'll take it. I think sometimes we've been a little bit critical of players not pulling the trigger, not taking a strike when it's on. But sometimes, as we saw there is great value in keeping your composure and finding an additional pass, because it pays you dividends at the end of the game.
That it does. We saw the players there, no time to rest on their laurels. Taking the hot seat, we saw Eldridge O'Neill sit down for AS Monaco. And then we saw Naples sit down for the Milanese side. The Milan side, by the way, which is potentially on the cusp of being on the losing end of a 9 points out of 9 sweep. And after their antics in matchday 1, that's no doubt a feeling they thought they'd never feel.
Yeah, certainly, and it's not something you would have predicted if you'd have got to the end of matchday 1 and said, okay, well, matchday 2, they're going to walk away with 1 point, and potentially they could walk away with no points on matchday 3. I don't think anybody who was looking at the form book at that point would have said, yeah, that's about a right prediction. But certainly, they have got their captain now in Naples, who will hopefully try and restore a little bit of order here, and O'Neill looking for his first victory at this point in time for Monaco. So both have things to play for here.
That they do, as we kick off game number 3 between AS Monaco and AC Milan. It's like a referee just making sure that we're abiding by the rules here up there on the stage. Totally understandable. We do work hard, our referees here in the eFootball Championship Pro. Got to give a big bit of love for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They make everything kind of possible within the confines here, and of course, I believe they're making it a little bit easier for us to make sure that player names are above heads, so it makes it a lot easier for us to call the action at home. So we do thank them a lot for their time and their expertise.
The players are going to hate me for this. Eldridge, Naples, when you watch this back, very sorry. Both players coming off of a loss from matchday 2. Hate to point that out, but this could be a real swing in the fortunes of both Eldridge and Naples here, as the latter has the ball, looking to feed Ibrahimovic inside. But when you look back to matchday 2, 2-0 loss for Eldridge against Roma of AS Roma, a very difficult opponent indeed. Kilzu had in Naples his loss on matchday 2. He's going for potential header there.
Yeah, this is what we say about matchups with players as well. Sometimes you can get an unfortunate draw within the team that you're playing against. You may think, oh, there might be slightly weaker players, but sadly, when you get onto the sticks in eFootball, there's no such thing as a difficult or an easy game, especially at this level.
Yeah, we say these commentary tropes quite often, but it is so true. The other one we say is you don't get these points back, which is why we speak to these eFootball Championship Pro players. They say a lot of the times if we get 4 as a minimum points out of 9, then we're doing all right for ourselves. Right now, I think AS Monaco will be very happy with where they find themselves in the table after this match day. Boadu unable to find the switch there.
And as you said, there's so many attempts at that cross-field switch or that crossover. Certainly feels as though the players who are trying it have identified that there is a bit of a weakness in terms of abilities of players to get that ball across. If you get the ball across quick enough, you're able to cause damage.
Into the feet of Zlatan. Diaz, Rebic is there. Well read in the end by Eldridge, who has been struggling for form at his new club here, AS Monaco. Yet to secure himself a point so far. Of course, we know what Eldridge is capable of, which is why Naples is going to have to keep his wits about him here. Just like that, Diatta is galloping away. Beneda, though, unable to receive the service there, and 25 minutes gone. Not so much to write home about so far here in Game 3. Don't know if we've been spoiled by the action of Games 1 and 2 so far.
I think there would certainly be an argument there that we've been spoiled by the fact that we have seen, by my count, what we're talking 12 goals in 2 games. We are a little bit spoiled here, but there is something to be said about the game that we're watching here, is that Eldridge is trying to get himself into this game. Naples, much the same, trying to just find their feet here. As Rebic makes his way through, looking for Ibrahimovic.
Ibra's there! Ibra scores! Just when we were looking for a little bit of action. Who else but Zlatan to head it home? 1-0.
And as we said, both were trying to find their way into the game. Once you can find those players who you like to go to, your Ibrahimovic's, your Rafaleos, your Baudus, your Diattas, once you start to find them regularly in a game, you'll then find the ability to find them in the box. You'll see there, perfect timing. Ibrahimovic gets past that defender, but he's as the ball is played, so he's not offside, finds himself free in the box. And again, he's a predator.
1-0 to Milan. We've seen that story before. Naples looking to extend the 3 goals he has this season so far. Long ball to Boadu, that's a nice touch. Holland will recover here as well. It's nice, 1-2 almost. Fruitful for him. See a lot of coaching going on there from Camps.
Yeah, it's seemingly that tight, kind of close-knit environment within Monaco is that they're able to sit there and say, hey, this is what we're spotting, this is what we're seeing. Sometimes it doesn't even require a coach to be there. Sometimes it's your teammates that will see it in the heat of battle.
Well, that's the beauty of the offline format. We now have all players in the same place, seeing the same things. Of course, while it was fun playing from home, we still want to know what you at home think. Keep interacting with these polls. We love to see it.
Big support there for AC Milan.
So far, so good for 60% of you here in Game 3 at least. For Games 1 and 2, maybe we don't talk about those. But anyway, Beneda. Tomori cuts that one out. But defensively so far, Naples seems to have the answer to a lot of what Eldridge wants to do.
Ci sarà un minuto di recupero.
Oh, that one's very risky indeed, but Naples able to get away with that one. Cleared up pitch, and that one will signal the end of the first half here in Game 3. Milan 1, Monaco 0.
Yeah, and I'd say on the balance of play, I think you give it to AC Milan. They've had the lion's share of possession. they've had the one opportunity that has been, and they managed to take it. You'd say it's a fair result in this regard. It's just what can O'Neill find in his bag of tricks that he can answer back with here.
So second half underway. Ben Yedder with a stunning strike from distance to kick us off. That's a statement of intent from Eldridge. Got into a good position here and saw the opportunity to take the strike, and why not?
Got to test that keeper at some point.
His reward is a corner on this near side. Looks like it will be an in-swinger. Bit of a waste, to say the least.
So yeah, that was a bit of a waste, to say the very least there. Opportunity to put some pressure on instead. Doesn't even make it into the box.
Bit of a wake-up call, perhaps, to Naples to know he can't rest on this slender lead. Maybe I'll have to go in search of more. Crossfield ball to Ben Yedder. He'll get there with time and space, and oh, that one is very dangerous.
Very close to an equaliser there. Very, very close indeed.
Another in-swinger, this time on target. Fofana to Golovin. And Leao is there to cut that one out. Might just spring the counter here for Milan. Rebic now, look how much time and space he's got. Leao back to him now, oh, and Zlatan's there. Doubles the Milan lead. And the 1-2 between Leao and Rebic, I believe it was, deserved the goal. Zlatan's there to make sure that they get the reward.
Yeah, it was a basic tap-in in the end. It was really good build-up, though, from Naples and AC Milan. Really good build-up. Unlucky to hit the post. It fortuitously comes out, and Zlatan's there to just poke that home. Doubles the lead, and again, Naples isn't going to mind one way or the other. Again, they all count the same.
Devastation on the face of Eldridge, because he knows that has just made his task so much more difficult here in the second half. Wadu back to Diatta. Ben Yedder was waiting, but good read again. Kalulu to cut it out. And that goal is so much more than just number 4 on the season for Naples, as Zlatan actually will get the better of Sarr! 3-0. Naples in control now. After a devastating game 1 and 2, Milan looks set, surely now, to get some points on the board in this encounter.
Yeah, again, Ibrahimovic just bullying Sarr. Just gets around him, takes the ball away from him. You see the through ball there. Again, it's a bit of a foot race, but again, going up against him, just muscles him off, gets ahead of him. And it's a control finish into the corner. 3-0, and that you would say is surely going to be 3 points for AC Milan in this tie. Even with being 3 goals to the good, AC Milan still trying to tweak and make sure that they take these 3 points away.
Just shows the mentality, doesn't it? Milan want to try and replicate that performance from matchday 1 on every single matchday. If this result stays the same, as no doubt it will, see AC Milan back up into second place in the table, of course trailing Arsenal, who had a blockbuster day here today. Still the formality of the rest of this game to play out. About half an hour in game. Surely, I mean, technically enough time for 3 goals from Eldridge, but he's got to get a bit of a wiggle on here, as we say back in the UK. To translate that, that means he has to go fast. Leao, nice touch. Ibrahimovic, Leao! Ibra! I'm going to be saying that so much this season. A double brace from Zlatan today, 4 goals. And that's what he brings to this virtual side. He will follow that strike in. Right place, right time. 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the goals, it's very much rebound city here for AC Milan, but they are profiting from it. That's what you need to do. You need to create these opportunities, and you need to force the goalkeeper into making saves, because, again, when you're on the front foot, your players will follow the ball, as you rightly said. When Ibrahimovic is circling, you've got to give him something to aim at. And if it is a save from a goalkeeper or a deflection, he will try and latch onto it. You've got to put the ball into those areas in the first place to then profit from those rebounds.
.4-0. The most commanding scoreline we've seen so far today. Especially after games 1 and 2, which were so close. Hammer and tongs they were. I mean, Naples has looked in a different class today.
Yeah, he certainly has, but he's had to perform for his team because, again, for those 2 disappointing results in game 1 and 2, they, as you said, it's a goal either side. This, however, has been one-way traffic.
Brahim Diaz. Naples just considering his options here. Leao has been a real focal point, the spearhead in that trident. And well, here is your look at the updated league table as things stand. Still Roma, Bayern, Inter and Barcelona all to play here on match day 3.
So as positive as it has been for AS Monaco, they can still potentially fall out of the top 6 with results left to play.
Bit of a victory lap, you feel, maybe, for Naples here, as now we can just focus on keeping the ball, knowing that the job is well and truly done. Still finding plenty of space on that far side. What do you think has gone wrong for Eldridge today? Is it a case of lack of preparation, not knowing what to expect, or maybe they've been counter-strategized by Naples here?
I think looking at it, I think it's a comfort level with the squad. I think it's a sense of, is he quite as comfortable with Monaco as he would have been with, say, Manchester United? Obviously, we have to bear in mind, he had a good bit of time with Manchester United and got used to the team. This, however, is, what, we're 3 match days in. This all goes clear, but as we're 3 match days in, and we're looking at results and looking at how they've been. Scored 1 goal in 3. He's still struggling to get used to this team.
Well, look out for Zlatan as ever. It's just a different type of anticipation when the ball goes to Zlatan's feet here for AC Milan. It's been the same way all day, and no doubt will be all season. Double touch by Leao, lovely work. Now has a bit of green grass to run into, instead plays it off to Rebic. Cleared away by Eldridge in what has been a day to forget in his professional club career. Naples, though, on cloud 9 here. Rebic looking for Leao, who did follow it through, but that one will signal the end of game 3. It will be points for Milan here today, and what a way to do it. Naples taking it 4-0.
Yeah, it's a big result for him, and again, he needed to. For confidence for Milan to take it out into match day 4, they needed something to take away from that game. They needed something, and luckily they got it in terms of what we saw there. 4-0 in game 3. They'll be delighted, at least from what we have seen already, to take away 3 points.
Yeah, not only a fantastic performance from Naples in game number 3, it'll also help out their goal difference a little bit. Sure, they lose games 1 and 2, but it's only by a single goal margin. Game 3, though, certainly salvages that a little bit back in their favour. Eldridge's struggles this season continue, though, Semra, and the question I think not only the fans will be asking, but also his Monaco teammates, is when is the ball going to start rolling for Eldridge? Because no wins out of 3 so far. It's not what we expect from a player of his calibre.
And it's not just no wins, he's only managed to score 1 goal as well, to add insult to injury. And surely we'll have to see him react sometime soon, because there's not too many games left, or match days left, I should say, for the regular league, if they obviously want to get themselves into the knockout round. But having said that, it's good that his teammates were able to perform, because now, we'll check on it later, but I think they've managed to get themselves into 3rd in the table. It's the first time this season they've actually broken into the top 6. 4, thank you very much for that correction. I hadn't had it in front of me, so I'm glad you looked it up. So now they're 4th, but still, the point is they've managed to break into the top 6. They hadn't yet done so. We're talking about the reigning champions. We saw 2 games in which they really showed how emphatic they can be whenever they need to be. It was Maccabi, for example. It was a great game one, wasn't it? Basketball-like style game, end-to-end, plenty of goals as well. Maccabi then becomes now the outright goal scorer at the top of the very list, the 3-time world champion. And then, obviously, game 2 as well was even better. A 7-goal thriller.
Yeah, hardly time for myself and Wes to catch our breath throughout those games. Absolutely fantastic. It's what we want to see at this level. And Monaco, I think they'll be fairly happy with coming away with 6 points. It's better than they've been able to do on the previous 2 match days. So it's not all doom and gloom, but yeah, definitely I think they'll be looking into why exactly that game number 3 happened, because there was a chance for them to go into that top 3.
So there you have it. Bittersweet, I guess we could say, but there's definitely some positives to take away from the overall match for today. Having said that, Uzma is with Wedza right now, so we can get his thoughts about how he did individually, because it was quite stellar, his performance, as well as that of his teammates. Wedza?
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Uzma Kabil, captain of AS Monaco. First of all, congratulations for the performances today. 6 points. Very happy with that performance?
Yes, very happy. That's why we celebrate like this, because we train a lot. It's very difficult for us. We duped. It's not easy like for camps. It was unlucky first match day and the second. And now we had little luck and we won. That's why we celebrate like this, and we are really happy.
Yeah, it was great to see the passion on show from you guys. And again, Cam's now getting on the score sheet, getting his points. Have your teammates struggled to get used to Monaco as a team?
It's different. It's not the same match than the first. But we focus, we train a lot, and we focus for this match day. Yeah.
Speaking of next match day 4, Arsenal are up next for you guys. I can even tell from that reaction, it's going to be difficult. How do you feel that game might go?
I think we will play the best team. Of course, 9 points against Manchester. Manchester is favorite this year. 9 points against them. It's a really good team. They have a good roster, and I think it will be a great match.
Well, as we know, Monaco will always give it their best on any of the match days. And guys, I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, it's not very often that you see Uzma looking a little bit nervous whenever you bring up opponents. Usually he's the one that's brimming with confidence and fears no one, and usually it's the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it just goes to show how impressive Arsenal have been this season. We saw earlier today, as he alluded to, really strong performance from them, but Uzma's not scared of anyone. He's just giving them maybe a little bit of respect.
Fair enough, dues. Well, let's have a quick look at the table then. Here we have it behind us on the screen. screen, and there you have it. Arsenal still leading the pack. AC Milan are hanging on in there in second with 13 points, 5 adrift from where they originally started off after match day 1. Barcelona have slipped into third. They could look to shorten that distance by the end of today. They're in action later on. Then there's Monaco, as you pointed out to me, 4th in the table, 11 points, things starting to look up for them. And Roma are following in with 10 points. Manchester United make up the top 6. So now it's Bayern Munich who are going to be in action later on. They'll be looking to reclaim a place in the top 6, and FC Inter as well be looking to do much of the same. And one of the things about today is that we've seen plenty of goals. I can't remember which one of the two of you said you wanted to see it, but at least it's happening. There's no question about that. And we have this thing called the commentator's curse, where as we were finishing game 2, I wrote down defense has fallen by the wayside today. There have been 0 clean sheets from anybody. What happened in game 3? The only clean sheet of the day.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing.
It really is.
It's a real thing. But in any case, it is nice to see that we're having so much expansive eFootball, so much end-to-end eFootball, and it's creating a lot of thrills and spills in the process too. So I imagine we'll see more of the same coming up for match 3, because now everyone is ready to go. By the way, thank you very much for everybody who's getting involved in the chat, responding to our questions, to our polls. Whoever said this, I didn't see quite who did it, but whoever said that the best tactic of the eFootball game was to play Messi and have all the balls go to Messi. What was it? Something like that?
The tactic was all balls to Messi.
There you go. The tactic was all balls to Messi. Class. I love it. All right, well, let's go ahead and introduce then our next teams who are going to be featuring. It's going to be AS Roma against Bayern Munich.
Between the two clubs taking the stage next. As always, a big thank you to Semra, making sure we're ticking along and staying out of trouble as per usual. But for now, it is Roma and Bayern's time to take the stage. And this is one that you picked out, Wes, as the match of the day, because these two are in, well, after the results so far today, a little bit of a perilous position in the league.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have, been able to predict what results we have seen so far today, but it kind of now adds to this fixture even more. AS Roma, as we've said before, they're happy to just tick along. They're happy to be the underdog. They're happy to be a team that nobody's really talking about. But the reality is that these guys are 3 very canny operators within eFootball, and we have seen that over results so far. Of course, Bayern Munich, on the other hand, we have seen perennially be there or thereabouts in terms of eFootball Championship Pro, but they came off a very disappointing performance against Barcelona in matchday 2, and as a result now find themselves needing to kind of almost kickstart the engine again.
Well, the man in charge of the engine room is going to be Jose, of course, a invaluable player for this Bayern Munich side. Very, very strong in 1v1s, and let me tell you, this first game, as we've now finally been revealed to us who is going to be taking the chairs and the controllers for game 1, Irma of AS Roma and Jose of Bayern Munich. And I know we're splitting hairs between the caliber of the players on each club, but I would argue this is my dream game number 1. If there was going to be 2 players I'd like to see go up against each other, it's these 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But that speaks to the level that Irma has developed over time. We've seen how good Irma has been in previous competitions. We've seen how good he has been in previous seasons of eFootball Championship Pro. But he's now got to a level of expectation, and that's not necessarily something I think he'll be all that comfortable with. I think in reality, he wants nobody talking about him, because then everybody just sleeps on him. The difference is that when you have the likes of myself and yourself on the panel here, we have seen it. We have seen that progression entirely, and we know how good he can be. And of course, on the flip side of it, you look at the almost a talismanic figure now for Bayern Munich in Jose. that's what sets this up to be so delicate. And of course, this being game one, of course, this really sets the tone for this entire matchup.
Of course, you can keep up to date with the latest news across all of the eFootball socials, as well as the efootball.pro Championship Pro website. You can see it there on your screen. And it's funny you mention Omar, because he will always be a player that I think we have in our hearts in terms of a sentimental value. We don't have favourites as commentators.
No, absolutely not.
Let's dispel that theory right
absolutely.
now. However, as you said, we've been following that journey from Euro 2020, where to me at least, he was a relative unknown. Came through with Romania, a national side that is not as strong as some of the other elite European sides. Took them all the way through to the semi-final, played some amazing eFootball on the way. So he is always going to be a player that we hold in high regard, and we expect him, as you said, that expectation now from us at the very least as commentators is to see this man on your screen deliver week in, week out.
Yeah, and certainly you only have to flash back to match day 2. That incredible finish with Dybala, where it was basically mesmeric. It was passing, it was moving, it got to Dybala, it took one pirouette, it took 3 defenders out of the game, and he found the back of the net against O'Neill. That's essentially what we're kind of looking at here, is can he replicate that now? Can he keep going? Can he find ways to surprise people? And that's going to be where we're looking at it. Of course, as we can see from the audience question in terms of what's the most important thing from a goalkeeper, reflex is certainly one of those things. And we talk about manual goalkeeping, that's where reflexes really come into their own.
It seems to be the general consensus from you all at home, so please keep your interactions coming. We've spoken about Irma for AS Roma. Now to look on the other side of the stage, you have Jose, a player that almost needs no introduction because of how strong of a player he is. We see it time and time again, him pulling Bayern München through with such incredible results. It's going to be a big day for him, I feel.
Yeah, and he's going to need to perform. And he's up against, I would say, arguably the strongest member of that Roma roster. So you're going, you know, as the old adage goes, steel sharpens steel. That's what we're looking at here. It's going to be 2 very, very good eFootball players up against one another, representing their clubs.
This 1 and 2.
You did it perfect, bro. I told you. You're making my life very easy.
You just heard Omar there chatting to the referee, just making sure he had the kit selection correct. Of course, this is all agreed before the match day by the referees. We're getting the go-ahead, you can hear as well there from our men in red on the stage. Not Bayern München, our referees, of course. We always give a lot of love to them because they make our jobs easier.
They certainly do, and they keep everything square, everything level, they keep everything within the rules, and they make sure that, you know, kind of sporting integrity is kept to the highest level.
That's what we want here at the eFootball Championship Pro. Match day 3, match number 3 is now underway, and with kickoff we have passed the halfway point of the match day. It is Roma taking on FC Bayern München. It is Bayern from right to left, being used by Jose, of course, and he's coming forward here with Kingsley Coman, a real chance to open the scoring early! Beautiful patience, and that is what Jose brings. A dream start for the Bavarians to make it 1-0.
Got baited, did Irma there. He got baited. He went manual goalkeeping. There was a couple of shimmies and shakes, and Kingsley Coman finds his way in. And we talk about mobility within players. Bayern Munich have some incredibly mobile forwards that you've got to be careful of. One is Kingsley Coman, the other Sadio Mane, and the third one, if you do see him, is Leroy Sané. All very potent weapons. As you'll see there, Mane with quick feet finds the through ball to Coman, and Coman gives him a look there, one shake, another touch, takes the extra touch and wide, and then finds a control finish.
Such a psychological game is a one-on-one, because the longer you take, the more the other person, the goalkeeper, has to decide, okay, well, is he going left, right, or is he going to pass this? I'm not too sure. So the veteran Jose showing his experience there, his only 3rd goal of the season. It's been a bit of a slow starter so far, but a great fast start to our game 1 here. Irma with the strike with Abraham will earn himself a corner in retaliation. And of course, now we are past the halfway point in the match day. A reminder, if you're able to tune into the match streaming program from the eFootball game clients, you can win yourself 500 eFootball points just by tuning in. So if you're able to do that, we strongly recommend you do.
Not to mention the other one to keep your eye on is the victory campaign. As if all your favourite teams will follow. And if they can pick up victories in each game, merchandise giveaways on their official channel, so keep across all of them to see what is being given away.
Jose on the offensive again, Serge Gnabry. Oh, he cuts inside really well, beats his man, double touch, and the strike! Oh yes! Beautiful from Jose. Roma looks absolutely shell-shocked out there, because there's nothing you can do against that. 2-0.
It's elite-level gameplay from elite-level players. Takes the dummy, just takes the double touch at the right time, finds a controlled strike again. We talk about those, as you said already, those kind of shots where you were slightly younger and you used to see them from particular angles. We'll get a great angle of it here. See, just puts the stop on, puts the brakes, lets the defender go past him, then gets the double touch, then finds and almost uses Smalling's foot placement of going past him as a little bit of a shield.
There's the reaction I was talking about. What can I do? Fair play to Jose.
Roma had said it was going to be a difficult game against Bayern because of the physicality involved with these players up against Roma. They're going to have to find something special here to get back into this one.
Yeah, 15 in-game minutes gone, already trailing 2-0. Defensive work from Jose, good so far. The offense is pretty darn good too. Musiala on the attack, and well, you've got Serge Gnabry waiting. Musiala! The defender is there first, and this one will be a Bayern corner. Mane the target at the far post. Musiala recovers. Upamecano is still up from the corner as well. Coleman beats the challenge of Mancini as well. Sane was almost contributing his efforts, but Jose's looking really strong here today.
Yeah, it's that look in the eyes of Jose when he's focusing on what he's trying to do, and when he's not kind of blindsided by emotion and by anything else going on around him. Instead, he will find his top level, and he'll certainly put it to good use.
In-game minutes gone, and it's Roma and Irma who find themselves in a very difficult position indeed. Serge Gnabry can't keep the ball, and now a real chance for Irma to show what he's capable of. Plenty of Roma runners here, one of them's Dybala. Shot blocked though. Audience support split down the middle. Good build up from Irma. Dybala, lovely one-touch passing through to Abraham, who slides and cannot get there in time. Signs of frustration perhaps from Irma. That's a lovely ball though. Abraham! There's one back. 2-1 now.
I think there was a delayed celebration there from everybody. They were wanting to see whether there was a flag there or not. It's brilliant play. I think it would have been a second or a microsecond too late or later. That would have been an offside call, but it's a wonderful find. Great ball for Dybala. They get flicks it across, and Abraham's got nobody with him.
just stays onside. And that halves the deficit. 2-1 now here in the first half. We've seen plenty of goals already today on match day 3. Roma's 5th of the season sees us have a real game on our hands here. It's always difficult when you see a player go 2-0 down so early on. You might just think, oh, okay, this could see them run away with it, but Roma has got the fight in him, and he's bringing it to Jose here.
Knows he's in a battle as well. As I said, match day 2, you know, one of the things you don't want to see within eFootball is but when he's got that little smile on his face, it's normally a sign of like worry. It's rare that you see him so wound up though.
Kingsley Coman here for Jose. Double touch inside. Oh, it's almost a mirror of the second goal. Still alive here. Musiala. Coman to Gnabry, but just a little bit too fancy. 2 minutes added on here at the end of the first half. Kingsley Coman to Musiala, almost a 1-2 successful. Almost a mistake by Roma. Surely this will be the last action here in the first half. The referee agrees with me, and in the first interval we'll see Bayern go in with a slender lead.
I respect basketball. Konami respect me. All teams same. Okay. After I didn't call it. I respect us. I respect you.
Maybe a word there, maybe about the slam off the table there.
Yeah, we definitely know Omar's an emotional player. We see plenty of emotions throughout the season in this type of competition. Of course, that's one of the jobs of the referees, not only to make sure the rules are upheld, but also player conduct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Roma, of course, now well aware of that. Second half underway. Here in game number 1, we did see a 2-0 lead by Bayern, and Gnabry is looking to go all the way, and I think you could be mistaken for thinking that was a penalty shout there, but the referee not having any of that. Long balls are the order of the day here for Roma. Abraham able to knock it down. Dybala with the strike in anger. Not one, but two. Coleman trying to dance inside. He might just be able to retrieve this here as well on the far side.
Took very well there.
Mane and Musiala waiting, but good defensive work by Roma.
You can just see kind of cogs turning for both players here. They know that this next goal, whichever way it comes, is going to be vitally important.
Lovely inside from Jose. Gnabry waiting here. Defensively, right place, right time. Now, Gini Wijnaldum. To the feet of Abraham. Pellegrini was making the run, and the groan from Roma tells you that he thought that one was on. Past the hour mark now. This one's on a knife edge, Wes.
It really is, both from a player perspective and from a fan perspective. Everybody is on the edge of their seats here.
Of course, we haven't even noticed, or noted, I should say, so far. Roma are undefeated in this competition so far. 2 wins out of 2. Could this perhaps be the first blemish in his record?
actually, but you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there, Bayern Munich's deployment of their players and of their team strength or their collective strength. You can see that they have used it to very good use there. And you'll see a man coming off the bench in Tell, who has been prominent for a lot of e-footballers who utilise Bayern Munich. For those of you who are not aware at home, Tell, one of these kind of cards that once you power him up is incredibly important, an incredibly powerful player to have at your disposal.
That he is. I remember him being a prevalent character in the eFootball Open finals. Of course, we haven't even noted yet, no Coach Lutti this match day, unfortunate for Bayern. So now we're seeing almost matchday step into the role.
It's good to see, though. It's good to see that that support or that link-up through Bayern as a whole is still there. I briefly had spoken to Lutti pre-match day, and he said that there was a lot of time that had gone into video analysis. So, again, they will have picked apart a lot of game film, which, as these match days go on, more of these players have got at their disposal. The more match days you'll see being live streamed here, the more video you've got on your opponents coming up. So it's always good to take a look at what your opponent likes to do, what players they like to employ, what type of tactics do they look at. It's always good to have that assessment there.
Of course, no doubt Lutti watching at home. We wish you well, my friend. On the flip side of that, as we take a look at the live league table as things stand, great to see Mucha hit back for Bayern this match day as well. Ronaldo, Abraham, good turn, and that's a strike from distance. You know he's capable, Irma, of pulling those ones out.
He's ambitious, I'll give him that. Certainly from that type of distance, it would have to be something special to beat the goalkeeper.
As Jose runs that one out of play, you can see just over 20 in-game minutes to go. Has settled down slightly since the one back from AS Roma. Just waiting for a little bit of class here, aren't we, Wes? Just waiting for that spark in the final 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's got very tense here, and as we said, match day 2, and no doubt you'll probably agree with this point, being offline, you can very much feel the tension. It's not necessarily something you would find if you're playing online. You feel it in the room, and you can feel that, as we said already, with the viewing gallery up above us, you can also hear them being invested in the gameplay that we're seeing. So there's audible moans and groans whenever there's an opportunity that might be on, because all of these players, as much as they are friends potentially off field, they will all be thinking about how these results impact their clubs and where they are in the tournament and where they are within this league structure.
Time for changes has come. Seen a couple of subs being brought into the fray by Irma of AS Roma. Jose and Mestre still chatting about what they want to do on the Bayern side.
70, like 80, one more pause and 2 DMF.
Fucking bot.
I'm sure about it.
I heard a brief snippet of that conversation. Not sure if you caught it, which it's saying you could even go 2 DMF if you wanted to.
Yeah. And that's the choices that these guys have. They have these choices, and it's whether they pick the right one at the right time. It sounds almost almost kind of a commentary saying as Choupo-Moting looks to go in on goal here.
Yeah, it's a good 1-2 following the throw in, and he will win a corner for his efforts. Will Jose. The outswinger towards that 6-yard box. Unsuccessful this time. Ball won back by Roma, approaching the final 10 in-game minutes.
Just clearing the ball away at Bayern, but as we said before, as long as that ball stays within the confines of the field, the clock will tick down regardless of where it is. They're just trying to drain this clock.
We need to see something from Roma here soon. Headed past through to Abraham, unsuccessful, and every single time it seems like he's trying to open a door, it's slammed shut in his face by Jose. Now there's a chance. Dybala, Abraham to Belotti was the intention. All of a sudden it's gone very quiet here as we approach the 90th minute. Tantalisingly close between these two players. Abraham is through! Equaliser! It was patient, but it was perfect from Roma. You just sensed it here in the studio and everyone fell silent. That something was coming.
It certainly was, and it wasn't just greeted with celebrations over on the Roma kind of PlayStation. It was certainly greeted with that up in the viewing gallery as well. Again, brilliant through ball, but again, we talk about having the patience, having the wherewithal, and having the ability is the most important part of it, to find the right pass at the right time, find the finish. And although there's no real celebration from him, he certainly knows that he has got potentially a hold of a vital point here.
Well, of course, has to be very alert following the restart, but when you think about it, still a couple of minutes left on the clock here. Can't imagine there'll be too much in the way of stoppage time, considering how often the ball has stayed in play here in the second half.
The problem you've got here, though, is Bayern have made all their substitutions to defensively seal the victory. And now they've got to try and break that cycle and do something with the squad they have on their field to go and get another goal here.
It's a very good spot indeed. Let's just cool down now as the kickoff for what is left of the second half here of game one. It's now underway. The number is 3. Is there a final twist in the tale of game one? Surely not Roma. There's a chance here as that's a wayward touch and a big mistake! How costly that could have been!
Game's not finished though.
Game
Ball's
has
gone out,
not
no one's
finished.
whistled.
There is still a throw-in to come. It is a Roma throw in the very last moments of this game. This could be smash and grab stuff here. Matic, what can he conjure up here? Volpalto, who's there? Abraham, under control, and it's wide. It was unlikely.
It's a very good point. Just being 2 down and showing the powers of recovery there. That's very, very good showing for Roma.
Well, his undefeated record continues in this competition. 2 wins and a draw now for Roma of AS Roma. A very closely contested match indeed. Game one, though, honours even between these two fantastic players. It lived up to the billing. We were building it up that, you know, these two probably best placed to go up against each other. A 2-2 draw is what we come out with.
Yeah, and that was it. It just kind of went with what we, I wouldn't say predicted, because we can never really predict how these matches are going to go. But it certainly was that tail of the tape that we said about how even these players were and how even these squads were. Even with the squad, I would say, disadvantage for Roma in terms of going up against Bayern Munich and in terms of the players they have at their disposal, Irma still found a way. So again, should be taking confidence from that. It's a very big performance, and again, as we said, to be 2 goals down, to be frustrated with the way the game was going, as we saw visibly, slamming of the table and gesturing and not being in his element, still managed to find a way.
He still found a way to maintain that undefeated record. Not bad at all. Flipping the side of the stage, though, over to Jose, you'd feel he's a little disappointed by that. Of course, still undefeated himself with 1 win, 2 draws to his name. Difficult when you were leading for a large portion of that game to have let 2 points slip. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think so. I think, and again, if you look at, again, the aspirations of these two teams, Bayern Munich, as we said, trying to recover from what was a disappointing match day 2, and that's a chance missed there. If you're 2 goals up, that is a chance missed if you then go on to draw the game 2-2.
Well, of course, we waste no time here on the stage after a dramatic end to game 1. We're now already, well, almost ready for game 2. The players are in the chair and preparing to go at it. We have AS Roma's Stifler going up against Mujahid. Of course, wasn't able to be selected for match day 2. Great to see him back in the squad here on match day 3. It's a difficult one to diagnose, if you will, when you look at these 2 players. We know Mujahid has been credited for his fantastic defensive performances in seasons previous, has gotten the call up to Bayern this season. Now's the chance to really put your staple on the competition, really put your name out there as, I'm not just a defensive mastermind, a wonder kid, if you will. I can also get it done on the attacking side of things. An opportunity for him to do that here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all well and good to be known as a defensive-minded player. It's not a knock at Mujahid as a player. It's just that is what we are used to. We're used to a structurally sound squad when it's put out there. But from what I have seen in previous tournaments, what I've seen going forward is that there is some attacking threat there as well. So if he can get that balance correct and get it right, I think, Bayern Munich have got a little bit of a diamond on their hands.
And they do. It is Mujahid here starting off early as well. Good tackle, though, by Stifler of AS Roma. He'll be looking to try and turn his fortunes around. We don't talk about match day 2. For Stifler. you came up against a very angry Özmakabeel, and yeah, you conceded 6 goals. But match day 3, new day today.
It's a new dawn, certainly, and whether he can find his abilities, Rui Patricio makes a save. It'll be interesting to see, again, all those question marks we had about other players and other teams. We'll now find out a little bit more about Stifler, about whether he's recovered from that drubbing, as it were, lack of a better term.
But it was. Mujahid started sprightly here. Koeman has peeled away on that far side. Won himself a corner as well. Delict was the idea with the knock-on. Chance for Stifler and Roma to show what they're made of. Wijnaldum to Pellegrini. Delict for company. It's Matthijs de Ligt who's been very important in that Bayern back line. Serge Gnabry. is again. You can tell Mujahid just happy to take his time when the ball is at the feet of Serge Gnabry, knows he's a threat. And most importantly, knows the other player knows that he's a threat as well, so has that extra bit of time to handle. Another threat is Abraham, who can maybe cross one in. Still alive here for Roma is Dybala. Strikes it against a defender. Good little spell here for Stifler. Wants to try and maintain this for another chance as well. Dybala's pass is, in truth, poor. As we approach the 25-minute mark here in game number 2.
Yeah, and if you're Roma and if you're Stifler, you'll be buoyed by the fact that you are starting to make some inroads on this Bayern Munich defence. But of course, you've got to be careful of the threat coming back the other way.
Here is that threat. Koeman, mid-double touch, took that strike on. They are just such a difficult in-game team to come up against Bayern because they have such options to go with. One of them is Mane, and no one's challenging him here for the ball. That's a long ball looking for Koeman. Down to Gnabry! Header to header! Half an hour gone as well. That was beautiful.
It was brilliant balling from João Cancelo. Again, we talk about finding those passes and finding those additional ones when they're on. It's all well and good making a pass when you think it might be there. It's a different one when you absolutely know it's there. And you can see the minute that ball goes in, he knows that Gnabry's at the back post there and knows that he's there to put that ball away. Because again, it would have been very easy to just hit, shoot and try it with the first header. Instead, you go for that percentage play and you find it across the box. Brilliant piece of football.
Welcome back to eFootball Championship Pro Play. Mujahid opening the scoring here, and when you actually go back and watch that goal, it was a brilliant build-up, not only because, as you said, he knows the player's going to be there, but it's also the trust and the reading of the game, because mid-flight, that headed pass didn't look like it was on. It looked like it was covered by a defender, but reading the game so well, Mujahid opens the scoring here in game 2.
Well, we spoke about what some of the chat were saying earlier in terms about reflexes in relation to goalkeeping. Sometimes with reflexes and attacking, that's a split-second moment and a split-second decision. And again, one button pressed the right way or the wrong way, and it's either a goal or it's actually, goes out for a goal kick. So those are those fine margins we talk about. I know we talk about it so much on commentary. That is the personification of it.
Musiala. Side netting. That was a really nice build-up. Somehow, I think it was Koeman on that far side, able to win that header, and then Musiala gets the chance back, and Stifler just holding his heart there. He felt that one was a real opportunity for Bayern to double their lead.
Yeah. As I said, having spoken to Roma pre this game, they earmarked this as a game that was very difficult. And as such, it is proving to be so. But they will have opportunities. They just need to take them.
Got 10 minutes till half-time, and it's Mujahid on the ascendancy here as Gnabry is saved by the goalkeeper. A decent attempt, but in truth, too close to that goalkeeper. Mujahid looks very well acquainted to his Bayern team. El Shaarawy now. Stifler surprising. Bit of a sleeper shot that was.
He's got to take those strikes early. He knows that physicality and Bayern Munich will win the day if they are given a moment to catch up.
It's a Stifler corner here. Abraham's the target man, as he often is. Wijnaldum with the cross. Here he is again. Wins the header, but can't steer it on target. Disappointment in the end, and you can see that in Stifler's reaction.
Yeah, and he knows that's a chance that's gone a little bit begging there, as you can see. Just knows that it's just not quite where he needs to be. He looks to the heavens.
Five in-game minutes then remain in the first half. Roma fans, where are you? We need you to participate in that poll. That is looking very one-sided. Bayern free kick played short. João Cancelo. Back to Cancelo here. Musiala's peeled off. Mane. What can he do from this position? Gnabry wins the ball back, but that one will go the other way. And it's in fact an offside call against Bayern, so bit of relief there in what was essentially a pressure cooker situation at the back.
Yeah, be happy to see that ball go away from that box. Will Stifler.
There will be
He's got to do more with it going forward here, though. I saw a brief stat about the pass percentage. Only 66%. It's got to be better than that.
Can it be better here? Pellegrini has cut the lines, and it will be corner. I want to say number 3 here for Stifler. Late on here in the first half. Dybala to take, and who else but Abraham, the target man. I think this one will see the end of an action-packed first half as Bayern enter the break. 1 goal to the good, a 31st minute Serge Gnabry header separates these two clubs on the stage at the moment.
Yeah, and again, on the balance of play so far, you'd say Bayern just about edging it, just about. But Roma have got their danger. They certainly can get shots off, and if they can get them off in the right opportunities in the right areas, they can really do some damage here.
We kick off the second half of game 2. The points were shared in game 1 after a great Roma fight back. Bayern have looked fairly in control so far, but it was that same story in game 1, so don't count your chickens just yet. Cancelo, Gnabry, lots of time and space. Who can he pick out? It's Musiala, double touch, defended well by Stifler. That's a tackle he needed to make.
Yeah, absolutely. That danger was well involved and well presented there by Bayern and needed to be defensively dealt with. Just get the feeling that Roma it's the slight moments. It's like moments that can get a pass off, they can get the right movement going, be able to damage.
Mane gets control of the ball there, Wes.
Yeah, they'll be able to damage them, but you can see at the moment they're just struggling to even retain the ball.
And they can't get out. Bayern pressure left and right. Finally, Pellegrini steps in. Now, what can be made of this attack? Abraham, who's unfortunately lost his footing there, and had that attack continued, I feel Stifler would have been, well, essentially down a man. We're on the hour mark now.
Attendance for this match was 71,550.
You'd have to think that Stifler and Roma would have to develop something soon.
Sadio Mane. Kingsley Coman. Chance for a Roma attack now. There's a runner in the middle, covered off though by Mujahid, but man on the near side is Dybala. Oh, that's wonderful defending. That's a great read from Mujahid. It'll come right back at him though as Abraham to El Shaarawy. An amazing equaliser. He sees the extra pass. No panic, no problem. 1-1.
It's a polite ripple of applause at the commentary desk. Again, we talk about moments and we talk about having presence of mind. That's the exact phrase I was looking for there. And it is. There's one big chance where it's a brilliant defensive read from Mujahid, goes back the other way. Instead, he finds the recycled pass there. It's a brilliant little dink in, but the animation was there for Abraham to pull the trigger and shoot, but he knows that that's going to take him too far into Sommer's grasp. So instead, manages to get the pass across, and it is tapped home. And Stifler has an equaliser.
Wow, it's a similar story we saw in game 1, isn't it? Large majority of the game, Bayern had a lead. Roma are tenacious.
Substitution on the field. Number 42.
Changes have been made. All of a sudden, it feels like it's all to play for here. Because Mujahid was chasing for that second. He's going to have to continue to do so. Cross to Coman! The equaliser lasted about 30 seconds.
It's a brilliant ball into the back post. And again, you know, we spoke about it, as you said, at the top of the game. Mujahid, known for his defensive play, and everyone kind of has him kind of pigeonholed as this defensive mind. And actually, the reality of it is, he's actually able to pull off this brilliant ball. He's probably seen that Coman move and peel off so many times. If they're all the repetitions, all the practice they'll see, they'll know where these players are going to end up. And as a result, beautiful ball in. Coman heads it home. Bayern have their lead again.
You feel for Stifler because he worked so hard for that equaliser. And all of a sudden that fire has been extinguished almost immediately. I said all to play for. Now Stifler's got much of the same work to do. 4th goal on the season for Mujahid, who, by the way, wasn't even playing on match day 2. So that is a very respectable tally as well.
Absolutely.
What will mean the most to him, though, is contributing 3 points to this Bayern München campaign. Tell on the near side, you highlighted him as a player to watch. Beats the first man, almost beats the second, but instead plays to Coman. Can he play it across? Is anyone there? Gnabry almost pouncing on that one. Break for Roma, perhaps. El Shaarawy, Dybala, Abraham breaks the lines, gets the strike off. That manual keeping, though, there early.
I don't think Stifler realised that he had that much time. I think Stifler thought he was offside and he took that shot in anger. If you look at how much room he had when he played that pass, he just took it first time. I don't think he realised he had that much room.
Only he will know. Time for more changes now as we're heading towards the business end of this game.
A me ha fatto l'assist al gol, però mi aspetta presto. È ancora maybe da poi l'ho fatto l'assist. Io ho fatto un shot. Quando tiro della diga, puzza per avanti, si recuperava in 2 minuti. Arrivava a
yeah, I cannot change it. Not even so, it's great. Not even so.
Yeah, I know, but maybe it's over. No, per loro non è
No, if I change this,
Right, listen to this.
You prefer, I mean, 26.
So interestingly there, I don't know whether you picked up from Mujahid, where he's saying, I can't make that change, because he knows that it will take him over collective strength.
Kingsley Coman.
coming on the field.
So fine are the margins that these players have to play with. At this level, that corner looked dangerous.
Substitution.
You heard the Bayern side talking about stamina, and well, that's not their concern right now. Right now it's this attack, and well, long ball looking for Choupo-Moting will actually come back towards him. 10 in-game minutes to hang on if you're Bayern. To get an equaliser if you're Roma. Abraham will give this one chase.
Yeah, but as we said, the longer that ball stays in play, the more time's going to tick down and just takes the game away that little bit more from Stifler.
An unforced error in Stifler. His frustration evident. Roma attack here though. Belotti can't receive the ball from Abraham. 90th minute rapidly approaching here. Going to be last chance saloon for Stifler and Roma
2 added minutes has been
to get something from this. Patricio boots the ball. Belotti cannot find Volpalto. Maybe time for one more. Has to go forward here, not quick enough, and that is a huge 3 points for the man missing from matchday 2. He returns with a victory. Commiserations to Stifler. A tough opponent to go up against, but Mujahid gets the business done. 3 valuable points for Bayern München here.
Yeah, it's another 3 points for Mujahid as well, to go with his 3 points from match day number 1. Now brings his tally to 6 for the season. And again, it's important in the confines of this matchup. Again, you are at least walking away with 4 points now out of that match day. Now, dependent on your aspirations, is dependent on whether you see that as a good thing or a bad thing. If you're looking to just finish top 6, 4 points will do you just fine. If you've got aspirations of finishing top 2, so that you end up with that, well, that lack of a game to play to get yourself into the semi-finals of the knockout stages, 4 points ain't going to get it done. So you're going to have to now look at maybe that final game and look to see whether that final game will give it, or will give us, a definitive answer of where the lion's share of these points will go. Will it go to Bayern Munich? Will they take 7 with them, or will they end up sharing it all?
Well, just as we look over some of the replays there of game number 2, congratulations, of course, to Mujahid, who, as you've said, 6 points out of the 6 available to him thus far in the competition. So settling into FC Bayern München really well. Hate to turn the magnifying glass over to the other side as we see for Roma, Gagliardo settling down. No doubt he will be accompanied by Mestre on the Bayern side. Stifler, matchday 1, looks such good value for his 2-1 win over Indominator, who we've seen since be on an absolute flyer. Matchday 2 goes against him. Another disappointment here on matchday 3. It's tough to say, and I know people at home, and no doubt the players here, might feel a little bit at times like we're picking on players, but it's only because we expect the best from them. It's the same type of energy we brought to Osterbuch at the start of the show. We're his biggest critics, but also his biggest fans, because we know what they're capable of here.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you look on from the Roma side of things, if you look at Stifler's first 3 games this season, you've got Indominator, Uzmakabil, and then Mujahid.
True.
They're 3 very tough games to go against.
Very tough indeed.
But, as you know, I don't think you'd spot any players here that aren't worth their merit of being here.
That's absolutely right. We start off game number 3 with an offside as we get to introduce our 2 main men for their clubs to see out match number 3 of match day number 3. It's Gagliardo in for AS Roma, and it is Bayern München's Mestre. entering the fray. Interesting about both of these men thus far in the season. I mean, 2 match days gone, this being, of course, match day number 3. Only 1 goal secured by each of these players, who, again, we know, top caliber players, but haven't been able to perform thus far in the first 2 match days.
Yeah, and I think Mestre, if you're looking at the 2 players in isolation, I think Mestre will be the one that's probably the most disappointed. Went up against his old teammate on match day 2 in Alex Alcacer for Barcelona. Didn't come away and really show his level there, and he'll certainly want to answer back with some performance here.
Chance for Mane to start off that performance with aplomb. Gagliardo, though, had a 1-1 draw last match day. And he faced off against Cams of AS Monaco. Certainly tended to neutralise each other in that particular matchup. He'll be hoping he can neutralise the threat of Mestre here, who's giving chase with Cancelo on that far side. Coman's waiting here as well and wins the header to open proceedings here. The tenacity from Mestre wins him that goal.
It's 1 error down that left-hand side. We saw the full power gauge go up, but it's an error. You can clear that ball out just by hitting square or X, depending on your console. You can just clear the ball out. You don't need to charge up a chance or a pass or anything like that. You just clear it. Instead, gives the ball away. And again, Kingsley Coman was alive and got across Mancini at the near post. Finds the back of the net.
Well, that's what these Bayern players, the virtual players, can provide you. Coman's intelligence there to see Smalling try and cover the back post, runs across him. Excellent faith exhibited by Mestre, who doubles his tally on the season. We'll be hoping for many more in match days to come.
Just trying to find their feet, I think, Bayern. I think they're just trying to find their feet in relation to the team and trying to find, as they've said before, there's a difference between playing online and playing offline.
What can Gagliardo do from this position? Dybala has so much time! A stunning strike, had plenty of power from that man. But Dybala cannot find the back of the net. Would have been some goal. Nothing comes from the resulting corner. Sane thought about giving chase, but we'll let that one go for a corner. Rui Patricio's come a long way. We'll punch that one into touch. Always difficult for a player like Gagliardo, who we're so accustomed to seeing him when he has his best success in games striking first. It's not often we've seen Gagliardo be able to dig deep from a position of deficit. So we're hoping we can see that exhibited by him today.
Yeah, it's not a regular recurrence that we see that ability be exhibited. As we see Coman to Mane, it's very rare that we see it. We saw a little bit of it in matchday 2 against Cams. He went a goal down, came back and equalised. But I think he's very much a player, as we said earlier on, players that play on emotion. He plays better when he's fired up. But he needs that kind of, he needs something positive to go in his way before he then kind of kicks on a bit more.
Well, in the opening 25, it has been mostly one-way traffic, bar that Paulo Dybala stunning strike attempt. Mestre looks to be well oiled here today. Sane's waiting. There's an absolute traffic jam of players in that box there to try and navigate that ball through.
Trying to get through the sea of humanity that appeared there in that penalty box, but alas, it is still only 1-0 for Bayern.
But they come again here. So many players waiting, queuing up to try and get involved in that attack.
You can see the intelligence of Bayern's play as well. Just a footnote on Mestre. He's not going up to challenge for headers. Instead, he's essentially allowing those headers to be going against him and then reading the ricochets.
Well, that's very nice indeed, Coleman on an amazing run. Good astute observation there though, Wes. He's happy to let the ball play, allow Gagliardo to make the mistakes.
Yeah, if you watch this ball go up, when it goes up to the likes of Abraham, when it goes up to Abraham, most especially, you'll back off. But there's a mistake there, and it's a lunge, and that could have been an advantage, but the ref pulled it back.
Wow, what's the referee see? Gagliardo not happy. Paulo Dybala with a quick free kick. It's only a booking for Upamecano.
Yeah, the ref could very much have let that one run, and Abraham could have been in there on opportunity, and that's what you saw the animation from Roma's station. They knew that there was an opportunity there to be had, and instead we're only left with a free kick, and this is a low table, so if results stay as they are, that's what you'll see. Bayern will go second in the league, 3 points behind Arsenal.
Yeah, started the day 6th as well, didn't they? So a big turnaround if it stays this way from the Bavarians. We're not accustomed to seeing them so far down the table. Of course, perennial challengers for the last few seasons in this competition. So far, so good though here in game number 3 between Mestre and Gagliardo. And well, Mestre's hungry for that second.
He's going to need it though, because looking at the way that Gagliardo is coming forward here, he's certainly got some danger on the sticks, but we'll go to half-time as 1-0.
Second half ready to get underway. We heard some interesting conversations between the two sets of players. They know how finely poised this game number 3 still is. I love that we get to listen in on some of the conversations. It's not often in esports you do get a look into exactly what players at the highest level are discussing. A lot of it is behind closed doors, so I don't speak Italian and I don't speak Spanish, but I still absolutely love it. Here's the Spaniard Mestre coming forward. Leroy Sané, what can he conjure up here? Was maybe expecting some manual goalkeeping from Gagliardo, but he held strong.
He had to hold strong there. It's a little bit of a virtual game of chicken, as in who blinks first. And in that regard, it was Bayern pulling the trigger before there was any type of save that could have been done. And just a point on that in relation to talking and hearing the feedback from the players. The post-match interviews, I could spend an hour talking to these guys, picking brains as to what they see and how they feel that their games have gone. And I'm sure that some of them would happily sit there for an hour and give us that feedback.
Absolutely. It's the beauty of being back in the studio. We get to chat to these players in the training rooms and get their thoughts, their feelings. The feeling right now of Gagliardo is that of frustration with how the rub of the green is not really coming through him just yet so far. Here in game 3, chance though, Abraham back heel to Al-Sharawi. Oh, that was a difficult shot to take. I just wonder here if there was a touch by the goalkeeper. Oh, not sure. Don't think so.
It's a bit of a shot on reflex as well, though. A little bit too much power into it, but you could see the idea of where it was meant to be going. It was meant to be nestling into that top right-hand corner. Instead, Goes over the bar, no goalkeeper touch as you may have thought. Instead it goes out for a goal kick.
Leroy Sané. He's beaten his man time and time again here. Pulls it back. Musiala is tackled. Vladimir Matic, the man, to save Roma on that particular occasion. Musiala sees the Koeman run here. Inside again, double touch, has just been shepherded out of play, and Mestre, a wry smile from him there. He knows there was physical contact, but the referee unlikely to give those.
Subito gol da uno che non mi ha spazzato, forse lo devo spazzare. No, dopo diciamo che no, spazzare, ma che dopo Mancini che sbatte in testa a testa, sai due, dopo la questa volta che sono il Marci sta in là di sopra, e arriva lo stesso, la si sul tavolo, anche tu abbiamo Pellegrini qua. Avevo già sì, Dio ce la manda buona, qualche tiro all'ultimo, però mi piace, io non trovo mi piace, sei stato bene, bravo.
Continue, he's not doing anything. So,
L'unica cosa che mi va per poi mi parla.
Attenzione, un cambio.
Just picking up some of the speech there, it was Rich Hit just saying more of the same, continue, should be fine.
Acrobatic clearance sends that one into touch, and you're right, Mujahid's saying just hold strong. Keep doing what you're doing and potentially a second goal will come. He's had plenty of success, Mestre, with the likes of Sané, especially on this near side. That's good pressure though from Gagliardo. Here is Mane. Sané, who I just mentioned. Koeman, has he stayed onside? I think so, but has let the ball run a little bit too far.
Ran out of real estate there just to get that, keep that ball in play. Still, we've got 20 in-game minutes left, plus a little bit of change, whatever the referee decides to add on.
Cancelo looking for Mane. Another one of those games between these two clubs that has just settled down, but that's an unforced error by Gagliardo, and Sané can maybe capitalise. In the end, a little bit lacklustre. It's been a tight affair, very, I hate to use the word, but very cagey. Just anticipating perhaps one last twist in the final 15 minutes, whichever way it may go.
You can see there though, line share of possession going to Bayern Munich. The longer that they're keeping that ball, the less damage that Roma can do to them. So just listen in again.
Oh, we'd love to see it from Gagliardo, Stifler and Irma. I think that tells me that no matter what happens in this next 15, he's going to go for it. It's going to leave it all out there on the virtual pitch and up there on the stage.
Well, you don't get these games back, as you've said already. And it's a pretty difficult tie at the best of times against these guys, but coming off the back of a disappointing match day 2, Bayern are a little bit of kind of wounded animal here. So they were looking to just try and close it out, get themselves maybe 7 points on the deck, and hopefully see themselves into a pretty decent position within the eFootball Championship Pro table.
Yeah, we got a quick glimpse of it earlier, but it looked like they were in a very, very nice position indeed. But Gagliardo could still play spoiler here. No time for celebrations just yet for 72% of you. Make sure you keep interacting in the chat as Mane comes forward. Sane was hoping for a better ball. Plenty of space to run into. Final moments now. Tell tries to turn inside. Mancini and the Roma defence combine. Into stoppage time now. Is there an equaliser? Final touch just missing, and well, Sane's able to head that one back over the halfway line, and another win for Bayern München. Mestre sees that one home with a slender goal line of 1-0. Gagliardo really left it all out there, but unfortunately in the end, Mestre was just too strong.
It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done. And that's the most important thing for Bayern, is that they got the job done. They got it across the line. They picked themselves up 7 points from a possible 9.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. We saw the only goal of game number 3 very early on. It was Kingsley Coman, of course, a man who has been very, very useful on that switch of play for Bayern München. 7 points they take away from match 3 here on match day 3. Gagliardo just never really had clear-cut chances that he would have hoped for, Semra, and in the end it does see Mestre come home with an extra 3 points to Bayern's name in this one. 7 points out of 9, they'll be very, very happy with that one.
The Bavarians. So definitely a great day in the office for them, and undefeated as well today with those 2 wins and a draw. We can start by talking about game 1, which was a really interesting draw in the end between the 2 captains, a clash of the captains and a comeback from behind for Urma. But then in the second game, with Mujahid showing why he was so sorely missed in match day 2, because he remains undefeated in this competitions as well. 2 wins so far and counting, but in game 3, obviously, you saw it. He said it wasn't necessarily the prettiest game of eFootball, but sometimes it doesn't have to be, as long as it's effective, and that's exactly what it was. And I tell you another thing, Harry, we've seen so many quick goals today, straight out of the gate. So many within the first 10 in-game minutes. It's quite a surprise, isn't it?
It is, and I feel maybe for those at home who are watching expecting goals galore, it can be really difficult to see that opener in the opening 10, especially in game number 3, as we just saw, to then see very little chances throughout the rest of the game. But the thing you have to remember is that these players throughout the entire 90 virtual in-game minutes have to be on the very top of their game. Concentration levels have to be absolutely paramount. They have to be maintaining that focus for that entire time. We can't just fall asleep and you know, expect the other team to just be like, oh, you've scored 1, okay, that's fine, take the 3 points, because the other team's going to come back at you. So it can be very easy to forget that as a viewer, and especially for us as commentators, but it's very important to remember it.
It is very important indeed. Well, listen, Wes is now in the mix zone once more. We can catch up with the winning side in this previous match between AS Roma and Bayern Munich and hear what they have to say.
very much, Samuel. I'm here with Jose of FC Bayern. First off, congratulations. Really good performance. It was effective. It wasn't necessarily the prettiest performance, but are you happy to come away with 7 points on match day 3?
Well, it was really difficult because Roma is grinding a lot. He were training a lot of hours. They knew us, so yeah, we need to be effective to beat Roma because they are really good players. They have an also good team, especially in attack. So we are happy with the 7 points. I mean, it's possible the 9 points because the last chance with Urma and all the stuff, but we are happy with 7 points. It's a good match day for us. We need to recover after the last match day against Barcelona. I thought it was really unfair for us because we did well, but that's the game. So now we are in a better position, so let's go.
Sometimes it's not about the performance, it's about the result. So although you might feel as though you have performed better, sometimes it's just getting it across the line. And of course, match day 4, you're up against what we're going to see pretty much in that next match game is Inter Milan. So thoughts on them as a team?
Yeah, for sure. We knew Inter Milan because Matador and Meromir are former players from Schalke. They were really good games against Schalke in the last edition. So now, with the addition of Matador now to Internazionale instead of Christopher, I think they have a really good roster now. With Arda is a new young talent. We expect a lot of him from now on in advance. So I think it can be a really good match day. I think it will be equal, so we need to train, keep training, and we are happy with my teammates. I need to congratulate them because the 6 points are also for us from them, so I'm happy with my teammates.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, you're talking about performances and you're talking about historical players. It's with this Inter Milan team, there's a little bit of kind of almost youth and experience. You've got to kind of think, how are we going to try and tackle this? Of course, yourself, Mestre and Muka all will have played some of these guys already, both nationally and internationally. So have you got a little bit of a read on what you're expecting from them already going into match?
Well, from international, I think it's really difficult because the last edition they weren't playing. So now they need to be in shape again, you know, with the competition, because it's not the same training at home that playing on the stage. The feeling is different, the pressure, you have a good team before than you, so it's difficult also for them, but I think they are training a lot and they are going to fight for the top seats for sure, because I think they are really good players, and the experience for me is really important in this kind of tournaments.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to hear from you again. Congratulations once again. I'm sure we'll see you again ahead of match day 4. Guys, back to you guys.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Wiz and Jose. Really great to hear what he had to say. What was one of the standout highlights from that conversation between the two of them for you?
I think it's the respect shown to a team such as Inter. We're about to see, of course, for our final match of the match day. But the fact that Inter, yeah, as things stand, they're on the outside looking in. But to know a player as experienced as Jose is not going to expect any free points in this competition. And we say it so much on the commentary. You don't get these points back. You don't get a chance to earn the points that you've lost back. And he knows that if you underestimate a team such as Inter, all of a sudden that could be the difference maker between you being on the outside looking in come the end of the season.
I think you're absolutely right. You can't take any team for granted. You can't underestimate anybody. We see the league table here. Barcelona dropped into 4th. They started the day in 1st, but they're 6 points away. Seeing as how they were able to pick up so many points last time out, you never know, they might be able to finish on top. As for FC Inter, we said before, that was the first time they picked up 3 points in the competition on match day 2. They'll be looking to make amends, no doubt about it, right now against the Catalan outfit. So please welcome to the stage FC Inter against Barcelona.
thank you to Semra as always, and thank you to you, Wes, for such fantastic insights throughout the day in the interview area. For now, we turn our attentions to Inter and FC Barcelona, match number 4 and our final match of match day number 3. It's, well, coming into this, top versus bottom. Inter, there's no way around it. They are in dire need of points.
Absolutely. Again, in terms of what they need points, they need victories, they need to get themselves in and around the conversation of at least finishing 6th. That's given the start they've had, that has to be the goal for them. Try and finish 6th. Because at this point in time, it's so far away, or it now feels like it's so far away, that these points, as we said, for them to get to 6th now, they would have to come out with 9 points against Barcelona, which is an incredible ask of what were the league leaders at the start of the day.
A very tough ask indeed, especially when you consider who they're starting out with. Alex Alguacil has looked very much at home during his homecoming to the Catalan outfit. Of course, had that 1-1 draw with Kills-You on match day 1, and then against his former club, 1-0 versus Mestre. We saw the celebration, the fingers in ears, reminding everyone it is not just Eterito's team, it's not the Palmer's team, it's our team. We are all here to play. So for Merriman, it's going to be a very difficult game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we talk about, in terms of, if we look at Merriman's previous performances, 3-1 loss to Cecina on match day 1. Came out of that incredibly close game. Roxa on the other side of it, 4-3 loss. Needs to find a point to start with. That is kind of paramount here to get some confidence there. The interesting pick for me, though, and as for those eagle-eyed viewers at home will be looking, and as Jose alluded to in his interview, a little bit of a change-up here where we've got El Matador in, and it was somebody who we didn't even really suspect was part of the Inter setup until last match day, when came through the door and I saw Merriman, and then there was this almost German Goliath like coming up behind him in Mike Linden, that you kind of don't even realise that he was part of the setup. Now he's part of the setup, now he's playing, and now he's part of the last match day, or the last match of the day against Barcelona. It's an incredible kind of story, but more importantly, we have to see how it's going to all pan out for him, and more so for his team entirely.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Of course, Merriman headlining the affair here for FC Inter. 4 goals for him so far. Entered the matchday joint 5th in the goal scoring charts, which is crazy when you think about where Inter find themselves in the standings. Of course, no big thank you to that loss from Roxa, which was 4-3, 7-goal thriller on match day number 2. So that obviously contributing towards his goals, but we know he's got goals in him, and when you consider how powerful a player such as Roxa is, we've spoken about it so often, he really is becoming a headline player for Arsenal this season. You just suspect if you know, there's a transitive property here, whether or not Merriman versus Alex could be a little bit of a firecracker here, because Merriman's got goals, Alex likes to rise to the occasion. Could be a really good game 1.
Well, that's the thing. We're now starting to see the better of both of those players. Alex, again, in match day 2 against former teammates, rose to the occasion. Merriman, as we said, was unlucky to not come out with at least a point against Roxa. So you've seen goals, you're seeing performances, and let's try and see whether these styles will actually make for a compelling showpiece to the end of match day 3, as this is, of course, our last matchup of the day.
Last one of the day. Thank you so much for joining us throughout today. We've seen goals galore. No doubt between these 2 European giants. We will see even more. It's an absolute banger to start the day, or end the day, I should say. To start the day, we already had a banger.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, we both have a kind of the bookend at the start and at the finish of the day in terms of games that we've seen. And over the course of the action that we've seen across the day, I'd venture to say there's not been a, in inverted commas, boring game of eFootball that we have seen today.
Definitely not. We're moments away from kick-off, and we can see exactly each club's lineups Just checking each other out, making sure they know exactly what to expect. Some final tweaks before kick-off here.
It's not the first player I've seen employ this type of tactic either from El Matador. Having his controller in his hands on stage whilst he's waiting to play, it's almost like it's like an added comfort of going, okay, well, the controller's in my hands, like I'm okay. Like I know what I'm here for. It's almost a bit of a comfort for some players to be up there and have that level of, you know, oh well, it's almost like I'm at home.
Just to settle himself down, perhaps. We saw it from Mujahid, of course, Bayern in the last match we saw, while he was waiting for his turn to take centre stage. Just making sure that muscle memory's still there. Still remember what it feels like to hold a controller. Just mentally knowing that, yeah, I still know how to do this. I will be looking forward to seeing his debut this season, El Matador. But for now, as you can see, the players loading in. This could be a make or break match day for Inter Milan as they take on FC Barcelona. Merriman versus Alex Alguacil. And Alex is doing some last minute changes.
They're already tweaking it, just ever so slightly.
Had us all fooled. I was ramping up ready to say we're about to kick off, and I wonder if that is maybe a little bit mental in terms of mind games from Alex on the Barca side.
Could very easily be. With the players that we see here, I would not be surprised if there was an element of psychology that goes into the way that these guys are playing, and especially the way that these guys are setting up. I would not be surprised at all. I've seen very many things over the years of eFootball Championship Pro in terms of gamesmanship. That would certainly be something well up there, pressing pause immediately after the game's due to start.
Even Merriman's confused because he's double-checking his opponent's tactics here just to make sure nothing slipped through the cracks. But finally we are underway here. Match number 4, and well, Martinez in here to try and start things off so early for FC Inter. A statement of intent there from Merriman.
It was one ball that just split the defence completely open there. It was only for the hands up to Stegen. Is that kept out?
Well, we'll be hoping in the commentary booth is starting as he means to go on here. Alex with defending to do here for Barca. Mkhitaryan. But definitely some contrasting trajectories for these two clubs so far this season. Of course, FC Inter's first campaign in the eFootball Championship Pro has gotten off to what can only be described as a rocky start. No points from the first match day in the Milanese derby. And have struggled to pick up points since, really. So important that they start to get the ball rolling. For now, though, Lewandowski still giving this one chase, but Gagliardini is going to clear that one. On the Barca side, though, they've been towards the tippy top of the table, and well, Pedri with the double touch inside is taken a wicked deflection. But Alex will not mind. Pedri for Barca opens our scoring. It took a big deflection, though.
It was well worked. In terms of the double touches, they were at the right time. In terms of the ability to find passes, it was at the right time. And again, you'll see brilliant ball in there. And again, it does take a deflection, but is that heading in? Like, if dubious goals panel exists within eFootball Championship Pro, like, that looks like it's going in, surely?
I wonder if it's even taken a deflection here. I saw the animation.
No, it did. Took a big ricochet, but I don't think the keeper gets to that either. It's a brave shout from me, of course, but unfortunately we don't have Hawkeye here. But it certainly looked like that was already heading in. And I'd imagine that's why the goal's been credited to Pedri.
Perfect start for Barcelona. Goal number 3 from Alex Alguacil. Makes it 1-0 here in game 1. And what could be an uphill struggle here for Inter. Good build-up play here from Merriman, but snuffed out by Alex. Pedri to the feet of Lewandowski. Back heel looking for Frankie de Jong, and he's giving chase to this. He's taking the sting off the clearance as well. Pedri tries something fancy. Now Mkhitaryan. A difficult player to beat there, and Alex's defence has been pretty solid over the last 2 match days, only conceding 1 thus far this season. That one in his 1-1 draw against Manchester United on match day number 1. Çalhanoğlu, Lautaro Martinez through 1-on-1. Ter Stegen with a save again.
Big manual save there from Alex. Did really well there. Pull that save off, and for all of the gameplay that we've seen so far in the first 25 in-game minutes, it's the first real chance we've seen outside of that kind of kick-off opportunity that was there from Inter. They'll look to do more of that.
Both of them fall into Lautaro Martinez. Talk about spearheads and focal points of attacks. No doubt he'll be one for Inter, and they'll need to utilise him if they want to turn their fortunes around. Pereira and Sergio Roberto tussling on that far side. Won't come out in Inter's favour though. What will be very impressive to me, of course, a lot of eFootball to be played, but if Alex is able to steady his players here and see this one through as things stand, it will be so impressive, because despite Inter's position in the table, Merriman has scored 4 goals already this season. So he's got goals in him.
Yeah, he's not shy of scoring opportunities that are presented to him. It's just got to find the right one.
Could be this one. Martinez is denied. 5 minutes to go till half-time. This first half has flown past us. Ter Stegen, the grateful recipients of that, and of course the happier going into the half is going to be Alex Alguacil, but Merriman, his mindset has to be belief that he can get back into this game in the second half.
Well, he's not been without goals in the first 2 match days, so again, a little bit of confidence is just needed from that, really, to take it from there. But defensively, he's got to sharpen up here.
Bit of a mistake as well, as de Jong arrives and blasts it into row Z. That's tough to see. 2-0 at the break, and you're thinking Barca should be smooth sailing for Alex, but wastes the opportunity, and how costly could that be?
It was just a bit wild. I don't think he anticipated de Jong to go with a volley. I think he would have much preferred him to go with a header. Instead, as a result, he hasn't gone all the way through. But speaking of that, very close indeed, but the offside flag has gone up. You can see there the statement of intent from Alex. Wants to get this one really put to bed and get that first 3 points on the board. Barcelona in match day number 3.
So second half is underway. The sides have swapped. Always interesting to hear from you all at home. Keep interacting with us in the chat. We want to know what you think, of course. For now, Kessie trying to give chase to that, but that one will roll out and Inter will have position. Mkhitaryan. Dzeko wins the aerial battle and he's going to get the ball back here as well, and there is your equaliser. We said he was full of goals. There might not be one more important than that in the course of inter-season. Merriman scores the equaliser with that man, Edin Dzeko.
It's that cross-field ball again, but it's a neat knockdown from Dzeko, who carries on his run, waits for the pass to get back to him. It's a brilliant finish from Merriman. An equaliser on the board for Inter Milan. We said he wasn't shy of goals, and thankfully our commentator's curse has been proven incorrect.
We could have looked very...
It's now 1-1, and now we are seeing goals on both sides.
Yeah, we could have looked very silly if this one ended up without a Merriman goal. He's proved us right, and he's got bodies forward here as well. Çalhanoğlu almost able to recover that one, and all of a sudden the tide seems to have turned a bit here. Merriman's got the wind in his sails as Dzeko's making a darting run, but went slightly too early. The ball ends up in the back of the net, but not before the linesman flag is up. That's very tight.
It's very tight. Very, very tight indeed.
That's a lovely ball. Lewandowski was just waiting, watching it hang in the air. It's low towards De Jong. Do you just get the sense that there's a danger of Alex wilting away in this game after scoring in the first half? He seemed to be in a pretty decent position, but since Merriman has decided to prove himself on this stage,
it's that half-time break that's really caused that switch in, as you said. It looks like it's more so it's gone towards Merriman, but again, Alex is always going to be dangerous, as is Merriman at this point. So again, it's, as we said, when you're on top or you have the ascendancy in a game, you have to press home the advantage.
Lewandowski back heel to Dembele, and he wrestles through with the ball as well. Back in front is Alex Alguacil. It's a difficult one to concede for Merriman, who worked so hard to get back into the game, but Barca will not mind whatsoever. They all count the same. Alex back in front now.
It's just that tussle there. It's one bad touch, but it's, again, it's super cancelling your player, so you have the freedom of what you can do with that player. As a result, he's managed to wrestle that ball back as Alex Alguacil, with Ousmane Dembele. Managed to wrestle it away, gets the ball back, gets it onto his left foot, finds the bottom corner.
It's a very tidy
and
finish.
Even he looks a little bit, I can't even say the word annoyed, but it's a bit like, oh, I didn't really want to score that. I want to try and do something better than that. But again, he won't mind a jot here, because they have a 2-1 lead. 65 minutes on the clock.
All the hard work from Merriman undone in that one moment. Goal number 4 of the season for the man in his second spell now at FC Barcelona. De Jong now, near side, waiting for a bit of backup. 20 in-game minutes to go. It's another Barca corner. It's time for changes, time for those super subs. What difference can they make?
Putting them in the right field, right part of the field is realistically where you'd be looking at substitutions here. But again, if you're chasing the game, you're looking to change your forwards and give them fresh legs. If you're defending the lead, you might be looking at defenders.
So now the resulting corner, subs are on, changes have been made. Barca have looked dangerous from these corners so far. They win the header as well, but it's over the bar. Another corner, I believe. Not sure about that one, if the referee has given that, but this result, if it stays the same, would see FC Barcelona up into second in the table, still with 2 more games to play. Here it is, another corner. To Lewandowski this time. De Jong to Dembele. Danovic was there, saw it all the way, but a really good chance for Barcelona to potentially put this one out of reach. And they come forward again. Skriniar clears. But now your sense is getting a little bit more difficult for Merriman to get back into the game here. He's got to throw in. Dzeko wins the knockdown. He's there or thereabouts once more. Always interesting to hear what our fans at home think. I'm assuming they mean pace, not peace. Unless they mean peace of mind, in which case...
I mean, both are applicable in that scenario in terms of abilities required for a forward. Both are very much applicable.
Dembele with the dummy. Still going here at the byline. He's bought himself a corner. Oh no, he hasn't. Ricochet back off him.
It's not the first time you've disagreed with the refereeing decision, so it won't be the last.
Pedri versus Skriniar has another defender to deal with here as well. That De Jong touch is very, very bad, and Alex knows that tackle. Not the prettiest either. Into the book he goes. Shouldn't make too much of a tangible difference. So late on in the game. Here comes Merriman though, Dzeko. Barrea, Mkhitaryan, still there! 2-2! The resilience from Merriman. An 86th minute equaliser. And the points may well be shared here.
There's only a finite amount of chances that will be left in this game. And that may be the most valuable one of the lot. It was a great manual save from Alex to get, or to keep it out the first time, but the save kind of almost teed up, almost like a volleyball, straight back into his path, and Mkhitaryan manages to turn it in.
Oh, sometimes that rebound goes wayward, but Mkhitaryan, right place, right time. Ter Stegen just could not really get back up to his feet to make a difference there.
He was smart enough to not put it back into the opposite corner, because that's where Ter Stegen had covered. Instead, he put it back to near post.
Is that a yawn from Arda Galasso?
It's been a long day for these guys, don't forget. If they would have been here from what? Probably 10, 11 a.m. this morning local time. We're now nudging potentially around about 5:30, 6:30. It's been a long day for them. And of course, if they've been practicing all the way through the day, it's a lot of screen time on your body.
And it is Dembele now as Alex tries to reinstate his lead. Sorry, Arda, didn't mean to call you out like that. Goal number 6 on the season. Has some defending to do here, though. Handanovic should be able to hold on to that one now. 6 is the number. Held up by the referee's assistant. That's a minimum of 6 as well, so still plenty of attacks to come here. Potential for either side to nick all 3 points. Mkhitaryan. Correa. Merriman trying his hardest to try and force the issue. Alex no doubt will want to do the same, and well, Kessie, Dembele, De Jong all combining. Pedri is here. Is this the winner? Turns, still has a chance. Oh, Dembele's still there, and it does go in. Oh, what is no doubt the last kick of the game. Heartbreak for Inter Milan. Jubilation for Barca.
It's deja vu all over again for Merriman. Back-to-back match days, back-to-back game winners in injury time, last kicks of the game.
Wow, there were so many second chance, third chance opportunities in there. It's what happens when you roll the dice and you throw caution to the wind, knowing it's the final attack, so why not keep getting bodies in there, create that little bit of chaos, and we'll see what it means to Alex. Practically on the virtual pitch with the players there, he was so close to his screen.
I think I saw his chair shaking before the goal had gone in.
There's the referee's final whistle. 3 points to Barcelona. 3 points to Alex Alguacil, who has been phenomenal thus far this season. But Merriman, my heart bleeds for the man.
Happened again.
Back-to-back match days. That's tough to digest.
It's a tough pill to swallow if you're into Milan. It's a tough pill. It really is. I mean, full credit to both players there for giving us a spectacle to go off of there, because we did say, what are they going to bring to this last match day, or last game of the match day? And they brought goals.
That they did. Seemed like a lifetime ago, that Pedri opener that was deflected went in to start off our scoring. Plenty of goals so far today, by the way. We'll be hoping that continues. Most important thing is that Merriman proved time and time again that he's able to bring himself, score goals, get back into the match. And in the end, as we see the goals continue to tick through, it really is the finest of margins, because each team had an attack in that stoppage time.
Yep.
There was a chance for both clubs to seize all 3 points. It's unfortunate for Inter and Merriman that in the end it's their adversaries who did so.
Did so well to get back into the game. Did so well to get himself to 2-2. And then it was just, history just repeated itself. As we'll see here again, like Pedri, we saw the chance, we thought the chance has gone. It's a great block off the line by De Vrij. Dembele's there to profit, and again gets the finest of deflections to steer it back goalwards.
Oh, it's tough. It is tough. You said you saw
see what it means there.
Alex, so passionate. Was such a hard-fought match that, well, it sees Barcelona secure the first 3 points of this contest. No time to lick your wounds, though, as we see a debut this season for viewers who have seen this competition in previous iterations. You'll be familiar with this man. It's El Matador stepping up to the plate now for Inter. Well, what an introduction to the competition you have this season as you go up against a multiple-time world champion in Eterito. Undefeated, by the way.
Some would call baptism of fire is what you've really got. Welcome back to eFootball Championship Pro. Here you go against Eterito, who's won both of his first 2 games and has looked imperious in doing so. Yeah, really good kind of welcome back present from Inter Milan to El Matador. But as we have spoken so highly of players, you know, as we'll have seen through previous iterations of this tournament, El Matador has got it in the locker. He has got those games in the locker where he is able to put his best foot forward and he's able to put pressure on players.
Oh, he's kicking off here from left to right. Çalhanoğlu starting things off as game 2 now underway. It will be El Matador, his debut this season, stepping in for FC Inter. Going up against Eterito, as you mentioned, match day 1, a 4-1 win against Lotfi of Manchester United. El Matador's corner is cleared. Match day 2, very much the same, a 1-0 win. Closely contested battle that was against Shea Victor, of course, who was stepping in for Bayern. Eterito, though, probably licking his lips at the fact he gets to play what are essentially stand-ins in back-to-back weeks. Good early spell, though, for El Matador. What magic can be conjured up from this free kick? Çalhanoğlu will go straight to goal from distance. It will go back to him here, and Martinez. First real opportunity that Inter have threatened the goal with thus far. Pedri now for Eterito. De Jong, double touch to create a bit of space, and Pedri, his run was in vain in the end. Dembele there clatters against the defence. What's the mindset here for El Matador? He started the opening 15 really well. Surely it's a case of nothing to lose, everything to prove.
Yeah, I think it's a case of you get a base to build from. And again, 15 in-game minutes gone. Hasn't really had too many tests in terms of Eterito coming back the other way at him. But as we said, when you're up in those games, or when those games are 0-0, it's the best possible time to put your foot forward and get on top of the game. But I think the objective, as you said, it is a little bit of a free hit for him.
Nice reverse ball there to Kessie and Pedri to Lewandowski. And there's the Eterito we know and love. Lewandowski, the weapon of choice this time. 1-0 to Barca. Ettore in control.
Yeah, and he could have took the shot with Pedri. Could have. You'll see it break open here. Just this touch here. Has the opportunity to take the shot, instead finds that extra pass, finds a brilliant through ball into Lewandowski, who's slipping as he takes the strike. We have seen a fair few strikers try that before and it not really work out the way that they want it to, and instead that one finds the back of the net, and it's Lewandowski that gives Eterito the lead.
One 1-0 to Barcelona then here in game 2. It was a whipped in venomous ball for Inter. That goal, by the way, as things stand, would put Barcelona up on level points with Arsenal at the top of the table. Arsenal would be on top on goal difference. That will change in just one goal. Pedri, this is lovely from Eterito. Lewandowski on the overlap, he goes for goal himself. Dembele still here, keeps it alive. 4 white shirts in the box to aim for, by the way. Pedri, De Jong, just one too many. Etorito cooking now. Dembele fouled just outside the area. What do you do here? You go for under the wall. Saw it once today already.
It's not quite the right angle for it at that point. I think Handanovic was too wise to it.
Inter on the offensive now as Calhanoglu up against Sergio Roberto. Cross comes in, but can't beat the first man. And what a crossfield switch that is to Pedri. One-on-one, essentially. Oh, off the inside of the post and out.
Brilliant free-flowing counter-attack there. Just couldn't find the right finish though. On another day, it hits the post and rolls into the net. Big opportunity there.
Frankie de Jong. Only 5 minutes till half-time, and the way this is going, Etorito is going to want a second before that comes. Kessie to De Jong. Defenders essentially standing off him here, allowing him to move inside. Look at the pressure and the press from Etorito once he loses possession. Busquets. De Jong. Pedri. Lewandowski back to him now.
Il quarto uomo indica 2 minuti di recupero.
2 minutes added on, and well, there are Inter players forward in this attack, but instead, to end the half, it will come the other way. Pedri looking for De Jong. And that will spell, no doubt, the end of the first half of play here in Game 2. Etorito 1, El Matador 0.
Yeah, I think it's a solid start from Barcelona across this entire tie. To being the ascendancy here, you would say it's a fair, more than fair result so far, because it's been all the Torre. There's been chances here and there maybe for Inter to develop something, but outside of an errant cross or outside of a kind of a crossfield switch, it hasn't really developed into too much danger. Whereas with Barcelona and with Etorito, it seems to be that chances, when they come, they are quick and they are direct. And they are dangerous at all times.
Well, a worrying stat for those fans of FC Inter. Prior to this match day, Barcelona had conceded just 2 goals. They conceded 4 now, obviously thanks to that Game 1 double from Merriman. Was not enough to secure the points though. So if you're looking at one of the most defensively solid outfits in the league, you're looking at them right here, FC Barcelona.
That goes alongside some of the players at their disposal: Araujo, Christensen, Koundé, Ter Stegen in goal. Like it's quite a difficult team to come up against.
Plenty of white shirts. It's a 3-on-3 momentarily at the back. Pedri receives the ball again. Beats the first man. Dembele, so much space. Kessie!
Brilliant save.
A much needed one too.
See it here again, just waits for the opportunity to open up. And again, manual goalkeeping, got across the court to cover that corner.
We're always wondering when Pedri gets the ball whether or not that double touch is coming. Here he is on the corner. Now potentially an Inter break. Mkhitaryan, Calhanoglu, Crossfield switch, looking for Skriniar, but importantly cut out. Now from defence into attack, there's an imbalance on this side of the pitch now. Pedri looking for De Jong. Nice idea, but execution lacking on that aspect. Speak of the devil. And for all Eterito's hard work, it is only just the 1-0. El Matador knows he's still in this game. He's done this plenty of times in this competition before. International duty for Germany as well. He's a seasoned veteran. He'll be able to keep his head here. Kessie, Dembele, De Jong looking for Pedri! How has that not gone in? One way or the other. Still alive here for Eterito. Dembele, that's a lovely ball! And there is the goal.
If there was any doubt on that header, there wasn't any doubt on that play. Brilliant ball. Again, we talk about, as we said, presence of mind, confidence and the composure. He could have easily have lost everything in terms of personality or in terms of his mindset when that chance goes back in with Pedri. Instead, recycles the ball, gets it back into Lewandowski, finds Dembele with the out ball. As you'll see here, just a neat little ball, finds it around the back. Dembele, again, opens up his body. He's able to put it into the bottom corner. 2-0. Eterito, well worth the value at this point in time.
That outburst of emotion as well. This could have been such a banana peel when you consider El Matador. It's only his first game of the season, and straight away we rejoin the action with Dzeko poking it home. Everyone was still celebrating.
Well, we'll wait for the replay and see what happens, because by the time we came back, we just see Dzeko's boot flying out and there's a goal. Watch this one back. Goes to that deep cross again. It's a brilliant ball.
Excellent ball.
That is, you know, any striker on planet Earth is crying out for that as a ball. It's a fantastic ball into the box. Again, it's Dzeko at the back post, extends a leg, puts it into the back of the net.
Oh, Eterito straight back to where he was moments ago. A first goal of the season for the man making his Inter debut here today. Çalhanoğlu looking for that deep cross again. Çalhanoğlu pipped to the post that time. Now there's Barcelona runners here. Pedri, can he take this in stride? Lewandowski gives himself a bit of a cheap corner there. Stunning strike against the defender. Oh, I wonder if it's about that time, whether or not substitutions might just be the difference come the end of this game number 2.
I certainly think now would be the time. If it's going to be now or never, from an Inter perspective, it is now or never. 20 minutes left. You've got players on the bench that can do damage. Bring them on. Kind of put all your, roll all your dice on the table and see where it all lands.
We heard from Merriman there saying he's going for Kessie, so watch out as De Jong pokes home the third. There is number 3. The 2-goal cushion reinstated thanks to Frankie de Jong. It's now 3-1.
There's a right smile there because that's not where he intended that ball to go. As you'll see, the challenge in the air for both players. It was gone all the way over Lewandowski, and it's fallen very nicely to de Jong in a little bit of space. No defenders in front of him. Manages to find the corner. There's no goal this time, Harry. We're all good. We've got through the replays.
Well, that's goal number 8 for Eterito. 2 behind the leading goal scorer thus far. And for those keeping track, I said Barcelona would need to win by 2. Arsenal actually have scored more goals, so they have the same goal difference, same points at the moment. Arsenal topping the league on goals scored. Of course, we still have one more game to come following this, and that's, of course, barring an El Matador comeback.
14 in-game minutes left. Got a feel that this game's going to slowly go away from El Matador, and it might just go away even more as Petri tries to find a way forward. But at the moment, that clock keeps ticking down, but you still need the opportunities. It's not necessarily time, but you need the opportunities to score. You've got the ball up the wrong end of the field. It's not going to help you one bit.
Into the final 10 then of game 2. Our penultimate game of match day number 3. If there's going to be a comeback, we need to see a goal very, very soon from El Matador. He's given a really good account of himself here, going up against Eterito, one of the world's best players. Definitely in the greatest of all time conversation as quite a hot topic. But it is not the dream debut, it seems, for El Matador. Offside against Barcelona, and at this point just a bit of a formality. We're just waiting to see if there is maybe an extra goal to come from either side. We knew it would be a tall order for Inter, going up against the team entering today's match day at the top of the table. So far it's looking like 0 points from a possible 6, and well, there's the 4th. The cherry on top of the cake from Eterito. Barcelona 4, Inter 1. And what can you say about that man? He just knows how to score goals.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a masterclass from him. Brilliant ball in. Again, bounces just before it gets to Lewandowski, gives him enough time to be able to get onto the ball. But it is a delicious ball in. And the Torre, as we said, Eterito has been well worth the value in terms of what he's bringing to Barcelona as a team, but certainly as an individual, he's bringing that much more.
And it's also a goal that sees Barcelona top of the table as things stand, thanks to a +9 goal difference versus Arsenal's +8. Number 9 of the season from Eterito. He wanted more, but the referee will put an end to that. 6 points out of 6 so far. The Catalan club are looking on red-hot form here, and there's still one more game to go.
Yeah, and again, it was a brilliant performance there from Eterito. It's exactly what was called for. After such a tight affair with Alex in game 1, they needed something to settle in game 2, and they certainly got that in terms of the performance we saw. And it was, again, it approached one-way traffic. Again, we saw the Dzeko goal, but again, again, it was all about that man. It was all about Dembele. It was all about Eterito. It was all about Barcelona. And in truth, we ran away with it.
Yeah, we saw the second there on the 63rd minute, and then it was an immediate reply to the point where we didn't really get to enjoy it in real time because everyone was still celebrating the 2-0 advantage that Eterito created himself. It was a really nice cross. Immediately subsequent, the 2-0 advantage, but from that, Frenkie de Jong was able to reinstate that advantage and never really looked back. Took the wind out of the sails from El Matador, who had a very good showing in the first half of that game. But in the end, it's not an easy thing to beat Eterito. He proved that with the 4th from Lewandowski, which sees them top the table as things stand. There is still a permutation that Arsenal could finish the match day on top. We would have to see this man, Arda Golazo, win this game.
And as it stands, he's the only Inter Milan player who has registered points up until now. He's the only person that's got any points on the board. And then we look across the table, and then we look at the Palma, who, yes, okay, has points on the board, not scored a goal.
2 0-0 draws the Palma has played out thus far. That will be a bit of a cloud over him, no doubt. A man who made eFootball Championship Pro history a couple of seasons ago by winning back-to-back matchday MVPs. He's had a very slow start thus far. As you said, no goals, 2 0-0 draws. The silver lining is that he's picking up points along the way throughout those draws, but not the Palmer we're used to seeing. He's usually sharp-shooting and free-flowing.
Yeah, well, I said it on match day too. There's games and there's match days where you'll see him turn up and it'll be a little bit stop-start. And then there'll be some games where you'll see him turn up and he will bulldoze his opposition. It's just what version of him turns up. Of course, for a complete, brilliant match day 3, Barcelona will be looking for him to win here.
Oh, an early start here from Arda in the ascendancy. I'd like to start quickly from the kickoff, Inter. But you join us now. We have kicked off the final game of today's match day. Of course, there's more action to come in 2 weeks' time as we will see match day 4. But for now, here's one final match between the Palma and Arda Golazo. Dembele almost able to feed the striker there as Palma definitely looking to push that pace, break his duck, as we saw with Ostrovic earlier today. These caliber of players are not what we expect to see down there so low in the goal-scoring charts and accruing so little points as well along the way.
And they'll not be happy with that either. From a personal standpoint, they certainly won't be happy with it.
Ansu Fati. Back to De Jong. Look at Dembele's space. That was an important clearance. As for Arda, he's tasked with trying to bring some points away from what has been a bit of a dismal match day 3 so far for Inter. We know he's got it in him. The question is, can he overpower the Palmer here? As I look at your goal-scoring charts, the top 3 star-studded. Jacko has possession here for Arda! And that piles so much pressure on the Palmer now. Jacko opens the scoring, 20 minutes gone. It's Inter 1, Barcelona 0.
It's just wrestling the ball back. It's wrestling it back and it's fighting your opponent for it. As we'll see here, breaks down in Barcelona's penalty box, as we'll see it here. But again, it's super cancelling off that challenge. It's basically freeing up your player to move in the way that you want him to. If you can pop a player in front, they'll be able to take the ball away. And as such, they find themselves with a great opportunity. A little bit of manual goal given from the Palmer, but couldn't be stopped there, Marta Galasso. And again, speaking to him, I was talking about player selection. I was like, well, why don't you go with Lukaku? Well, why don't you look at Lukaku? He's like, no, Dzeko can do everything. He can pass, he can shoot, he can head, he's physical, he can do everything. So I was like, okay, well, let's see whether that rings true. And it certainly has with the opening goal here.
Well, that'll be a goal that I think Arsenal fans would have enjoyed, as that will see them retake the lead of the competition thus far. Dembele looking to make amends for that. His third of the season. Arda Golazo, I believe our youngest player this season as well. I mentioned that cloud above the Palmer's head entering this match day. That's going to be growing and growing. Lovely interplay here from Arda Golazo. Çalhanoğlu and Correa tried to combine. Half an hour gone. This could just run away from the Palmer if he's not too careful. Lewandowski trying to bully his way through. And which way is the referee going to see this, I wonder? Looks to be in Inter's favour. Could be just the medicine that Inter need if the result stays this way, Wes.
Absolutely, I think they need much in the same vein that we have seen across the board today. Brilliant piece of skill there. Unfortunately, did not pull off. But you need something to take away from the match day. You need something to go, okay, well, actually, we can build on this. And at the moment, Arda is appearing to be kind of that ray of light for Inter Milan currently.
Ball is kicked into touch there. Touch taken with the unforced error. To the feet of Dzeko. Half-time is approaching, and always a dangerous time to concede if you're either side. Lovely around the corner from Dzeko. Ter Stegen needed to be alert. No one challenging Brozovic here. Double touch twice. Inside from Correa.
What a goal that would have been.
Groans from everyone. Merriman with his hands on his head thought that one was going to ripple the net.
Yeah, it looked like it was just going to nestle in that bottom corner. It's just a little bit too wide, but brilliant footwork and gameplay there from Arda. Just couldn't find that killer instinct, that killer touch to make it 2-0.
Just 1 minute added on. Arda will fancy another attack here as Martinez has a chance to feed Dzeko. He's still hanging around for some scraps, but that will signal the end of our first half. Inter 1, Barca 0. Arda Golazo. He's in prime position here, he's in the driver's seat.
He's certainly showing his more experienced counterparts the way forward here with this team.
No mucking about, we're into the final half of game number 3, also our final game of the day. Pedri for Barca. The Palmer has been fairly quiet thus far. What can he conjure up? Almost able to benefit with Lewandowski, but has been fairly quiet thus far this game. work in the midfield as well by Arda Galazzo. Into the feet of Dembele. Just every time the Palma tries to pass it back, get a breath. Arda is there. We'll come to Martinez here. Dispossessed by Pedri. Very scrappy here. Frankie de Jong with Pedri on the overlap. Dembele, Lewandowski, Fati! Well, it's a missed chance. I wonder what happened here. As Lewandowski looked like he was about to pull the trigger. Just a late challenge there. I wonder if the referees missed that one.
May have just a little bit, but for me, looking at those opportunities there, it's too many passes. There's such a thing of trying to pass the ball into the net. You have to take a strike at some point. You can't just leave it. You have to go for it.
Fati to de Jong. Dembele. On the hour mark, dispossessed. Arda starting to build from midfield, but dispossessed by Christensen, who's been a real rock at the back. Made several key tackles thus far. But De Palma still yet to break his duck in this competition. When will that change? Pedri cannot find Lewandowski cleanly enough. Come right back at Inter, though. They need to do a little bit better at maintaining possession. Otherwise, the Palma will carve you open. Fati, that's a waste.
It's almost like the Palma is second-guessing himself. When he gets into those positions, it's second-guessing what he's going to do.
Pedri to the feet of Lewandowski, and there it is! That cloud above his head suddenly starting to clear. Finally, for the Palma, he opens his account and equalises. It's 1-1 now.
I mean, he found the shoot button on his controller, thankfully, but he found it at the right time. Brilliant finish, and you could sense that was coming. You could sense that opportunity was going to be there. It's just whether he took it and grasped it, and as such he has with Robert Lewandowski. You saw the emotion there from both Eterito and Alex Alguacil. They will know the importance of confidence between players and between getting yourself into those moments. I would not be surprised if we see more goals now.
The duck is finally broken. The Palma is on the board in this game and this season. Now 15 in-game minutes for either side to try and find a winner. Dembele shrugs off one. De Jong waiting. Lovely 1-2. Will roll out for a corner.
Still chances to be had in this game. It is who will take the game by the proverbial scruff of the neck and will take it to victory.
Well, we've seen a lot of coaching, a lot of input from teammates thus far today. Seems like both men out there on a bit of an island. Eterito, not a bad man to have in your corner.
Yeah, I was going to say, we mentioned the same about Usman Kabil earlier on.
Yeah.
It's not a bad team by committee when you look at Barcelona's lineup. Full of encouragement are they?
Inter 1, Barca 1. Will that change before full time? Fati, De Jong now. Lewandowski continued his run. This will remain alive here for Barca. De Jong. Great defensive work by Arda. Lukaku. Look out for the runners. Mkhitaryan here. Lukaku waiting! And Arda is back in front in the most dramatic fashion.
What did I say? Romelu Lukaku. What did I say? It was that man who has brought Inter back into the game, and they're now, what, 7 minutes from victory?
7 vital minutes. What a finish. Stamped home in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, that falls into the category of that was hit and it stayed hit. I think if there would not been a net there, that would probably still be orbiting the earth today.
Well, the Palmer may have opened his account, but has very little time left to secure anything from this. 4th goal of the season from Arda, but hold on a second, as the Palmer has gone in with Dumfries there. The crowd wanted to see some action from the referee, bit of a 50-50 for me. What a dramatic end to this match day. And what could be a saving grace on Inter's season. Correa. Lukaku looks very lively. De Jong. Pedri. Dembele inside. Goes for goal! It's the Palmer's 2nd of the season to equalise in the 90th minute and break the hearts of Inter. 2-2, and it might sound like not a very interesting scoreline, but it's a goal that actually sees Barcelona back on top of the table. They overtake Arsenal, and the Palmer has come alive finally.
Yeah, they just don't know when they're beat, do they? They just don't know how to say no in a game of eFootball. Brilliant finish, and again, you can see what it means to the team as a whole. And again, as we like to say in terms of body language and what we like to see from teams, we like to see teams celebrate as a unit, and that is on show in abundance with Barcelona.
Well, we might not be done yet as Dzeko continues his run.
Could be more goals. There could be another goal.
Really could. I was just thinking that. Both players really up for this. Could be an absolute showstopper. That's a fantastic ball. Correa, who can he find now? Just too close to Ter Stegen, and that will conclude, I do believe, as the referee's feeling a bit generous here, our match day number 3. The Palmer is on the board. 2-2 it ends, as Arda Galazo will feel so hard done by. I feel that should have been taken home a little bit more by way of points for his efforts here today.
Well, when you look at it and you look on the balance of it, that point for the Palmer, as much as you may look at it and go, well, it's 2 points dropped considering it got into the lead so late in the game. The reality of the situation is actually it's kind of a decider for them. It's put Barcelona at the top of the tree, and they are definitively up there, and they are the only team that are atop of the table.
They are on an island now, as you said, at the top of the table. 7 points from 9. a very, very strong showing. And Arda Golazo opened the scoring very early on. Looked like he might just be a glimmer of hope into season, but gave the ball away slightly too many times. De Palma was always going to have that class to try and capitalise. Did so, opened his accounts. Then it looked like Arda might still take home the 3 points. Thanks to that 83rd minute Lukaku emphatic finish. And then Semra, still more drama.
I tell you what, De Palma loves a good draw, doesn't he? At least there's some goals in this one, because he went from 2-0 to finally scoring 2 goals, even though he did finally concede as well, because up until today, I think he had the best defensive record on an individual level. But at least, we could say that Arda Golazo was able to pick up a point, because he still remains the only player for Inter Milan to have actually put any points on the board. Well, we'll come back to that in just a moment. Wes is with Etorito, the man of the hour for Barcelona. Let's have a quick listen to what he has to say about FC Barcelona's performance today.
Thank you very much, Semra. I'm here, as you said, with Etorito from Barcelona. First off, congratulations on your performance today. Happy with taking away 7 points?
First of all, yes, we are happy because Inter have a great defense. They are one of the best teams because it's here, so we know that they are really strong. All the games was very close. Finally, we got 7 points, and we are top on the league, so we are happy.
Yeah, I was going to say that last point from the Palma, as much as it may have been 2 points dropped, it was a pretty vital point, puts you at the top of the table. Again, getting back to that point, having started the day there, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, yes, we are happy. The game of Saul was really, really hard and difficult. We know that Arda is one of the best players here, a new talent, new star, so he was really rapid. He was sometimes unlucky, us sometimes unlucky, so, you know.
It's how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. But we're happy for this, and just it.
And looking ahead to matchday 4, of course, what are you expecting from matchday 4?
Yeah, we are against Milan, our friends, Italian friends, at least for me. So it will be hard because they have a lot of points even. So we will try to train a lot again, and because the game will change even next week. So we will try to get maybe a new formation, who knows. But for the moment, we're happy for this, and let's see.
Fantastic. Well, great to hear from you. Guys, back to you.
Much Wes and Etorito. He clearly is looking forward to the next match day, as it has a little bit of a personal flair, a personal touch as he goes up against an Italian side. But Harry, you said it, he was cooking up quite a performance, but I tell you what, he whipped up a meal in the end, Etorito, with that 4-1 fabulous victory, the second biggest scoreline of the day. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the results across all the 4 matches. As we see, Arsenal have done it, and I say done it again because AC Milan did it on match day 1, but a collection of all 9 points. And second to that were Bayern Munich and Barcelona, again picking up massive amounts of points today.
Yeah, we always look for the barometer in this type of situation when we look back at a match day that's just happened. We look for that 4-point margin. So many of these clubs in this competition say if we're taking 4 points away from a match day, we're going to be pretty happy about things. So you look at Arsenal, of course, over the moon. That's the best case scenario for them. Monaco very happy. Bayern and Barcelona, as you said, also pretty darn happy because they've gotten 3 points over that 4-point sort of threshold. So very happy days for those clubs there. For everyone else, a lot of work to do.
Oh, definitely a lot of work to do. Speaking of which, we can take a look at the league table. Wes, going into the match day 4, the match 4, I should say. You were saying how you thought Barcelona were going to pick up at least 6 points. Well, they did so, and managed 7. And so there they go, back at the top of the lot, just where they were at the start of the day. 19 points on the board. They're followed by Arsenal, who have jumped up quite a few spots. 18 points there. In third, Bayern Munich started the day in 6th. Well, now they are in the top 3. AC Milan have dropped a few places. They're 4th with 13. And then both teams on 11, AS Monaco and Roma, but obviously nice to see the reigning champions finally creep their way into the top 6. Of course, it's very important because those are the teams that will go on to the knockout round later on this season. As for right now, very disappointing day for Manchester United, who had 0 points to add for today and to remain rock bottom, which is again where they were at the start of the day.
Yeah, difficult to see that because we know the players on Manchester United and Inter all have potential to be in that top 6 area. We expect them to be in the knockout stages of this type of competition, but I feel like I say that every single match day. We see a club drop down into the bottom 2 and it's like, oh, they're better than that, but then another team will replace them and then it's like, oh, you know, they also should be in the top 6.
But for Manchester United, it's not too bad. There's just 2 points, right? They're adrift only by a small margin of points there, but when it comes to Inter, 7 points away, so they really have a tough mountain to climb over the next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned it kind of at the top of the show in terms of you might see some teams start to break away. You can kind of start to see that league start to split just a little bit now in terms of, you know, the top 3 you'd probably say are not going to be too far away come the end of the regular league. And you can see it's basically that bottom 6, or rather, bottom 5 teams that are going to be almost warring it out for those 3 places. And as you said, Inter being cut adrift a little bit, they've got a lot of work to do, a lot of games and a lot of points they've got to catch up on.
Well, the fight is on. The challenge is very much on for so many of those teams, especially the Italian outfit there at the bottom. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the leading scorers charts because there's been a little bit of movement for today. But in terms of the top 2, as Mekabeel and Roxa, they actually keep their places in the top 2, but they've added more points, as Mekabeel being the first player to breach double digits. Etorito has found himself back in the top 3 after that 4-1 stunning victory for him, and Dominator has dropped out. 8 goals so far, but there are 2 new names to add to the list in Cams as well as Naples. 6 goals for them in total. Of course, everybody else from the bottom 5 there have the same amount of goals too. But it's nice to see some other players jumping up here in the list.
Yeah, absolutely is. Of course, when we look at the top 3 star-studded names, I mean, we expect them to be up there. But also, when you look at it, you have all 3 of AC Milan up there. They're all chipping into their club's campaign, although haven't really been able to pick up as many points as they wanted to. At least they're, you know, finding their goal-scoring boots thus far this season. And also credit to Merriman, considering where Inter are in the league position at the moment. He himself is trying his best, but he's just getting so unfortunate in some of these last minute losses.
Yeah, I was going to say it's back-to-back match days where he's lost with the last kick of the game. It's soul-destroying when that happens to you as a player. It really is.
Clearly it's down to a lack of concentration or a moment where he just loses focus, but it's definitely something that he needs to work on going into the next round of action. Well, here we have the top 3 performers of the day. Ostribuch, we thought it would be nice to include him in this list, considering that going into this one he had 0 wins and 0 goals, and now he was able to bring the goods for today against his former side. What a time to do that. Then we have Uzmekabel, as we saw already, at the top of the goal scoring charts as well, 10 goals so far. Also impressive considering where Monaco are in the table. He's pulling the cart there a bit. And Etorito, again, with another performance, outstanding performance, 4 goals, doing as he often does. These are heavy hitters, at least Uzmekabel and Etorito. No real surprise to see how well they've done today, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mark one down for your calendars, and I will pray to the football gods now. When it is Monaco versus Barcelona, please give me Etorito versus Uzmekabel.
They are listening. They are listening.
Please, because I tell you what, that will just be one for the ages. You mark that down in your calendars. But yeah, it's great to see Ostribuch finally on the mark as well.
All right, excellent stuff then. Well, we obviously have a lot to look ahead to, so we just want to give you a quick reminder of the calendar for the remainder of the competition. So, well, actually, we're going to start with match day 4. Never mind, my apologies. So you have AS Roma going to be against Manchester United. Manchester United will start first once again, just like they did today. Then it's AS Monaco trying to recoup some ground against Arsenal, who have come out swinging today. Heavy hitters they are indeed. Barcelona, the league leaders at present, against AC Milan, against the former league leaders at one stage. And Inter Milan, as we said, looking to make up some very big distance then against Bayern Munich, who were very formidable in their performances for today. What do you guys make of this next round of action?
I think it's going to be a real test of Arsenal's title challenge, so to speak. When you look at Uzmekabel, where he finds himself in the league and his club in the league, he's going to want those points, and he knows he has to beat the best to be the best. So I'm fully looking forward to seeing Monaco, Arsenal, and honestly all of these games at this point, because of how tight that and compact the league table is at the moment. This really could flip the league on its head at any given moment.
And I think we are starting to identify certain clubs as favourites, given, for example, Arsenal, Barcelona, Bayern. I don't know if I'm missing anybody else. They were all undefeated for today. So we are at least having a nice collection of clubs that we can really say, you know what, it's going to be a tight challenge for the title, isn't it?
Yeah, and those 3 that you earmarked, they've certainly have now found their better form. You know, we thought maybe with Arsenal from last match day, oh, was it hit and miss? Was it just a little bit of luck? No, they've came through today and they've got maximum points. Like Barcelona have continued good form. Bayern Munich are now starting to find their feet again after a disappointing match day 2. So we're starting to see runners and riders, as it were, and those 3 that you earmarked, yeah, absolutely, they're the ones to watch in this point in time.
All right, guys, well, this is the time of the day where we say goodbye. Just want to see if there's anything else you would like to say, any final thoughts before we leave?
That was a match day that did not disappoint. I said at the start, I want to see goals.
Wait a minute, you sound like a broken record there, mate. You say that every time.
It never disappoints this competition. There's always action. So looking forward to match day 4. Do not miss it.
I love it. You?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it had goals, it had drama, it had chances, it had absolutely everything. And yeah, we get to do it all again on match day 4. It's going to be great.
It had more of Wizard screams as well during the goal-scoring celebration.
Still echoing around this building, I'm sure.
Yes, it is. Well, guys, we'll see you very soon indeed. Remember that the next match day will be on April 8th, so 3 weeks from now. It will be on Saturday. We'll start at the same time, 1 p.m. Central European time. In the meantime, stay up on the latest news across all of our social media platforms, as well as YouTube right here. So make sure that you save the date. We'll see you here, same place, same time in just a few weeks' time. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed today's competition. There's still plenty more to get excited about in the weeks coming up. We'll see you next time. Adios.